Why, welcome, misfits, to this episode of Midnight Ranting. The Contingency Argument? A type of cosmological argument for the existence of God. So come join James W. and myself, Amy Newman, for some necessary fun. Hi, I would like to thank everyone out there on the intertubes. Wow, how does it fit? If you're feeling fancy.
I don't know. Is that the dependent or the independent variable?
It's the side that you shove. And don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe. And hit that bell icon to all to see our premieres and join our live streams. Why, hello there. We're a skeptic channel, but after the host opening statements, just these two schmucks, we'll be opening the floodgates, or rather the open mic, so you can say whatever is on your mind, atheist or theist, liberal or conservative, come as you are, just on the sheets. Come on, guys.
Or globetard, all welcome.
Exactly. We'll get to that. That thicker.
That thing. Yeah.
But also, you can find our Patreon page at patreon.com/Amy Newman, which helps us make even more fun content, including awesome Patreons like Actually Went for the Head, thank you, Thor, and KO Champ.
Ko Champ.
Thank you, KO Champ.
Thank you.
Not just, but also us from the Atheist Roundtable and networking group Tang Gang Yo.
Partyins in the Tang Gang.
And remember, tickets on sale October. Better. Come on, atheist, theist. We're all trying to better ourselves, right? All right, there we go. Better conversations, people. But also, Ian Davenport.
Thank you, Ian.
To scale. Thank you so much, Ian. Without all the blood spraying. But also, I just, we fight with YouTube, but sometimes you just gotta say, God, YouTube, I was just trying to say that a grumpy old... We heart you, Grumpy. Heart you so very much.
Make that available on Discord.
Yeah, exactly. Fighting the powers. We're fighting the powers to be. But also... Big tech, I know, exactly. Damn you, Zuckerberg. But also... 3 princesses in one. Thank you so very much, Diana Smith.
Woo-hoo.
I always need more purses.
How many do you have, Amy?
To be honest,
just estimate.
Somewhere between 12 and 2.
Okay.
But, which is so silly because I only use like 1 or 2. But
that's how women are. Most women are.
Just in case. For like, you have this one outfit where the color just matches. Right. Got to have that that purple purse with the purple dress, and but also
for the purple hair.
But also looking across the pond, and I think he's coming across back home. Kind of like
month or so, I think.
Was it Captain America? Someone went across the pond. But also, thank you so very much, Pat. And we are in the pre-production stage of Talk Skeptic to Me on his episode 2. We just got done Flood Myths of the Ancient Mediterranean and Mesopotamia. An awesome episode. Go check that out. But also collecting all of the skeptics. And this is also Transformers for some reason, but also looking skeptical at things. Hop, hop, hop. Thank you so very much, Dale. Woohoo! Dale Pastel. Do you really believe that? How much on 0 to 100%? Okay. But also,
50 foot. It's
I will
50
say,
foot all the time. Every time we measured it.
It's 50. Well, honestly, sometimes you just need a 15-foot whale. And moving onwards, and I feel like this is the hot topic of the night. I mean, this is we bring it up every night. Just how I'm biased. I love everybody, and I'm sending love to all of the debaters of the world out there. But he does look kind of thick. I'm just saying. Does look kind of thick. I think it's the subject. Yeah.
I had to point out to the Pope of Entropy, Jennifer, over there, that her fisheye eyes are making it look like she can't see Mumbai from her porch. But she really could, because it's really flat. But your eyes just they make the light curve, so it looks like it's, So even if you were to go up into space and look down at the Earth, your eyes, because they're fish eyes, would make it look round.
Those damn fish eyes.
Yeah.
Well, you know, we have 2 of them straight from the fishes. So terrible thing to waste. But thick, baby. But not just. Thank you, Dave Gar. Woo! But also the lead hyena of the pack, sending love to Scott Duke.
Head hyena.
Hyenas are very interesting. They can be scavengers, but they're also a good social species. I think they're actually female-led. Another crazy thing. Female-led.
Obviously, they didn't get the Bible translated into hyena.
That's true.
If they just
should have been
into hyena,
the King James hyena version. Damn, they're missing out. But also, last but
Jesus
not
died
least,
for them too, Amy. He did die for hyenas.
Okay, now I'm imagining an entire Jesus hyena. It's just
on the cross, and now you're feeling sorry for it.
The Last Supper, you just have lots of hyenas. They're eating scavenger parts because that's what they do at the Last Supper.
The crown of whale penis.
Crowd of whale penis. Who doesn't love a good 15-foot? And Regos, thank you so very much. Our last but not least, Thespian Skull. Thank you so very much. And check out our Bible studies where we use this Thespian Skull, because the Bible gets a little, and thy told me so every once in a while. So.
And God spake unto Moses, the Lord thy God, which led thee out of the land of Egypt. For I
did
am
he?
The Lord thy God.
Did he lead us out of the land of Egypt?
Yeah,
Dad didn't tell us like over and over and over again. We were just sitting in the minivan. Hey, I took you out of the land of Egypt. I could put you back in there. We know, Dad. You say
Who came to bail you out of jail that time when you were pissing in the park, huh? Who came to bail your ass out?
Yeah, but Dad, you know, it was, don't want to be picky, but it was kind of you that put us in there, not to be like picky about it or anything, but put your ass back in.
I still got your ass out.
Out of that place. Out of Egypt. Egypt, of all places. Thanks, the Lord. Anyway, thanks to all of our Patreons. You are what make this content possible, along with all of our viewers. Sending love out there to you. And with that,
Do it, Amy.
Do, 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 do.
Do it to me.
The contingency argument. Or rather specifically, the contingency argument for the existence of God. It's one of the many cosmological arguments being used by apologists, and it's a favorite of Catholics and Muslims alike. So what exactly are we even talking about? Well, let's start by laying some definitions on the table. Cosmological means that we are dealing with the origins of the universe, which is why you'll often hear arguments like Kalam talk about beginning to exist. That's because Kalam is a sister cosmological argument to the contingency argument. So what does contingency mean? Contingency can mean a future event or circumstance, which is possible, but cannot be predicted with certainty. A provision for an unforeseen event or circumstance, and an incidental expense. Or in philosophy, it means the absence of necessity. In fact, what theists are trying to prove when they use this argument is that God is a necessity for everything else. How they do this changes depending on the argument used. But let's look at an example. Number one, every contingent fact has an explanation. Number two, there is a contingent fact that includes all other contingent facts. Number three, there is an explanation of this fact. Number four, this explanation must involve a necessary being. And number five, this necessary being, is God. Let's start to break this down. First of all, every contingent and non-contingent fact could have an explanation. In fact, claiming God does it still needs an explanation. I'm also not sure how anyone could prove that a single fact can hold all other facts. It could be there is an explanation for everything in the universe. However, asserting so is not evidence. I also think theists or proponents of this model don't have evidence for a necessary being. What exactly is a being anyway? Or rather, what is being? Because those two different types of the same word mean different things. There is a human being. There is a kitty being. There is a human being which we mostly associate our agency with. And then there is being in general, as in existence within this world. The cells that make up my body are what allow me to be. However, much like supernatural, the words necessary being are fuzzy. Do you mean being, like you and I? Or do you mean a rock, which by existing in this world has a being?
Grandpa.
I know, we got good old, where is he? We got Grandpa. This is rock soup, ladies and gentlemen. This is what the theists think. Well, not the theist. I should paint with as small a brush as possible. This is what the day Earth creationists think that we, the scientists or skeptical-minded people or whoever thinks that we're coming from. See, it's Grandpa. Hi, everyone. Oh, Grandpa, you look sleepy. The cells that make up my body are what allow me to be. But words like supernatural and necessary being are fuzzy. Do you mean a being like you and I? Or do you mean Grandpa, my rock, which by existing in this world has a being? I'm not sure. And I think equivocation is part of the plan. Is it possible that there is something that nests all objects that exist? Maybe. But to assume it's necessary must be demonstrated. All that we can currently say is that the Big Bang is the furthest back that we can currently look. 3.5 billion years makes for a good starting point. However, even such a singularity wouldn't have been nothing. There may come a time when we actually see past this point and ask the question, what came before the Big Bang? If such an answer is even possible. It could be that we are but only one universe within a multiverse. It could be that time is less straightforward and more circular. We don't know. And furthermore, we shouldn't say we know when we don't. Which is frustrating. We want to have reasons for everything. Why does the universe exist? Why is there something instead of nothing? Instead of filling in the blanks with our own answers, we should instead proportion our beliefs to the evidence. If the evidence is not present, then we need to march our butts back into the lab until we find some. Until that time, there is no necessary being, nor can one assert a God is that being. There is only us being, or rather existing, in the natural material world. Thank you. And Woohoo!
Woohoo!
How are you tonight, James? And are you ready for some necessary fun?
Well, if something came before the Big Bang, that would be pretty bad. So you don't want to have the party be over before the party gets started, But yeah, so I think we all had fun watching that debate a little while ago. It was one of the biggest dumpster fires of all time in debating history, but we're actually not here to talk about that right away, although I'm sure at some point we will make our way down that path. So I don't have quite as much to say on the topic as Amy did, but I do want to add a few comments onto what she said. She did a good job explaining what's going on here. And to me, this is just the theists, those people arguing for this position. They're basically just boiling it all down to why is there something rather than nothing? You don't know, therefore God. But that really doesn't sound very impressive. It's not scientific. It just doesn't sound like a very cogent way of putting things. So they develop these arguments, these claims that try to take that simple question, that simple idea, and make it seem like a lot more than it really is. Like the Kalam, which is basically, hey, you don't know why there's something rather than nothing. I know. I'm proposing it's God. You can't disprove my God, so therefore God is real, which of course nobody looking at anything with any type of objectivity finds that to be a convincing argument. But be that as it may, none of their arguments are very convincing, so that's all they have to work with. So a lot of times they'll introduce you to the Kalam to start off, and then their little brother is the contingency argument. What their little brother does, he takes that Kalam argument and he tries to make it personal, not just a generic first cause, but a personal first cause, an agent, somebody who does things with purpose, somebody who knows everything, somebody who cares very, very much who you sleep with at night. And if it's somebody he doesn't approve of, he might just have to torture you forever after you die. So, yeah, it's a way of migrating the argument just a bit further down that rabbit hole from the Kalam. And the thing is, they need to get you good and deep down that rabbit hole. So if you're talking to, and this is actually very, very similar to presuppositional apologetics. It's cousins to it, because if you presuppose all this stuff, it's a way of presupposing God. But anyway, they need you to be good and deep down that rabbit hole before they move on to the next phase, because you already accept that the universe needs a cause in the way that we would understand cause and causality, which we don't know. Okay, these are the hardest questions we've ever had to ponder as a species. We've learned a lot, but we still don't know this answer. And you know what? That's okay. It's okay. That's what drives us to learn, to make new discoveries. It's always been the religions that have held us back by saying, you don't need to do any of that. This book says it. Don't have any evidence for it. But if you don't believe it, God's going to kill you, and he'll do really mean things to you after you die. So you should probably just forget about all this science, believe it, and give us all your money too. Don't worry, God will give you way more back in heaven. It's like a 50 trillion return on investment in heaven. Don't worry about it. Anyhow, they need to be good and deep down this rabbit hole of, oh, well, it has to have causality. It has to be a person. It has to be an agent. It has to be something that thinks and has will. Because once they introduce you to their God, be it the Christian God, Allah, any of their religions, they're all packed full of absurdities, contradictions, internal divide, schism. They're full of conflicts with science and history. But if you've already assumed that there must be this being, then you kind of just have to pick the one that makes the most sense, even though none of them really do make sense. And that's the thing. You can go through every religion on earth and you can find things in it that are demonstrably not true. They're false. It conflicts with science. It has blatant absurdities that are just so ridiculous. You have to, as we were told, you'd have to purge your mind of common sense and just believe it with childlike belief, like the same childlike belief that you use to think that the tooth fairy was coming under your pillow to take your teeth and leave you $1. That's the kind of childlike mentality you'd have to do to assume some of these ridiculous claims that these religions make. And so, yeah, but if you've already assumed, you're already well and deep down that rabbit hole, then hey, Christianity, they've got that Trinity thing, and that doesn't make sense. So, Islam, we've got this Allah guy, and he's only one guy, so that makes more sense than the Trinity thing. But don't worry, plenty of nonsense and absurdities and conflicts with science and history packed into Islam too. But once you adopt it as your belief, then you actually kind of go into defensive mode, and you kind of try to defend it against people claiming that it's wrong. And I remember back when I was a Christian, I think that's how many of us came to this debate sphere, those of us who were theists, is we wanted to initially defend our faith. We thought it was good. We liked it. We thought it was true, and that we thought you could do the research and you could put together good arguments that support your faith, and that evidence to support it would be found, and that it was a logical thing to do. And me, like many of my fellow atheists and non-believers, you can't do that. We tried to make it make sense, to find the evidence, to find the right arguments. We looked and looked, and there's just nothing there. There is just literally nothing there. We keep listening to these debates, hoping for new arguments, hoping for new evidence, hoping for something, and it's all the same. It's repackaged. There is nothing new under the sun. It's the same bad arguments, the same bad claims, just repackaged with distorted evidence, bad philosophy, bad logic, and yeah, it just doesn't work. But this contingency argument is just a kind of a lure that they do to get you further down that rabbit hole, so that maybe you won't question, you won't ask too many questions about their deity and what their holy books say. And maybe Joseph Smith really didn't know Reformed Egyptian. Maybe he didn't talk to an angel. Maybe he's just a con man. So yeah. Thank you, Amy.
Woohoo! Thank you so very much, James. And okay, we're going to talk for a few minutes, and then we're going to open up the open mic so we can get everybody in.
Amy, it is just so amazing that you were able to take time away from your 18 hours a day of self-reflection, and you did the debate. Yeah, you're on an intensive journey to find yourself, and we just wish you all the luck in that journey. And but you took time to do the debate, and now you took time to be with us, so I appreciate it. I know the viewers and subscribers appreciate it, and
I am sending so much love to our viewers. And I will say this has been a slow burn, this specific topic, because it's popped up a few times in different, specifically Muslim and Catholic circles. Weirdly enough, I see like a Protestant split. Protestants, they have no like hierarchical control. Right. And so no one controls them, but they kind of go off and kind of do these crazy apologetic evangelical, look, it is 6,006 days. And so we deal with that.
Ken Hovind, Smokey
the Ken Hovins of the world. Well, I will say, and I won't say this often, I will say I lurk many of the streams that the theist and creationist streams. I heard something recently that we'll put the rumor mill aside for a second.
Yeah.
I heard Smokey say something today that I was like, oh my Jesus. What was like, he's like, none of this flurf nonsense doesn't come from 6,000-year-old 6-day creationists. He's like, or that's all it comes from. which was crazy. I was like, that's right, Smokey. Call out those.
He pinned flat eartherism on young earth creationism. Did he do that?
Because I've not seen frickin' an atheist, and I have not seen, like, I would like to meet. It might be I would be interested in Nathaniel's answer and Russ's answer, in Dave's answer, in just how old they think the Earth is. Like,
yeah. I think Will Stewart's already said he doesn't know, and it doesn't matter. It could be evolution. It doesn't affect his theology. And that's the way the Catholic Church is. Catholic Church, you want to believe 6 days, believe 6 days. You want to believe 13 billion years, believe it. You know, it's not essential.
And I will say, bringing it back to contingency,
yes,
that this argument is starting to not bug me. I guess bug me. Just so the Protestants have their side. So the Catholics and the Muslims, they kind of have this other side. And they generally they're wrapping up of it and putting it on a bow. Is we are trying to come at this from the intellectual. Right. We are giving you philosophical arguments. Do you not see? We are talking about the nature of being in itself. And
the essence of yes, existence and consciousness.
What annoys me so much about that is that they are defending deism. They are not defending why they came to Jesus, why they think Muhammad is the last prophet of God. And so really what they're doing is they're figuring out ways to try and communicate with atheists and skeptics. And these apologetics are what they put forth to what they think are the intellectuals. Thanks. We're going to pat us on our back. Pat you on the back, James. And they trot these out. They don't bring them up to other Christians and Muslims because it wouldn't work on them. Why would you argue the Kalam to someone who already thinks that a prime mover exists? And so this is the type of argument that I think when skeptics and atheists first come across it on first blush, it's like, what the hell are you even saying? But I feel like once you take the seer stone and you go, or the Rosetta Stone, even better, and you go, oh, no. Yeah, that's cool. No, I agree with you. We do exist. Can you prove the God existing? Yeah, that guy. We actually want to know about him.
Yes,
we agree. We exist.
Well, like, here's the thing. Like, I think the presuppositionalists, like the Protestants on that side, they tend to stay away from science altogether. They frame it much more in terms of just vague philosophy and, thought experiments. But the contingency people, they do that, but they also trim it around the edges with some scientific sounding things, and then they apply their bad philosophy and their questionable logic to that to try and lure you down their rabbit hole.
Another statement I want to call out. Anyone in chat, feel free to tell me I'm wrong or to inform me. But science is not philosophy. I keep on hearing this. Science is not philosophy. Science was natural philosophy, and natural philosophy broke apart to become what we now know as science, which is something here. But science is not under philosophy.
You could say there's a philosophy of science, but to say science is philosophy, no. There is a philosophy
was the other point
of science,
There is a philosophy of science. I mean, I could even make the argument sometimes you gotta brainstorm, you gotta do some philosophizing if you want to do hypotheses, but that is not science. Philosophy and science are two. I'm not trying to shit on either one. They are two different fields. And anytime that I come forward and ask for empirical evidence, you cannot just brush it away with that's the wrong tool. Because I'll tell you what, I think you guys are using the wrong tool.
Ralph, that's his shtick.
That's many of their shtick, I think, on all the, I think on If I Win the Thought Adventure podcast and EF Dawa and all these, or just a normal Catholic stream, I think they would tell me this stuff. Lovely conversations. We're really thinking deep. I really don't think it gets us any closer to a God, and you can tell that because they have been asking this question since Aristotle.
Why is there something rather than nothing? It's just rephrasing it and adding some other components to it. But yeah, still don't know. We've only been really using logic and reason for a few thousand years out of the 14 billion years that the universe has existed. We don't know everything yet. I'm sorry. We still have a lot to learn, but we have come a long way. And we got much further in that way by taking the ideas in this book here and putting it on the shelf and going out and looking at the natural world and seeing how things actually work without our presuppositions and biases, and seeing how things actually work, not how we think they should work or want them to work.
Exactly. I just want to know the truth. We'll go for about another minute, and then we'll open it up to open mic. But I couldn't agree more, James. We are just looking for evidence. And it pisses me off because many times they will ask me, what evidence will convince you? And then I give them evidence, and they just shut it down. They're like, that is not the way that you accept evidence. But, I am been looking through the Torah a lot lately, and I've been peeking in the Quran. And it seems like Allah, which is Arabic for God, seems like God is having one-on-one conversations with his chosen prophets. Yes, his chosen guys, the middlemen. The middlemen don't seem to really need to philosophize. They don't need to really sit here and go, oh, if I make this argument and this argument, oh, I unlock the achievement. Now I can talk to God. No, they're getting
telling them no.
Personal conversations.
Anyone who blasphemes me, that's me. Anyone who does that shall be put to death.
Yeah.
Well, I do have to say that doesn't mean that people who are Christians or of any faith can't practice science. They all can. And that doesn't take anything away from the people who, in the past, who were Christians, who did contribute greatly to science. But here's the thing, is that they didn't get to those scientific achievements by blind faith in their religion. They got to those by looking at the natural world through the tool of science, which is basically just trying to filter out our biases and our intuitions, and help us look and see what's actually happening in the natural world, which is a completely separate exercise from religion.
And another thing to bring up when we are talking about, are we looking for the right tool for the job here? What is science? It is Latin for knowledge. Right. We are just seeking knowledge. We are trying to get justified true beliefs, if you want to philosophize it.
You want to go T-jump on you?
Yeah. I mean, we're just looking for evidence. And okay, I'm about to send the link into chat. I'll start reading chat and saying hi. I see so many wonderful. See Randolph and Pancake and Mark and Jason and Bob and Don and Titan and Leo and Don and Nick and Mark, everybody, Ian, Eddie, mwah, Soldier of Science, Doorknob.
Yeah. Woohoo! I do want to say,
send it open.
Before you open it up, a lot of really smart people, they've just so they hear what we've said, and all they've done is they've repackaged their God claims to try to make God unfalsifiable, to make him so science could never prove that he's not real. And you can do that all you want, but that still doesn't mean that he's real. Just making so he can't be falsified in any way. He's invisible. He doesn't affect time, space, or matter. He's outside of it. He's somewhere else. We don't know where he is, but, you can adjust his properties to be whatever you want, whatever you think makes him unfalsifiable. That's not evidence he's real.
Yeah. All we want is a little bit of evidence. We just want the same thing that Paul got. We just want what Muhammad got, Moses. Pick your prophet.
Even if it wasn't a personal direct encounter like Paul or Moses, just some type of verifiable evidence that these events in these holy texts are actually true.
And all right, I'm sending the link into chat. Don't mind if while we bring you in, I also say hi to everybody on the screen. And
hopefully we have Davey out there. Davey boy? No?
I don't know, do we? That's a good chance. Hey, he's welcome. We welcome everybody on here.
Everybody. Flurfers, globetards. We do have a slight bias towards the globe Earth, but we're open to evidence.
Yeah. Well, I will say I am team skeptic, but I very, very much want to have neutral platforms when people are on here. And so we're
not going to mute you just because we disagree with you or
exactly.
kick you. There, okay, guys.
We want to get your points out there and just send in love. I see Doorknob Head.
Treat them better than they treat us. That's like Oz says, out Christian the Christian. So don't treat them the way they treat us. Hey, Randolph. Hey, Mark.
All right. I'm going to be saying hi to people.
That was a thought exercise for all of us tonight. So,
it was feisty. And all right, we're going to be switching into our open mic. We already got Leo, Bird, Randolph, Soldier of Science, Mark, Reed, Jen, Nick, Pavel, and Jason. A full house in just like that. You combine a flat Earth with some cosmological arguments and woohoo, and then Eddie right in the back, last Jason but not least. And all right. And with that, we are moving into our woohoo! How are you doing? The one and only Leo Filius. Hope you're having a good night tonight. We are talking about the contingency argument, though it may be on a round Earth. We'll find out tonight. So, hope you're doing well, and what are your thoughts?
The contingency argument is often given as, and this is from crossexamine.org, which is Frank Turek's apologetics ministry. This is also the same form that William Lane Craig, who is a PhD philosopher and theologian, and is a prominent Christian apologist, would give the contingency argument. Everything that exists has a premise one, everything that exists has an explanation of its existence, either in the necessity of its own nature or in some external cause. I would probably replace cause with explanation or reason there, but same basic thing. Premise two, if the universe has an explanation of its existence, that explanation is God. Premise three, the universe exists. Premise four, or I should say conclusion one, therefore, the universe has an explanation of its existence. Conclusion two, therefore, the explanation of the universe's existence is God. So if I look at the first and the second premises together, I get, well, number one, everything that exists has an explanation of its existence. And this is where I think a lot of atheists and skeptics broadly go wrong with the contingency argument. This is, I don't think a lot of them really know about this, but that first premise there is just, it's nothing more than what's called the principle of sufficient reason. And the principle of sufficient reason states everything that exists has some explanation of its existence, and that would either be in the necessity of its own nature or in some external reason. I reject the principle of sufficient reason. I do believe that most things have some reason or another for why they are the way that they are, or just why they are, but I reject the principle of sufficient reason, something I don't think actually a lot of people are willing to do, but I am. Reasons, explanations are things humans seek. we can't guarantee that they will always be there. So there's no reason to assume that we will always find them. The second premise, if the universe has an explanation of its existence, that explanation is God, absolutely not. Because by the first premise, if I were to grant the first premise, one could just as easily argue that the explanation of the universe's existence is in the necessity of its own nature, that the universe is a necessarily existent thing. I personally would not take that view. I would say that the universe exists simpliciter, that is to say that the universe exists in and of itself with no further justification, qualification, or condition. As Carl Sagan once famously said, the universe just is, and that's all. And for now, that's where I'll leave my opening comments.
Thank you so very much, Leo.
We need to get people in here, so.
Yep.
Yes, so I'm going to go like this just because I can go. I see Eddie saying we got to talk. Woohoo! Then Randolph, and we got him backstage. And then Randolph says science is our best tentative positions on various aspects of reality. Saying hi to Jen. And if you guys feel, don't forget to tag me at Amy Newman, especially if you guys just saying hi or you want your comment read on screen. And with that, we're going to keep on moving down the line. Bird is the word.
Bird.
How are you?
What?
And what are your thoughts about the contingency argument or anything we've been talking about?
I swear, Amy, if you put me behind Leo one more damn time, thank you, Leo, you son of a bitch. I have nothing to say. That's it. Next person.
Woo-hoo!
I'm so sorry.
Thank you so very much. Bird is the
I just want to say really quickly, Amy, the next time Bird is immediately in or behind me, you have my permission to put him in front of me. I want that out there right now. You have my permission. If you say Leo, then Bird, just go Bird, then Leo. Just do it that way.
Yes.
Thank you, Leo.
Thank you, Leo, and thank you, Bird. And Randolph Richardson.
I got those hearts just for you, Amy.
Oh,
Hey,
thank
Randolph.
you so very much.
Richard
I'm sending
Randolphson.
hearts right back at you. We are talking the
It's easier than
contingency argument.
I always have trouble with this.
Well, can I tell you, part of the reason why I got the heart blushy is because I was doing this motion so much that I was like, I could just hold this damn blushy and I could just go like this.
And by the way, if it helps, you can put me between Leo and Bird if you end up needing to at some point. I really.
Oh no!
That is the hottest thing we have heard tonight.
Oh,
but okay.
hello!
Randolph,
Yeah.
Leo, and
Okay.
Bird.
So you thought of that, not me. I'll leave that there.
Am I going to have to crack open the top drawer of the dresser?
Please.
Mm.
Yeah, I
But
can be a buffer,
Randolph,
like they said in the Godfather movie, buffers.
the
Have a lot of
godfather of atheism. But Randolph, we are talking the contingency argument.
Yeah,
What are your thoughts?
I agree with Leo. He totally makes sense, and
Yeah.
I think the reason Leo's correct in rejecting the first premise is that reasons are subjective. So, bang on, Leo. Way to go. You nailed it all really well. I reject the first premise too. I haven't thought of it in the terms that Leo raised about cause being more in depth, but I'm not convinced that everything in our universe has a cause behind it. So that's why.
Yeah, we know that's false.
It's kind of in line with what Leo's saying, or maybe Leo can elaborate on this later.
Yeah.
And all right,
Or
thank
make
you
the
so
cause
very
maybe in
much.
the way we would understand a cause. You know.
Exactly. It could be that there's a different type of time outside of our time, because they always use the word timeless. And I'm like, how do you know it's timeless? It could be time in a completely different way that we just don't experience it. It could be.
Well,
Could be, but there aren't really good
Well,
reasons
the
to
thing-
think that it is.
Oh,
the thing is,
I'm just throwing
I
things
think-
out there.
I think in a way it's kind of like it's overrated. I don't think of time as being anything really special. I think it's more just something we observe the passage of, and I don't regard it as a
Sure.
dimension. I know it's expressed that way out of convenience. At the very least, is as far as I go with it.
I just wanted to say, no, go ahead, Amy. I go after you.
Well, no, I completely agree. I mean, I am the biggest fan of saying that the most wondrous things that people prescribe supernatural forces to, like consciousness, I don't think it's that special. I think it's amazing.
Yeah.
But I think that it is just like digestion. It's just a function, and conjunction, junction.
Ah, Amy's a functionalist, huh? Welcome to the club. Anyway, I did want to say to what Randolph said. Myself, I know Randolph knows this because me and him have talked about this. He's asked me questions on this. I'm sure most that are probably, at least a lot of people that are listening, I know, are going to know this. But anybody who does know it, as well as anybody who's taken an undergraduate course in quantum mechanics, knows that causality is not a fundamental law or principle in reality. It is a particular relation between events in space-time that is observed and understood at a classical level, and that particular type of relation disappears below that, much the same way that temperature is a classical level phenomenon. An atom doesn't have a temperature, nor does an electron. This is something that does not exist at that level of reality. The same could be said for causality.
Is it perhaps something akin to friction between these different particles that generates the temperature differential?
It would be the energy of whatever.
More heat is more energy.
Whatever degrees of freedom are governing atomic systems and molecular systems.
So more heat would be more energy.
Yeah. So what we think of as temperature is just energy. Oh yeah.
When I was a kid, I was fascinated by learning about kelvins, and that there's no such thing as anything colder than absolute zero, because absolute zero is just the absence of all heat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolute zero. If the universe were at absolute, yeah. Well, no, absolute zero is not impossible. Absolute zero. Let's grant for the hypothetical that the whole universe is at absolute zero right now. That would just be that the universe is at thermodynamic equilibrium. What you would say is the universe is at vacuum. It is in its lowest possible energy state, which is not zero energy. It's almost zero energy. It's just barely hovering above zero energy. And every quantum field is that way intrinsically because of the uncertainty.
And that'll be the last statement.
Yes, let's keep going.
Right along. And actually appreciate everything you guys said. So we're going to Soldier of Science. We are Midnight Ranting on the Contingency Argument. Hope you're doing well. And what are your thoughts?
Hey, Soldier.
Yeah, hey guys, good to see you all again. No, obviously, I think that's correct. I think, most humans that are growing up, they kind of have this intuition that something has to come from something else. I mean, it's what you grow up with, right? It's, you're limited by your earth, you're limited by your universe, you're limited by things which create other things. And I think it's adequate to say that how do you know that everything didn't exist as always? We tend to think that the universe came from nothing, but what's to say that the universe was always there? So I agree. I mean, contingency is probably a false premise in the fact that you presuppose that something came from nothing, or it came from something that was contingent, rather than accepting the idea that maybe existence was always there and it wasn't contingent on anything at all. Maybe it's always been there. And maybe we need to switch our brains to that model of thinking that it's always been that way.
We can delve into nothing after the intros if you like, because I do have some thoughts on that.
So that's my second favorite sentence of the night. And we are going to move. Thank you so very much, Soldier. And all right, we're moving down. We almost got our last in. We got Mark, Jen, Pavel, Eddie, and Jason. Mark Reed.
Hey, Mark.
We have been Midnight Ranting on the Contingency Argument. Hope you're doing well, and what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I do have to say really quickly, Mark, I need to thank you for taking over for me last night. I had some technical issues. I got My YouTube is telling me an hour. It was giving me Easter time. I live in Central
Look,
time, and it,
no
it got all
problem.
screwed up. I very much appreciate you picking that up.
No problem at all. I actually had a blast. I had a really good time. I do apologize. Like, I know that you know way more about the stuff than I did, but I did my best. You know, like I did.
I think you did well.
I'm sure
I was
I hope
disappointed
so.
in myself. I had a whole game plan laid out. Oh my god, I was
Yeah, I
so
bet
ready
you
to
did.
hammer Neff, dude. I was looking
Yeah.
forward to it. But when I saw that you were in it, I was like, at least I know somebody good is in this debate. At least that's.
Well, yeah, competent. Thank you very much, and yeah, that was a blast. So I've popped my cherry on modern day debate, which is fantastic. I'm really pleased about
Nice.
that. Yeah, fantastic. Now, I'm not really like the argument from contingency. I'm not really on, so I was kind of looking over it, kind of thing, before. And yeah, so part of this seems to be just the assumption that the necessary thing, rather than what it's the contingency, what it's contingent. Sorry. The necessary thing that causes all of these contingent things seems to be assumed to be a being. And I think that's what Soldier of Science was getting at. Like, why does it have to be a being? I cannot find any logical jump that says that. I mean, I came across Clarke's one, which is every being that exists is either contingent or necessary. Not every being can be contingent. There exists a necessary being on which the contingent beings depend, and a necessary being on which all contingent things depend is what we mean by God. Therefore, God exists. But like, the whole thing is not every being can be contingent, but what if every being is contingent?
You know what,
And
Mark,
there's
Mark,
no
Mark, Mark,
necessary beings.
I just want to stop you there, because not necessarily even God, because if you look at the classic,
That's not my argument, Soldier.
I know, but you're saying that I was kind of alluding towards a being, and no, I'm not even necessarily alluding towards a being, because if you look at the classical thought of how the universe was created out of a Big Bang, and you know, before that time and space was created, that there was either nothing that created that, you know, there was nothing that existed that, so the universe wasn't contingent on anything. And so the classic view is that it had to be contingent on something, even if it's not a being. It had to be contingent on something. And what I was getting around as, maybe it's not a causational effect. Maybe something has always existed, and whether there is a circulation in universes where there's a constant evolving of universes that expand and contract, or multiverses, maybe all of those have always existed. So I wasn't really getting to the fact that it was a being, as much as saying, you know what, our view is that something must have created this universe. Even if it's not a being, maybe it was something, you know, in quantum physics that created it. And I'm saying maybe it wasn't a creation at all. Maybe it's always existed. Maybe all of these things have always existed.
Yeah, I mean, is that better? I've just got some reports that my mic is like I'm eating my microphone apparently. So I just want to make sure that is better. Can I get some feedback on that in chat?
You sound good.
Fantastic, thank you. Yeah, no, I really, I absolutely acknowledge your point that, hey, maybe the universe always existed, but that's not what I'm addressing on this one. It's more Clarke's argument that there is contingent and necessary beings, which we have no reason to think that any being is necessary. But it may just be a universe full of contingent beings, and the necessary thing may not be a being at all. It may be something else.
Yeah, exactly. That's true.
Right. So,
but I was saying maybe there is no contingency. Is kind of what I mean. Obviously,
sure,
there's
yeah.
obviously there's contingency on systems that are created, right? I mean, the universe was created, whether it's a being or something.
I mean, I wouldn't say created.
Created is a bad word. But
I mean, it emerged. It
emerges, right. So obviously contingent on another system, I guess. But
Sure, but then
but
you've
were
got
all those
infinite
systems
regress,
existing
unfortunately.
already? Right. Were all those systems existing already, or was there a classical view of none of these systems existing,
Well, we
and
don't
then the
know.
systems emerged?
Well, we don't know, but the problem is if you've got all contingency, the theists are right to point out that you've got infinite regress. You've got, if everything's contingent, like everything, if there can't be
Right.
necessary causes,
Right.
then you've got an infinite regress.
Right.
But you're right, that doesn't address whether the universe has been there. It is a necessary cause, or there's a necessary cause that we don't know about, and we've got no way to investigate it.
Right.
But sort of saying, hey, everything's contingent, you do have the problem of infinite regress that you have to address.
No, I
Yeah,
agree.
it wouldn't be true that everything is contingent.
Right. I don't think it is. I think there was something necessary. But my point is, I don't see why that's a being or a god kind of thing. And I don't know why Clark would sort of say every being is either contingent or necessary when we've got
Who's
no
typing
reason.
loud?
Not me. Not
It's
me.
really loud. Who's ever typing?
It's not me this time.
Oh, sorry, that was me. I type fast. I'll mute.
Wow, that's so much clearer. What was I saying? But when
Contingency. Sorry.
Yeah, all beings. So just not everything, but all beings may just be contingent on whatever the necessary cause was, which could have just been like the universe. We don't know. We don't know.
Right.
And I just wanna give a big shout out to Amy for moderating that absolute tragedy of a debate.
Amy, will you just mute me? Will you just mute him? Amy, will you mute him? Amy, please mute him. Amy, please mute him. Amy, please mute. Sorry.
Hold on. What debate was this?
And so I want to ask you, Mark, because as someone who has a bias, I tried and go into a debate as a moderator, and I try and remove it for that. I try and fight smiling and laughing at jokes that would give people points and stuff like that. And so my question is, did I do okay? I feel like I could have broken them up more, but
that was perfect.
But it was. If you want my honest opinion, and I'll be brutally honest with you.
Sure.
You are a sweetheart, and you are way too nice with these people.
Yeah, I agree. I've told Amy that many times.
you're so respectful and so nice, and you don't want to put your foot down and sort of be harsh with them. I'm not going to say you've got to, but you will find it a lot more beneficial as a moderator to have that authority to say stop. Quit it, or I'll mute you both. You have to be, or I don't want to say have to. You don't. You did a good job without it. You managed to get through. But I think it would be beneficial for the debate if you were a lot harder on these people who are just disrespecting you. And it was making me mad to see people disrespect you like that, because
where was this debate at?
It just happened. 9 o'clock tonight.
It just happened.
Oh, it was the debate tonight?
I will say,
the flat Earth debate.
I will say, watching so many flat Earth debates now that both Amy and T-Jump basically let that guy talk and humiliate himself. And in all honesty, that guy said so many disrespectful things. He used the word retarded, I don't know, maybe 150 times tonight, which was crap, which was full on crap. I do have to say he was the spitting image of Jack Black's younger brother, so there was that. But I agree with you at one point, Mark. I was like, okay, maybe this guy needs to be shut up. But I also thought T-Jump did a brilliant job by just not saying anything and letting that guy just spout. But
that wasn't the best for the audience. You know what I mean? We have to look at it as, just letting one person rant on and on isn't the best debate to watch.
And I will say,
But I
The
will, Amy. I will also say, and on debate, I've told this to James before. I don't even think you should give airtime to flat earthers in the first place. In my opinion.
Well, can
In
I
my
tell
opinion.
you
I think
why
you
I
should.
think that happens? Do you guys see how fired up you guys are? It
Well,
got
yeah, I know.
viewers. It got lots of
You see how
viewers.
many
Got
super
good
chats
super
came in?
chats. Oh
Yeah, I
yeah,
know. I
and
know.
so it's a good debate topic. I'm in between because I feel like we're kind of the politically incorrect mythbusters here.
Yeah.
Like our whole thing is taking in my view, conspiracy theories and then disproving them, and so it's hard. There's a hard
is.
line to.
That one's hard for me. That one's hard for me because
Speaking of things that are hard, can we get everybody
Well,
else in here?
well,
I know
absolutely.
Eddie's chomping at the bit to,
And
and
I
I
will
think
say-
he was the last
well-
one in line.
We're about to have someone who I think has a differing view than us, and then
Jen's here. COE.
so we're about to get Jen in, but I'll tell you, Eddie, you can have as much time for your opening as you want. We love it here. We want everybody to get their points across.
Could we just
I
all
will
agree
say,
to let Jen do her opening as well? Because
Yes.
just let her.
We could go 10
let
hours.
her-
We could go 12 hours.
and what I need to get over is someone. I think Jim Brenton told me this and I agree wholeheartedly. Is that you're not always going into debates mostly you're not really going there to make friends.
right.
And so I have. It's almost painful for me to mute people because in my head, when people are in pain, I'm in pain. It's a very whatever. But I hate it when people feel bad, and yet I need to understand that sometimes the short term of making someone feel bad helps the larger of just everybody having a better time, including them. And that's
Yep.
something I need to.
Well, they're not even
Push
feeling bad. They're going to push their limits until you push back, and you set the limit.
You
They're
need to be a
fighting.
mother. Like when your kids are misbehaving.
Is
you've
Jen coming
got
in or
to-
not?
True.
Yeah.
And all right.
Easy,
I just had
Leo, easy.
feisty. And all right. I love
You,
all
Leo.
of you here.
I just want the discussion to open up. That's all.
Mute
That
Leo.
is true.
Yeah, we
We're
know you
gonna
want to
get.
talk.
And let's, like I said, I want to get our opposition viewpoints in here. Though, who knows? Jen's kind of like in my view, our middle ground. So we'll see.
Well,
Jen.
I don't think she's a flirter.
Well, let's see. Yeah, exactly. Jen, we are midnight ranting on the contingency argument. I hope you're doing well. And what are your thoughts about the subject and everything we've talked about tonight?
Doing great. Nice to see you again, Amy.
What do you mean
Congrats
by great? You have to define that. What do you
on
mean by-
hosting
All
that
right, I'm
show
done.
today
I'm done.
and
Thank you so very much.
keeping
So
it
much
relatively sane. I don't know if you saw, but I shelled your show, so hopefully that helps you get up to
Woohoo.
1,000. I see you're at 653. Shouldn't be too long now because these streams are fire. Thank you very much, Mr. Mark Reed, along with congrats for doing so well in that debate at the last minute there, for saying also that, not to interrupt me. So we've seen a lot of people piling into this one. And I think it's because there's a lot of really appealing arguments being made. But then it gets a bit irritating then because there seems to be some kind of bait and switch between something seemingly plausible to something that just maybe doesn't seem to follow or is a larger leap of logic. So that's where we sort of get stuck. And I guess we could call it like a Socratic finger trap, which was instantiated very good example of today on the modern day debate, where it was like, well, you just made the fallacy of misattribution of the authority fallacy. It's like
The fallacy.
so yeah, back to the point of the show, contingency argument. I looked into it a bit, and it was weird because when I Googled contingency argument, cosmological argument was the first thing that came up. So it does appear to be a rephrasing of this cosmological argument, i.e., why are we here? Yada, God, right? Which James rightly pointed out isn't less than satisfying in a lot of its formulations, right? But just to bring this back to what this conversation was originally about historically, was to address the problem of infinite regress. Well, I was caused by my parents. Well, then who are they caused by? Well, their parents. and on and on. And then it's like, well, can this go forever? And that's where you sort of invoke something along the lines of what I was going to mention to Mark regarding improving his debate tactics, is something called the least action principle. So this is something out of physics. It's a bit like Occam's razor. It's like the simplest answer is the best, but it's going a step further into physics and saying, like, energetically the simplest answer is the more correct one, right? It's the same idea of like potential differences dissipating over time. Essentially, if something is going somewhere, the difference between the geodesic, which is the shortest distance in that particular space, the deviations from its geodesic are minimized. That's the actual physics formulation of that. It appears to be a tautology. Well, of course, if I'm going in a straight line, I'm going to minimize my deviations from a geodesic. What is that actually telling me? Well, that's like self-evident, isn't it? Well, it's tautology, but actually it's not purely a tautology. It's actually predictive formulation that gives us equations of motion. And that's the beauty of this really sort of succinct approach that you can only get by building up your... Whoever's typing, could you please mute? You can only get this really sort of precise finesse if you build your position up from first causes. So that's where this argument often gets misconstrued, or this thing called the cosmological argument. The idea is basically we exist and are subject to causality. Therefore, there must be something which is the source of the fact that we live in a universe governed by causality. So it's like there's mass. We can do experiments that show that conservation of mass is a thing. So where did it originally come from? So we have various hypotheses, right? Religion, God did it. Secular science, Big Bang, which people can sort of try to hair split and say that that's not actually describing the beginning of the universe. But I think that's honestly a little bit dishonest. So the argument, what it's supposed to be, this is how it gets misrepresented. Everything has a cause, therefore the universe has a cause.
Right.
But that's not what is actually true. So the correct way to express this is that everything with a beginning has an end. Anything with a boundary is subject to finiteness, because the ability to put a boundary on something is the same thing as it being finite.
I disagree with that too.
Okay, I would really like it if I could get through this without any interruptions. Thanks. So the assertion is that because there are things that have beginnings and ends, there are extant entities, there must be something sustaining this, which is an uncaused first cause, which was traditionally called the monad. There's no argument against this. The best argument against this is essentially a Socratic line of reasoning that has shown, quote unquote, problems in the reasoning process of certain monad type people. And then they say, well, therefore we have to go to empiricism. And that's where you end up with these new types of discontinuities, these logical paradoxes, like everything that is knowable through empiricism. That is itself an axiom, which is not empirical. It's metaphysical. Moreover, if you're going to use mathematics to do these empirical observations, you're accepting the axioms of a vector space, many of which, like Euclidean spaces, I hate to tell you this, are disproven by quantum mechanics. Causality is not disproven by quantum mechanics. I would really appreciate if I could actually just get this out without anybody blabbing. Is that possible?
I'm actually at this point saying...
I know you're excited, but have enough self-control not to talk while I'm doing this. I spent a lot of time writing this.
Oh,
it's extremely difficult to remain focused. Remaining focused on arguments, maybe I can make it look easy, but it's not easy. And if somebody trusts me, it's actually quite difficult to find back where I was.
I have faith in you. I have faith in you.
Okay, thank you.
You can get back.
Stop interrupting.
You can get back to that spot.
Causality, unlike what Leo Filius said, causality itself is not disproven by quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics disproves what you call mechanistic determinism, which is if we know the state of a system at some time, we can predict its exact state at a future time. Something called the uncertainty principle, aka the slit experiments, disproves this notion. It sets a hard limit on what we can know in advance of experiment under something called the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. So when you have a really teeny tiny unknown in position, you get a correspondingly large unknown, which means the distribution of possible places the electron's going to go or waveform's going to eventually coalesce its energy to. Because those two things are canonically conjugate. You can look any of this stuff up. I'm not saying anything controversial here. I'm just interpreting it in a way that's correct. That's all the
Just
difference. So I was happy to hear a lot of these arguments, especially coming from James here.
Right.
It is bad. The stuff equals, can you stop? Just mute yourself. James said, so, stuff, therefore God. And it's a bit simplistic, like looking at the rock and saying my grandpa, but there's truth to it, right? It's like, it seems bad because it is bad. And the solution is better philosophy. We have to understand how stuff works from the ground up and also how we understand things. See, people seem to think you can prove axioms. You can't prove axioms, and you can substantiate axioms in various ways, but you can't prove axioms. You also can't prove things using science. So if all you accept is scientific empiricism and you're demanding that people prove things, you've goalpost shifted into a thing that the solution space is null. You're not saying I will accept this, this, and this as standards of proof. That's what Permanas are. That's why I keep coming back to this. You need to accept standards of proof. Coming back also to what Mark and I were talking about in the chat earlier regarding a better approach to debating, which I think he kind of misunderstood as me trying to pigeonhole him with a label. But no, it's about you understanding your own position well enough that you can see how your beliefs precipitate other beliefs, and you can also see other people's false beliefs precipitate these logical inconsistencies much faster. Because right now you're coming from asserting a negative. You don't have any power to move forward with your position. You're always going to be playing defensive against someone else's positive assertion. You want a means, i.e. a positive axiom, i.e. a way to make things true so that you can actually make incursions in debates and start to win rather than just always defending, well, your God doesn't meet my standard of evidence, which if we only accept empiricism as evidence, metaphysically inconsistent, but that aside, if we only do that, then you're saying I will accept no solution. I've already pigeonholed myself into a place where I can't. Can you stop?
Okay,
this
Karen,
is like the fourth
do you want
time.
to?
Can
No,
you
it
tell
is
in
the
my
fourth
voice
time.
that I'm not happy to
It is
be
the fourth
interrupted
time.
like this?
Please
We're
do
going
let
to
her.
have an
It is the
open.
fourth time.
There's somebody who hasn't even had a chance to talk.
We're
and I feel bad
not
for
going
him.
to listen to you for
Okay.
20 freaking minutes, Karen. Come on.
Oh, come on now! Don't be like that, soldier. Come on. And plus, I was.
I mean,
actually,
she has been a Karen.
I was
Soldier,
trying to get to
soldier.
everyone's
Literally-
points because
she's
a lot of really
literally
good
been
points were made.
She has
I
been a
actually
Karen.
asked for
No,
her
she hasn't.
feedback.
Yes,
I
she has.
asked
I
for
thought
her
a lot of good
feedback.
points were made,
won't
and
shut up.
I want to give a chance to address everybody's points because I thought what Mark said about being, it is not self-evident why this would be considered important. But I think the train of reasoning is us being here is contingent on something, and then they sort of inferred that being within the hierarchical hierarchy of certitude, being was the thing they were most certain about. So they axiomatized it as an attribute of the absolute based on their own reasoning. Now, this may not make any more sense now based on changes in how we express ourselves, but I think that's basically like, what does it mean to be something? It's basically a question of, is being the most fundamental attribute of a thing? And according to them, they say, yes. So Amy was talking about a lot of stuff that was really interesting, like this question about proving things. And I hope I sort of addressed some of your questions about the lack of clarity about the first cause and the subsequent causes and how those things are different. You can't have one without the other, basically. Like, it's a minimal amount of complexity for any type of reasoning to make sense. And if you just go into pure empiricism, you're making it so that what you're saying can't make sense because you need a minimum amount, and empiricism isn't complex enough to actually create a self-consistent thought process. That maybe that's not clear, but I'll hopefully be able to get into that later. We had one last thing here about faith. People who are atheists don't like this term, but if you want to start winning debates in a better way, it's sometimes good to just concede certain things, i.e. to use a shared vocabulary, and just to say, even if you're secular, you're putting faith in your axioms. Whatever axioms you're using, you think you're using logical, you're using math, those accept axioms, so you have faith in the legitimacy of those axioms, and then you have to talk about, like, what's the range of the validity of those axioms, and that's where you're going to start to be able to have more BTFOs against your debate opponents. So I'm sorry if that was too Karen-ish or too long, and I really appreciate the time to yak, and I will look forward to the open combo.
Your Karen-ness was just your effort to snap at anything that anybody said.
Well, shut up.
Right.
Thank
trying to
you
talk.
so very much, Jen, for your opening statement.
I have something
And
to say about the faith comment, but we'll get to that after the introduction.
okay, we just have, I think, if I remember
Thanks,
the
Rainbow.
order, because I think they came in and out. But I think it was Pavel, Jason, Eddie.
You can't use
You
that
tell me if
terminology,
I'm-
Amy. Came in and out. Don't do that.
That's
Got him.
what she said.
Yes,
And
she
all
did.
right, thank you
Twice.
so very much, Jen. And we're moving right down. Pavel, we are midnight ranting
Hey.
on the contingency argument for God, or at least that's how they like to end it. Well, I hope you're doing well. And what are your thoughts about the argument or anything we've been talking about?
Well, first of all, I think Soldier of Science was being insulting by calling Jen a Karen because that's very sexist, and we should be better
No,
than
it's
that.
not-
It was sexist. It was
Amazing.
sexist, and I'm
Here's the
talking
punchline.
down.
It was sexist, but it was rude.
when this is a debate channel where some of us come in and out and we talk against each other, but when then someone wants to overpower and just say shut up.
Well,
That's what you were doing.
If it was a man, you wouldn't call her Karen. You wouldn't call her Karen.
They're being a Karen. They're being a Karen.
But if it was a man,
I don't care if you're a man.
called her a Karen.
If you're a man, I would call you
Hey.
10.
Men
If you're a
can
man,
be
I would call
Karens.
you 10.
That was rude. It wasn't sexist. It was rude.
It was sexist. It was
It's
sexist.
not
But
sexist.
You don't know what sexism is.
because
Yep.
because if it was a man, you wouldn't have called that person.
It had
Yes,
nothing-
we would.
it had
Men can
nothing
be
to do with
Karens.
her being a
Ridiculous.
female. It
I
had
think
to
we
do
all
with-
can agree most of us don't like it. So,
And
I mean,
so
whatever you
I-
label it as,
I am
don't do it.
just going to interrupt to say I love you all. And
I love
we're
you too,
going to
buddy.
hand
Hearts.
Woohoo! Hearts.
And if I could just continue a little bit here.
Yes,
I
I'm going to
think-
hand it right back over to you. The floor is all yours.
Thank you, Amy. And I love you guys. But I think the problem with these arguments is that people are too confident with this contingency argument because it's a terrible argument. Like I saw a Muslim holding a pen and saying, "Where did this pen come from?" Blah 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 blah. I mean, it's ridiculous. Like how can you assume? How can you make assumptions that all of a sudden a god, like a candle maker, for example, or a pen maker, and then a god? Well, he doesn't need a creation. He doesn't need a creation. It's a dumb argument, and people are too confident. Like people who have these arguments are too confident.
All pens
And-
came from NASA. We all know that.
And then
Tell him, Randall.
Leo was saying earlier that atheists get this argument wrong. Why do atheists get this argument wrong? I don't know what Leo's talking about. Like he keeps saying these things that atheists don't get things wrong, and I just disagree with them.
Be specific. What are you talking about?
Well, when Leo started, he was saying that in the first argument for the contingency thing, he was saying that atheists get this stuff wrong. Like they don't get it wrong. And I feel like Leo sometimes insults atheists because he tries to be superior to atheists because he's smarter than us.
Well, sometimes
Leo's
he
an
does get
atheist.
things right that, and I will be the first to admit, he knows a lot more about philosophy than I do. There's nothing wrong with being wrong. It's admitting when you're wrong and changing your mind. I don't think that's a problem, but that's just me.
You can just say he doesn't think we're wrong.
I would say that Leo was wrong in our arguments in the chat before this all started about agnosticism.
Wait, I
And-
had my headphones off. Were people talking about me?
Yes,
I
we
was
are.
talking about
Yes,
you.
we are. And in all honesty, like
Everybody.
using the word agnostic, like I said to you, Leo, is useless.
No, it's not.
And I'll tell. Oh, okay, so I know it's not useless as a colloquial term, meaning on the fence, which I know is what you accept. But Christopher Hitchens was someone who used the term.
Christopher Hitchens isn't a philosopher or a linguist. I don't really care
And
what
who
he
cares?
has to
And
say.
who cares?
No,
so
I
you
do.
have-
He's
that-
not
that's
an
the
You
authority.
have,
example
you
of
have
where-
to be a philosopher or a linguist.
For me to
Really?
respect what your
Really?
position is on what words mean and how they're used,
So-
yes. Just like if you're going
Actually,
to tell me
so-
about
so then-
just
so then you're-
just like if you're going to tell me about my car, you better be a mechanic. If you're not a
So-
mechanic and you
so
try to
guess
tell
what?
me
Guess
about my
what?
car, I'm
Guess-
probably not going to
guess
listen
what?
to you.
Christopher Hitchens was a word.
Your term, the way you use agnostic, has nothing to do with linguistics because linguistically,
Yes, it does. Linguistics
no, it
has to do with
No,
what
you're
words are
using-
and how we
you're
use them. Are you
using-
sure
you're
you
using a
understand what linguistics
You're
is?
you're using a common term to mean on the fence, where agnosticism linguistically does not mean that.
Yes, it does.
No, it does not.
Yes, it does. Would you like me
does
to
not.
demonstrate that?
It does
Would
not.
you like? Would you like me? Would you like
It's
me to
a
demonstrate?
comment. It's a
I
commentary.
can give you about 3 or 4 academic
It's a
sources that would
commentary.
disagree. So,
It's a
are you saying that? Are you saying that the relevant? Are you saying that the relevant academic sources are wrong? Because if so, then you're going to need to present an argument that is on par, preferably better than theirs, demonstrating that
I am
you're
saying the
incorrect.
real word usage.
Guys,
You're
I
wrong.
heart you both.
So am I.
Debate
Quote,
between
nowadays the term
agnosticism
agnostic
and
is often
atheism?
used to refer to those who follow the recommendation expressed in the conclusion of Huxley's argument. An agnostic is a person who has entertained the proposition that there is a God, but believes neither that it is true nor that it is false, end quote. From the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, a peer-reviewed academic source.
Someone on
the not incorrect.
Someone on the fence, but the word agnostic itself. What does the word gnostic mean? What does the word gnostic mean?
The word agnostic was
what does the word gnostic mean?
The word gnostic.
Let's finish the
refers to a religious
argument.
Let's finish the intros first. I don't know why we're going.
I'm going to go with both of you. I'm going to agree with both of you and say all non-believers welcome on this stream, baby. Come as you are. And I'm just
but not on the sheets.
But not on the sheets. I know Eddie wants to say, I just want to get Jason and Eddie in. I think Eddie said he is like putting the PJs on. So I want to get him on. But Jason, we have been midnight ranting on the contingency argument. I hope you are doing well. And what are your thoughts on the contingency argument?
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. Boy, you guys are pretty going at each other. Wow. What's my position? I'll be very short. Just so, because I know there's another person who wants to get in. In general, I would agree with Leo and Randolph that accepting the first premise is a flaw from an atheist standpoint. That this aspect that all things that begin, that there's a cause and effect association. I think that there could be potential problems with that, particularly given what we don't know about the beginning of the universe. And I think, Amy, you mentioned this aspects of time that, lots of physicists have published lots of work on the complexities and differences of time as we go backwards into the beginnings of the universe. I think that this goes right hand in hand with philosophical approaches which explore the world around us and say, well, look, this is so obvious. Everything that has a beginning, all things that, there are causes for all things. If something came into being, there's some reason why it came into being. That's just logical. That's what we see around us. But that's not necessarily, we don't know that for sure in that what's the case in the beginning of the universe. We don't know that. So I think, and again, I think I'm going to try to just wrap on this, but my whole piece on this is that our understandings of the universe over the last couple hundred years, we have really uncovered a lot of things that go against what common sense would say. And so this is where I think philosophy and the principle of sufficient reason and the Kalam, etc., are based on these components, which have these assumptions built into them that we just take for granted. And I'm not sure that is a fair way of approaching it. So I'm just going to stop there and let other folks get in.
Thank you, Jason.
Yep.
Thank you so very much. And all right, we're going to have someone possibly from the other side. I don't know what Eddie's side is, so we'll find out. But thank you so very much, Jason.
The wrong side.
And that.
I wish I interrupted Jen.
Now that Bird has become a flat earther.
Yep, that's right.
That's right. But Eddie, we are midnight ranting on the contingency argument. I hope you are doing well. And what are your thoughts?
Yes, I am.
There's some scotch there.
Glug glug.
That is Buffalo Trace.
Ooh, good whiskey.
Yeah, it's hard to come by these days.
That's what she said.
Oh, periwinkle. So I said that because at work, I work in a professional environment, and we can't say that's what she says, so we say periwinkle instead. So here's the thing, okay? The contingency argument, first of all, it is a shame that apologists put forth this argument because it is an extremely technical argument. And that I can't stand Frank Turek. He literally abuses philosophy. And the double-edged sword of William Lane Craig is he simplifies arguments so much that lay people can try to keep up with what's going, but they don't understand the technicality that goes behind it. So what I mean is the contingency argument is built on what's called modal logic. And modality is it's a pretty hard concept to grasp if you haven't studied modal logic, and then it goes even a step further into what's called S5 logic. And so in the most basic sense, to me, not just to me, but philosophy of religion. So I consider myself a philosopher. I can't stand apologetics. I want to know what's true. I want to bounce off arguments that are convincing to me for people who aren't convinced by it. And if I can't rationalize my view, then I need to abandon it. And that's what mostly philosophy is about. Well, apologetics is a part of theology. It's a theological venture. You're going in trying to defend what you believe. So you already have this presupposition and this demeanor that you're going to try and justify and convince these people what you already believe. And the fact that the contingency argument ever made it out of academia and into apologetics is really sad, because it is, as somebody had stated earlier, it is considered a type of cosmological argument, but it's not like the Kalam. I don't even like the Kalam. When you take a philosophical argument and you try to build this argument based on physics or that incorporates physics, well, now you have to defend how physics supports your metaphysical position. So with that said, I'm not a big fan, because Thomas Aquinas even accepted the fact that the universe could be eternal. He thought it had a beginning, but he accepted it was eternal. Aristotle thought that the universe was eternal. So this whole beginning thing is something that is really unique to the Kalam cosmological argument, which is an old argument, by a Muslim philosopher. And he had a very strong, he had a very strong version of it. And it's been, boiled down to a more modest version of it. But that aside, so the contingency argument, if you don't understand what modal logic is, you're never going to understand the contingency argument.
Would you be willing to define modality and modal logic briefly?
I was just about to ask. Thank you.
Yeah. I've been writing something up for my Discord channel because I've had a bunch of people, and I'm like a layman's layman. If I can't understand it in layman's terms and I can't put it in layman's terms, it's really hard for me to follow. Hold on a second. I'm getting a lot of, my cam is laggy.
Yeah.
Well, that's no.
You sound fine, just your camera.
That's no bueno. I think it's because it's set on 4K. It's giving issues. I'll just keep going and they can hear me. So, or let's do this. So
it's creating a lot of spooky artifacting. You could check it out later.
Yeah. What about now? Is everything cool?
Oh yeah, you look fine.
Spooky artifacting at all.
Okay, cool. So modal logic talks about possibility, impossibility, necessity, and contingency. And when you like the argument that was given earlier is not even the one that's really even talked about in academic philosophy today. It's that is just the most bare bones contingency argument that there is. So when we talk about necessity, contingency, possibility, and impossibility, if something is necessary, that means it couldn't have been otherwise. If something is contingent, it could have been otherwise. If something is possible, there's a possible world that could be the case. If something is impossible, there's not a possible world. It could be the case. So possible world semantics means, for those that aren't familiar, means that we can imagine a world where, let's say, we could imagine a world where Amy wasn't as pretty as she is. There's nothing necessary about how Amy looks. There's a possible world that Amy could have been a little bit taller. She could have had different color hair. She could have had all these different things. So that's when we talk about contingency, that's all it means is there's nothing necessary about the way that it exists. So for example, let's talk about me, because everybody likes to make fun of my height. I'm 5'7". They swear up and down I'm like 5'1". So and this is the example that I brought up. So there's a possible world I could have been 4 inches taller. Therefore, I could be 4 inches taller. There's no contradiction in me being taller, nor is there anything that necessitates me being the height that I am in all possible worlds.
Because I fun of both of us, then we'd both be the same height.
Because I could be taller in another possible world, and nothing necessitates my height where it currently is. My height is a contingent feature or property. If there were no possible world where my height could have been different, then my current height would be a necessary property or feature. If my current height was necessary, it would be impossible to be any other height. It would be impossible for me to be 4 inches taller. So this gets us to, and that is basically what modality is. And it's not like this theistic kind of logic. It's used in meta-ethics.
It's used a lot of places. It's used a lot of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, modal logic is used in meta-ethics. It's used, a lot of different
used
places.
In linguistics heavily as well.
Mm-hmm.
Which linguistics is very largely a philosophy.
Well, and that's a very good point, because you may know this, but for a lot of others, when we talk about the
keyboard, please.
Yeah, somebody please stop. Don't make me come to Canada, Randolph.
I apologize.
With possible worlds, it's actually called Kripke semantics. It was Saul Kripke that came up with the idea of possible worlds. So that's when, and that's not to be conflated with the many worlds hypothesis and quantum.
Yeah. Possible worlds are not like actual things that exist. It simply is a way we could imagine the world that is logically consistent, but it might not necessarily be the way the world is. That's all it means.
Right. Absolutely. So
can we get an example of a necessary fact? Like,
I'm going to get to that point. So, so it's built on a causal principle. And as Theo pointed out earlier, we have what's called the principle of sufficient reason, which is what underlies pretty much all venture in science and everything else, which was why I was a little odd, Theo, that you would deny the principle of sufficient reason. Or Leo, I'm sorry.
Yeah, yes.
So, but are you familiar, Leo, with the variations of the principle of sufficient reason? Like you have a strong and a weak.
The strong and the weak. I would adhere to the weak PSR, but not the strong.
Okay, fantastic. You and me too. You and me both, because the strong. So for people that are listening and don't understand, the strong PSR means that for everything that exists, there's an explanation.
Mm-hmm.
And that is, it runs into a lot of issues. So that's why today people like Josh Rasmussen and Rob Coons and all these people that work on, and Josh Rasmussen is probably the foremost expert on contingency arguments. The principle of sufficient reason in the strong version is really untenable because let's take, the decay of nuclear material. What causes, why? We have no idea.
It's
why.
a good example.
Right. We have no idea why it decays. It just does.
Well,
So-
I should clarify. We know why it decays, but there's no precise way to determine when any one particular radioactive atom
Right.
will actually undergo the event. That there's nothing you could ever do to determine when one uranium atom is going to decay. You know it will, but there's
Right.
nothing you can to do to determine when.
Right.
Still doesn't
Absolutely.
contradict causality.
Yes,
No,
it does.
it doesn't. Well, it doesn't.
Radiation decay is
hold on.
properly acausal.
Yeah, it
Eh.
does. Hold on a second. It doesn't in the broadest sense. So if we're using causality like colloquially, then no, it doesn't, because there's nothing necessary about the nuclear material. There's a possible world that the nuclear material could have broke down at a faster rate or a slower rate, or it could have been bigger, or it could have been smaller. There's nothing necessary about it. So you are correct, but we don't have any explanation of the decay rate of certain nuclear materials. We know that it
Half-life.
does.
Half-life.
Well,
we know these
half-life
guys.
is just saying
Half-life
how
is
long it's
part of
going
the
to take.
reason.
Half-life proves that it's causal.
No, it doesn't.
confusing
Actually,
No.
half-life will
Half-life
demonstrate that it's
determinism.
not. The
No,
reason we
half-
have to measure it in half-lives is
Mechanical
because we can't
determinism
determine
is not
when any one
causality.
individual atom is going to decay, because it's acausal. There are no necessary
Yeah, you're just
conditions.
wrong,
Or
kid.
no,
Stop.
there are necessary conditions to radioactive decay, but there are no sufficient conditions for it. It is
Okay.
properly acausal.
Yeah.
Keep
Theo's
puffing
right.
your own farts. That's cool.
Leo, I'm sorry.
That's not a
I don't know why I
response.
keep
I'm
saying
sorry.
Theo.
Not to
Yeah.
you, Eddie, but to Jen. That wasn't a response.
No, Leo's
I just
right.
need to interject something here. Radioactive cats have 18 half-lives. Carry on.
And half-lives is just the rate of decay and when it's going to get to a basically becomes nuclear waste. It doesn't have the potency that it has, so it's still not a cause. It is part of the process, but it was just an example to show that we don't know exactly why. And no, you're right. It doesn't necessarily defeat the causal principle, but it does cause a problem for the strong version of the PSR. So the weaker version of the PSR would be something like all things that are contingent have an explanation for their existence. So it wouldn't be that everything that exists, but if it's contingent and it exists, then it has an explanation for its existence. And that's what a weaker PSR is. So ironically, as a Christian, my show is called Brute Facts because brute facts is a theory or hypothesis that is in opposition to the principle of sufficient reason. So they would
As is brute contingency.
Yeah, well, brute contingency, that's brute contingency to me is less of a concern because they seem to be replacing necessity with brute contingency, which is just a game of it's a shell game of semantics. It's because if it's a brute contingency, that brute contingency is the necessity of what exists. If it's contingent and it's just a brute fact that it exists, or brute contingent that they just exist, that's it, which is all that brute contingency says, then they're just replacing what would be the necessity with the statement, brute contingency. But we can have that discussion another day. So the simplified argument based on modality is, and this is a very simplified argument, and the only reason, it's overly simplified so that people can understand more or less what they're trying to get to. It is pretty much that everything in the universe is contingent. There's a possible world where each thing in the universe could have been different. If everything in the universe is contingent, then a necessary something must exist to explain the contingent things, something that couldn't be different in any possible world. Therefore, there is a necessary being, which I want to get to that point too, that explains all the contingent things in the universe. So somebody earlier was railing against being. Well, in philosophy, being doesn't mean an entity. Being can be material, it can be immaterial. It's not a god.
Well, I should say being means entity, but not agent. It doesn't necessarily
there
mean
you go. Thank you.
agent.
Yes,
Yeah.
Leo. Absolutely. You are correct. That it doesn't necessarily mean an agent or a causal agent or anything like that. It could be a materialistic thing, like Tom Jump would, concede that there's a necessary something, and it's just a virtual particle we haven't found yet.
I don't know. You would call it a being, though. I think
A what?
I don't know if you would refer to it as a being, because being usually refers to something that's an agent.
No. Not in philosophy. It does not.
Not in philosophy.
Not in philosophy.
Not in ontology. Nope.
Being.
Nope. No, being
No.
does not. It does not in philosophy.
The earth, in philosophy, the earth is a being because
Yes.
it has being. The earth be. It is a being.
It exists.
The sun is a being. These are entities. These are beings. They're not agents.
Let there be
but they're
light.
beings.
Now
Yeah,
that
I think I got that wrong in my introduction, so my apologies.
Well,
God
here's
damn
the
it,
thing
Mark!
is,
Don't let it happen again.
this is no. It is a very
Yeah, I know.
honest
What a
mistake.
goof.
It's a very honest mistake because in everyday life, a being is an agent.
Yeah.
Then that's what I was talking about earlier when I said this is a very technical argument. Josh Rasmussen wrote 14 pages to support the modal contingency argument. There is a lot of nuance there.
Humble
and
brag.
it is not something that is for a layperson, which is what makes me angry about Turek and apologists and even Craig.
Turek.
Oh my fuck, Turek!
I think Craig knows that he just, like you said, he just dumbs things down so much
That's
that
right.
they lose their meaning.
Yes, so that's the double-edged sword of Craig. Even with the Kalam, I mean, if you look at the original Kalam, even in the more modest sense, whatever begins to exist, it's like look at Andrew Lokes. It has 16 premises to it. It's like the Kalam is not just whatever begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist, therefore it has a cause. It does so much injustice to the technical heavyweight support behind it. But the purpose of doing it is to engage the lay people, right. So, and on the flip side of it, like, for example, let's take Craig versus Hitchens in the evil God hypothesis. Well, Craig absolutely mopped the floor with him technically, but if you don't know, ontology and what goodness is, to say, it's really incoherent to say that God could be evil. There's no content; it's vacuous. So the whole freaking debate that Hitchens is arguing, well, Hitchens owned his ass rhetorically. So if you don't know, what the evil God is, it's like you think that you walk away thinking Hitchens was like, he gave.
It's like a lay person would think Hitchens won. A professional philosopher would probably give it to Craig.
Right, absolutely. Kind of like
I don't want to be the dick here, but I think colloquial terms is obviously a being is any living creature.
Okay,
that's not what they're talking about.
That's a colloquial term.
Yeah.
But
But that's fine.
right.
But both me and Eddie have specified that we're not using the colloquial term.
No,
that's why
I know you
the rest of us
specify
are.
that, but that is what most people believe a being.
right, and I don't disagree.
When you refer to a being,
I don't disagree with that, but that's why I prefaced it with I hate the fact that this argument is used by apologists because it's a very technical argument. In fact, if you look like in different things like the Blackwell Companion for Natural Theology.
Oh, God.
Good reference.
Oh, Tangelo, really?
Yeah, we don't need to worry about that.
Bro.
We don't need to worry about that.
Sorry,
No. So first of all, the Blackwell Companion to Natural Theology is a book written to philosophers. It's some of the
Yes.
highest technical.
J.P.
level
Moreland and William
philosophy.
Lane Craig, and it's pretty technical. I've read I've read the entries on the contingency argument, the cosmological argument, and the teleological argument.
Right.
Did I read? I don't think I read on the ontological one.
Yeah,
though.
I'm going through the McGrew's Bayesian analysis.
Oh yeah.
Resurrection. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even try to go through that one at the time.
Well-
I was like, no.
Well, yeah, because Bayesian analysis, I'm a Bayesian epistemologist, so
Yeah.
I have some experience in, Bayesian probability.
Mhm.
But okay, so to wrap it all up, when we talk about something necessarily existing, there could only be one thing in the universe that exists necessarily, and even one of the greatest philosophers alive today,
Right.
who's an atheist, Graham Oppie, admits that something necessarily exists. There is a necessary foundation to reality.
Why would it have to be one thing?
And actually,
Because
I do want to.
because of Occam's razor. I mean, why would you posit two
That's
if one
ridiculous.
does the job?
Why-
no,
why
it's not
That's
ridiculous.
actually not ridiculous.
Hold on, guys.
But
That's not
guys,
ridiculous.
Hold
Amy
on.
wants to get through
It's
this.
ridiculous
Well, I
that you
wanna
assume one.
This is
It's ridiculous to assume one is not exactly.
Hold on. This is an important
Please.
point. Why would you posit two beings?
Please.
Why would you posit? Come on, bro.
The
Why would you
host-
posit
the
two
host-
beings if
Dude,
one does
You've
the
been
job?
talking nonstop
But
for like 20 minutes.
So did
I do
You
have
said
questions for Eddie. Because it's not just this one guy. I mean, I have problems with this line of thinking because it could be absolutely two necessary beings. I don't
be a
even know
Wait,
why.
but
If
why?
one does it, why would you posit two?
Could be a
Yeah,
thousand.
there would be
It
no
has
way
to
to
be
differentiate between
No,
them
no,
because
no.
they
It
would
doesn't have
both
to be
be
Hold on.
necessary. How would you?
Because
Occam's razor
it
doesn't
has to be
justify cutting
the
it down to
two
one.
of them coming together. You're
does.
saying
Yes, it
Occam's-
absolutely does, Brandon.
Yeah,
It does.
absolutely.
Randolph,
Occam's
absolutely.
razor is about
Why would you-
multiplying.
Why would you add
assuming-
two when one gets the job
But
done?
how are
Assuming
you
the lowest
eliminating?
common denominator is one is just a fallacy of your mind. Thinking
Yeah,
that-
What do you mean
it's-
least common denominator? That has
Do you
nothing
even
to do
know
with
what
Occam's
Occam's
Why
razor
would it have
is?
to be one? Why
Yes,
would
I know
why
very
would
well
it
what
have to-
Occam's
why
razor
would-
is.
why would it have to
Not
be
you,
one?
Leo.
Why would it
I'm
have to
talking
be
to
one?
them that
Oh no, I'm sorry. I thought somebody
no,
else
I'm
asked
talking to
that.
them.
I'm sorry.
Why would you posit
Why
two
would
of
it
something when
talk
one
with
gets
Eddie?
it done?
Because
What is-
why it doesn't matter if it's one or two
Yes, it
or
does.
1,000.
Because
What-
now
no,
you're
it
going
does
to
not.
ad
But-
hoc
Can
rationalization.
Can
Hold
I
on,
get
the
my
problem-
argument out? Because
Please
if
let
it
Amy
takes
finish.
necessarily 1,000 beings, then it doesn't
Yeah.
matter if it's one
That's
or
right.
two. It has to be 1,000 because
That's right.
that's how much is
And what if
necessary for it.
No, you have to support
infinite?
that.
Oh,
What
my
if
Lord.
infinite? What if
You can't
infinite
support
is
that.
necessary? What if
You guys
infinite
aren't- you
is
guys-
You're just
necessary?
attaching, by attaching the word necessary doesn't make it necessary.
Yeah,
Saying
it's
one
ridiculous.
necessary
Just
being.
explain what
does
modal
not-
logic
Are you
was
guys
and
gonna
what
let like me or Eddie explain the problem? Because
No.
Can
you
let
guys have
me
all made
have
your
a
point.
rebuttal? Because I know, actually, I've been listening to the point, and I know that it means necessity in philosophy.
What is S5 logic? What is
What is
S5 logic?
S5 logic? I don't know.
Yeah.
Would you like to explain it?
That's just it. If you don't understand S5 logic, you're not going to understand modality.
So
And
when
that's
I
why
ask
this-
you
okay.
and you
That's why
can't
this
explain
argument-
it, that is part of the problem, Eddie. Don't lecture me. Say
no,
what
no,
it
no,
is.
no. That's what I'm saying. It's something you have to study. I can't give you a.
Can I make an analogy, Eddie?
Yeah, go ahead, Leo.
Okay, Amy, what is gauge field theory?
I don't know. Please explain it for the
I
audience.
can't explain it to you unless you understand abstract algebra and group theory, which are highly advanced areas of mathematics. Because if I said, a gauge theory is a unitary group in which you have a conserved quantity under transformations of the Lie groups, you wouldn't understand what I'm saying. What Eddie is getting at is that there are certain things that are at a level of advancement where there's so much below that you have to understand. I can try my best to put
You
it
don't
in
have to.
terms that are going to
Right.
help you understand it. But even then, that's going to be simplifying a lot of nuances that are very important to
It took
understing
me
these
6
arguments.
months. Yeah, it took me 6 months of study to understand what modal logic is. I cannot oversimplify. You have to understand, if you don't know propositional logic and then predicate logic, and then you move on to like
Good old
Boolean-
FOL.
right, you move on to Boolean algebra, and then you have
Computer science.
so many things that's required to understand.
Mathematical logic.
That's why I prefaced it with
Super
not
amazing.
coming-
It's super amazing with all that logic you get down to. I assume that the one thing must be fundamental.
never
No,
assumed
I wanna
anything. I
use-
never
I
assumed
wanna
anything.
use Leo's
Super
example.
amazing out of all that math.
Bro,
Wanna
just
use
go
Leo's
away.
example?
I didn't assume shit. I literally just laid it all out. I'm sorry you can't keep up.
Oh,
But I
I can
wanna
keep up.
use
I can
Leo's
keep up. It's all
example.
fallacious.
Guys. Host
One of
is trying to say something.
the things that I think that they hide in these types of arguments is trying to be technical. The creationists that push these type of
It's not about
contingency
Chris.
arguments.
What about Graham Oppie? What about Graham Oppie? He's
What
an
about
atheist. He's an atheist. He absolutely he champions
Why
the same
does that
thing.
matter if he's an atheist? Why do you
Can he
keep
prove
Because
that,
the
that one
point-
or more necessary beings exist?
Okay,
Yes,
so
he
hold on
absolutely
here.
can.
Let me
I
try
would love
to.
if he
Or you
could.
Let
can
me-
narrow it down to
You
Can I-
find one atheist.
Holy
and you
shit.
go, okay, here's an atheist. He says one
Holy
thing. I mean,
shit.
come on.
Hey,
No,
by the
it's
way,
not
you're-
what he's
you're nowhere
doing.
near
What
the level
he's
of
talking
But if
about
they could
is
prove
that
it, they
you
would.
have one of. Oh my lord! You have one of the most probably, honestly, I think a lot of people. There could be a strong argument made that Graham Oppie is probably the leading atheist philosopher on the planet ever since the passing of the late and great Quentin Smith, who would also have agreed with Oppie. I believe Alex Malpass would, who's also an atheist. Well, the point is that atheist
Joe
philosophers understand this, the lay people don't. What is it that the professionals get that the lay people don't get? That's all of these technicalities.
Yeah.
That's all of these nuances.
What
yeah,
we all get-
people
what-
can try to
what
hold
we all
on.
get-
Hold
what we all
on. Hold
get
on.
is
Sorry.
you can't prove. You can't prove.
Let him
Sorry.
finish. Let him
Sorry.
finish. Let him finish. Let him
Sorry.
finish.
The problem is that you can try to explain. I don't even understand them fully myself. I'm sure Eddie would probably say the same. This stuff can get as technical as some areas in physics. Like there's propositional calculus shit like that is not.
Yep.
You can't just hand this to a fucking high schooler and that's not how this works. So.
Mm-hmm.
There's a difference between the professionals who talk about this and everybody who's not a professional that has the same general mindset, i.e. atheism, that talk about it, and there's a stark divide. Why is there a divide? So if you want an argument for why Occam's razor says there were only one necessary thing, if there were any more than one, there would be no meaningful difference between any of the necessary. They're all
that's
equally necessary. So there isn't any difference between them. There would be no way for you to say there's more than one because all of them are meaning the same.
Literally goes against entire string theory or multiverse theory.
Wait, but string theory and neither string models or the multiverse have been proven. String theory isn't accepted by the majority of physicists. Why are we talking about
it? A one fundamental
what
being.
evidence
and that's
do you
why
have for string theory or multiverse? What
string
evidence
theory
do you
isn't
have?
proven.
Neither.
Like,
None.
go ask any
String theory and all this.
None.
We've used an
just
example.
like Leo has no proof for.
I just laid out an argument.
Zero.
I just laid out an argument. You have a response to the argument.
We use Grand Oppie. We use Grand Oppie. I want to know, when is Grand Oppie posting an empirical paper about the necessary cause?
I could probably find some, but some philosophy, especially like really deep areas of ontology, you're not finding this is not empiricism. This Occam's razor and necessary beings, you don't get empiricism here. So if you're an empiricist, you're going to have to set that at the fucking door when you walk in this house. I just wanted to say, hold on, whoa. I'm still trying to make the point that I was trying to make. So for Soldier of Science, I laid out an argument.
You did.
If you have a response to that, I'd love to hear it, but I haven't heard one thus far.
You heard my response. My response is
that wasn't a response to my argument.
Your proof of a fundamental.
I didn't provide a proof. I provided an argument.
Okay, your
Listen to me.
argument of a fundamental being a single is in direct
Listen to me.
contradiction
Okay.
to a multiverse theory or a string
But
theory.
none of
Which
neither
is
of those
also-
have been
which is-
proven.
which is also not proven. Which is also not proven.
They're not even
Hold on,
substantiated.
hold on,
What
hold on.
what do they have to do with this? They don't have any
So-
relation to
Yeah,
So
hold on.
what
hold
I'm
on.
saying.
So your
Nothing that
let's
I've
do
said
this.
disagrees with string theory
argument
because it's
is
not even
as-
relevant.
Your
Hold on, let's do
argument
this.
is
Let's
as
do this.
valid.
For productivity,
Your
let's
argument
do
for
this.
a single fundamental is as valid as an.
I don't believe there's a single fundamental.
As
Soldier.
valid as an infinite.
This isn't a response
Soldier.
to my argument.
Soldier.
It is.
Do you
No, it's
understand
not.
what Soldier? Do you understand what a deductive argument is?
Yes.
Okay, so you understand that if the premises are true, the conclusion has to be true. You got to have a problem with one of the premises, right?
Right.
Okay, so P1, everything in the universe is contingent. If everything in the universe is contingent, then the necessary something must explain the contingent things. Therefore, a necessary something exists. Which premise do you have a problem with,
So
and
the
how
premise-
do you defeat that premise?
I will. The premise I have a problem with is everything is contingent because you can't prove that everything is contingent. Everything could have had existed forever. So
What-
you can't.
okay,
You
it
cannot
doesn't matter.
prove
That
that.
doesn't have
You
anything
cannot
to do
prove
with
that. You
contingent.
can't.
That's
prove-
not what
Hold on.
contingent
No.
means.
You cannot.
Let me
One at a
respond.
time,
prove
for
the
fuck's
first
sake.
premise is true.
Let me respond. Let me
One
respond.
at a time, please.
Okay, so you're saying I can't prove that everything is contingent, yet you
Mhm.
said everything is not contingent. What is there in the universe that is necessary that couldn't have been otherwise?
What in the universe is necessary? That
Yeah,
couldn't
what
have
couldn't have been
otherwise.
otherwise in the universe?
Yeah, I don't know that.
Okay, so that means that the conclusion necessarily follows, which means it is true, unless you can find a
What's
fault
true?
in the argument.
Can you restate
This
the
sounds like
two
a bifurcation.
premises again?
What's true? What's true?
This sounds like a bifurcation to me.
That is not like it is like shut up, Randolph.
No.
Canada.
What's
But how do
true?
you get a
you
necessary
said-
cause from there being no necessary cause?
That's
Right.
not
Wait,
what I said.
whoa, that's
P1,
not what he said.
Everything in the universe is contingent. P2, if
I don't
everything
believe
in
that.
the universe is
But it's not.
contingent,
It's
then
I
a
don't believe- I
necessary
don't believe the
something.
Not
Wait, do you
everything
guys
is
want him to give the
contingent.
argument again or
Wait, I
not?
want to hear the second.
I just wanna hear the argument.
premise.
P2, if everything in the universe is contingent, then a necessary something must exist to explain the contingent things.
And that's why I disagreed with the first premise.
Okay, so here's the thing. A contingent thing cannot explain contingent things less than infinite regress. Do you think infinite regresses are possible?
No, but if everything existed forever,
Isn't the infinite
That's not what
What does
contingent
it
means.
exist
Well, hold on,
if
because
there was not a regress, if there's not a
seems to be
regress,
thinking
and
that-
the universe has
Infinite
always
regress.
existed,
Infinite
Dude, okay,
not
I'm
a
sorry.
regress.
You're
It's
not
not a regress.
understanding. You're not understanding what contingent means. Contingent doesn't mean it always existed.
No.
The word contingent means it could have been otherwise. So
But
I'm
nothing
drinking.
could have
been
Hold on. Whoa,
Contingent means-
Jen, you don't like
contingent
people
means
interrupting
nothing
you.
could
I
have
just
been
asked for
otherwise.
this. I just asked for the same level of charity.
You're wrong,
please.
Leo.
Please,
Nothing
I'm
could have been
not
otherwise,
wrong.
I'm
Do
afraid.
you
No,
do you want me?
Leo is
Do you want me to look it
100%
up?
right.
I literally
I
have
don't want you to
PhD.
monopolize
Okay,
this.
hey,
I'm
sorry,
arguing
sorry,
with
sorry,
you.
sorry,
How
sorry,
everything
sorry,
must
sorry,
be either
sorry,
necessary or
sorry,
contingent.
sorry, sorry,
No.
sorry, sorry,
Oh, yeah, I
sorry,
forgot.
sorry,
Leo,
sorry,
make your
sorry,
point.
sorry, sorry, sorry.
The
Jen doesn't want to
argument-
be interrupted. I'm just asking for the same
Leo,
level of
the
purity from her.
argument from
So
contingency.
as I was.
Guys.
Yeah, you're fucking.
Hey.
Do you want me to look up the definition of contingent for
I'm
you?
looking
it
No,
up right
I
now.
can assure you that I
It's not
define
a
it correctly.
necessity.
So what I said, what I was trying to say is, I'm drinking Budweiser right now. It could have been the case that I was drinking Busch Heavy instead. So me drinking Budweiser is a contingent thing because it's a scenario that could have been otherwise. That's what contingent means. Contingent does not mean eternal. Contingent means it's not necessary that it be this way.
You're
it
wrong.
could be other. No, I'm not.
It just means.
I
it
can
just
literally
means-
call
it
a
just-
friend who's pursuing a master. I believe just
Leo,
received a
right,
master's in
unless you-
philosophy.
Leo,
And
Leo,
if
Really?
you don't understand modal
Academics
logic or
don't know what they're
analog
talking
logic,
about?
You'll never understand it.
Leo.
I mean,
the
that's
argument.
the thing.
The argument from
Well, you only
contingency
possess one side.
I'm not talking about the argument
examines
from
how
contingency.
every being must be
No.
either necessary or contingent.
Yes. So and I
that's
was
it.
defining
That's
what can. Yes, that's great. I wasn't
That's
talking about the. I wasn't talking about the argument from contingency. I was defining the term contingent.
Come on, dude.
So from
Come on,
Wikipedia, in philosophy and logic, contingency
Nice
is the
try.
status. In philosophy and logic, contingency is the status of propositions that are neither true under every possible valuation nor false under every possible valuation. A contingent proposition is neither necessarily true nor necessarily false, which is exactly what I said. Something is contingent if it could have been otherwise. Well, I'm sorry, but when people say that's wrong, no, the fuck it's not.
Even in philosophy, Leibniz's argument from contingency is one of the most popular.
Leibniz?
It's Leibniz. You don't even know the guy's name, and no, it's not. That is so old.
It attempts to prove the
It's
existence
Josh
of a necessary
Rasmussen. You need
being.
to understand who Josh Rasmussen is. He is literally
Josh
the expert
Rasmussen.
today on it.
Oh, okay. That guy's old. So
I'm not arguing
He's younger than I am. He's
that
younger
guy's
than
old.
me.
That guy's old, so
second
his
here.
argument
Can I
is
have 1
bullshit
second
now.
to say
Where's
goodbye?
your
like
word,
to say
Mark?
something.
Yeah,
Sure,
I'd like
Mark.
to say goodbye. I'm going to take off and let somebody else in because this is seriously another dumpster fire that Amy really doesn't need. So can I just sort of request that everybody be like, just take a breath, calm down, just be a bit more charitable to each other, everybody, and just Amy doesn't need this after the total crap show of a flat Earth debate she's just had. So
Love you all.
Yep, love you all. Fantastic. I've learned a lot.
About
Thank you, Neo. Thank you, Soldier. Thank you, Eddie. Was it? I don't think I've met you before. Good to meet you. And
Mark, good to see you.
Yeah, thank you.
Eddie's
brother.
awesome.
See you all. So take care and
You too, Mark.
breath, breathe.
Bye, Mark.
people, breathe. Okay. Love you all.
Mark,
And
you're wrong. Bye.
we're about to get Cerberus in here, and this is good. In fact, we'll just get Cerberus in here. It's just a natural hoe. Just want to say I heart you all. Love that it was getting spicy. We want spicy anyway. But Cerberus, we are Midnight Ranting on the contingency argument. I hope you're doing well. And what are your thoughts?
I love the contingency argument. I just replace God with existence, and then I argue it for both Christians and atheists.
And I could say,
Yay!
it is my big beef is not existence. I understand the philosophical definition. I'll take that on board for philosophical arguments of necessity. I gave 4 definitions in the opening, the 3 definitions, and then I gave the philosophical definition. I have no problem with there may being a necessary being. I really dislike that terminology because even though I think it starts out with The Rock, not Dwayne The Rock Johnson, where we're just talking about being, I think the end goal is to get to a being, which is an agent, which is a completely different word of the using of being. But that's really the pre-suppers, not our lovely Eddie. So,
Bye, Eddie.
That,
Down with presuppositional.
Yeah, there isn't anything. Oh, the last thing I want to add before we get back to the dumpster fire. Anything that you think is that the necessary being needs, like a mind, like if you think it needs a mind to make certain things in reality, you can literally just give a necessary being without a mind that property, just to simply have those things exist. So there's no reason to assume it's a deity.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, I understand what he means.
There's also no reason not to. Burden of proof is on you.
But the burden proof's on anyone making a claim.
It's
Correct.
actually not quite that simple, but if you want to believe that,
It kind of is, actually, yeah.
Yeah.
burden of proof's on the one making the unorthodox claim. And what the
No, the burden of
unorthodox
proof is
claim
on
is
anybody
depends
making
on
a
who you
claim.
ask. Would be nice if you could not interrupt me while I'm talking.
But you interrupted me while I was talking. Funny how
You
that works.
monopolized the conversation
Yeah,
for like
totally,
good
like,
half
because you don't ever
hour.
do that. You don't ever do that, right?
Children,
no,
will
not
y'all
at all.
At least I
stop?
have
Not ever.
something to
Jesus
say.
Christ.
I also had something to say, significantly more than you did, because I'm more well versed on this subject than you are.
Oh
You're
my
really
God.
not. You're just
Yes, I
repeating
am,
something out of a
obviously.
book. Just parroting something out of a book doesn't make you
Book.
smart, Leo.
What book
You're
have I
just too young
parroted
to
anything out of?
realize that.
What book have I parroted anything out of?
All of your opinions are ripped out straight. Out of
Which
the book.
books? Which books? Which books
It's
are
obvious
my
you're not
opinions out of?
thinking about your own positions.
It's obvious that you're just accusing me of things that you have absolutely no substantiation for and are running when I'm asking you for it. What books?
Like, I want to stop. Can I just say one thing?
Please.
Okay. That we can have these discussions and not yell at each other. And frankly, when you get argumentative and name calling and you can't hold yourself, in some ways it shows that you have an inability to argue your position. So I would just suggest, like, if you've got a disagreement with somebody, you can say that, but let's just not, we can have a conversation about these things without screaming over top of one another. So
without putting other people down.
I haven't put anybody down.
Yeah, you said you're
feeling the
more
love.
knowledgeable.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I said that. That's not putting somebody down.
Look,
It actually is.
I'm going to
No,
address
it's
this
not.
to Leo because I'm going to say this, that sometimes you have, and I can do this too, because I can get pissed off, and I did this with John Maddox where
I'm not mad.
I'm just saying that sometimes you can have an attitude where you may understand something and somebody else doesn't, and you're like, look, man, you don't know what you're talking about. I can understand that, but sometimes it's better to back off on that. That's all I'm saying. And
Well, yeah, I only did that as a defensive mechanism against somebody who's being an obvious hypocrite. Also, for Otangelo, I'm not the one in this stream that needs moderation, or at least not the only one. So
Okay,
don't
that's not necessary.
pick.
I'm not really sure about that. I'm not
Don't
really sure
pick
about
me.
that.
Don't pick me out, Otangelo, as if I'm single-handedly destroring this. The stream isn't destroyed. It's a passionate conversation. People say don't
dominating
something. Wow, I can't even finish what I'm saying. And the person that bitched at me for interrupting them is now interrupting me. This is just
You're
hilarious.
dominating the whole
Oh,
thing.
there we go
That's the
again.
point.
There we
That's
go
the
again.
whole
Holy
conversation.
shit, the hypocrisy is absolutely insane.
I'm
So
just waiting
yeah,
for the
oh
reaction.
wow, holy shit, I still can't finish my point. Wow, this is insane. Anyway, yeah, so I'm not being a dick. I'm just asserting myself over people that want to bitch when I interrupt them, but then interrupt me. I don't take kindly to hypocrisy.
Boring.
Darn it, I
Yeah,
feel
boring.
bad. Eddie, I'm sending you hearts. I actually wanted to ask some questions because I'm looking over S5 module and I'm looking at modal logic. And I am just trying to understand how this gets us to a god.
It doesn't.
Oh wait, it's the S5. I forget what it's called.
S5 logic.
S5 modal
Well,
logic.
in modal logic, it makes possibles into necessaries, and I'm pretty sure a lot of philosophers, a lot of logicians, it really does.
No,
the way they're using it, it does.
No, it's
because
not.
it's meant to reduce redundancy in a thing in your.
Yeah, that doesn't mean making something necessary.
No,
No, it is.
Well, it does. It does, but it doesn't. Yeah,
That is-
No,
that's
why it's a problem.
That's not what it does. I'm sorry,
Can you
you guys
tell us
don't
what
understand
it
logic.
proves?
That's not
That's
what
literally
it
what
does.
it's used
Can you
for in
S5
that
logic, what do
argument.
you mean that it proves? I don't know what you mean.
Can you tell us what it proves?
What do you mean? I don't know.
I'm not
what you mean.
talking to you.
I guess my question is just how does this, and I was really looking at for Eddie, though I know Eddie had to go to sleep. So but I just want to know how this gets us closer to the answer. Maybe it helps us understand the contingency argument better. I'm trying to steel man now because I feel bad. I feel like I came in too hot, but I heart you.
Yeah,
Eddie,
you
if you're
did.
listening
Woo, woo.
to this.
For the sake of our
Can't be
discussion,
hot enough.
S5 logic it isn't. We don't really need to talk about it. I mean,
Well, good. Let's not.
It's controversial and not accepted by everyone because of this how people use it.
And I'll just shill for him one more time. Brute Facts Podcast. Go check it out because we love Eddie, even as I mumble my words here.
Brute the men's aftershave.
Yeah. Hello, Claire. Can someone sum up what's being discussed, please?
No.
We are talking about the
No.
ontological argument for the existence
You
of a
mean the-
god.
Contingency.
Jen,
Oh
you
my
wanna look
goodness,
for it?
thank you. We're talking about the contingency argument, which is a cosmological argument, one of them for the existence of a God. It's hot, in my opinion, on Muslim and Catholic circles. They don't have to be Muslim or Catholic. It's as old as Aristotle. So, theistic circles have been using it for a very long time. I just wanted to get a better grasp on what they're really talking about. It's closer to a more natural theology, so at least they're trying. With the Ken Hovens of the world, they're just like, well, there's a book. Says it right there.
Yeah, the contingency argument would be considered within the framework of natural theology.
So they're trying. We'll give them that. And all those people.
Well, it's basically, why are
Still
you
buy
here?
your DVDs.
Because of something, and some people want to say the something is God because it is uncaused. That's basically the argument. Take it or leave it, but that's what it whittles down to. I think
I'll leave it.
Well, do you accept that us being here is caused by something?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely right.
And some people call that thing God.
Sure, I guess
you can call it
evolution
whatever
and
you
chemical
want.
processes are God. Then yeah.
No, some people call it even a God. Exactly. Some people
What
do
you
call
just
it.
said.
Sure, like I said, if some people want to call like evolutionary processes and chemical processes
some people
God,
call it
then-
that. Some people call
Sure.
it that, and some people call it a being as God.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean-
what I'm saying. If somebody wants to call it God, that's sure, but it's not.
I mean, Darth does this too, where he like defines God as like.
Oh, Jason, I hate you.
I mean, we're not talking about Darth, but I'm
I
just
know,
saying.
I'm just messing with you, man.
All right. But when he gets into his spiel about atheism and uses the argument of like he defines God a certain way,
Right.
it becomes like an unfalsifiable claim. Like if we're saying like God is everything that's ever been, that ever will be, that it has created everything. It will never.
Right.
It is omnipotent, omnipresent, and then you're like, okay, well, the universe is God. I'm like, well, I don't know what to say to that. Because
there's really nothing to say. That's basically why, like, you shouldn't be an atheist. You should just be a secular pantheist, because there's no argument against universal God.
Stuff that in there.
Yeah.
Well,
Good job,
Except there's
Jen.
no argument that the
Horrible
universe is God.
Well, the burden of proof is on the one making the dissident view. and
I haven't
people
made a
have been
claim.
theistic.
You just made the claim that the
People have
universe
been
is God. What's
theistic
the argument?
being a
since
secular
time
pantheist?
immemorial. So the burden of proof will always be on the atheist, and
No,
traditionally
it's not.
Wait,
So-
that is
so-
bullshit.
So being a secular pantheist is not a claim.
it's a positive claim. Only positive
defend it.
axioms are
Exactly.
defensible in a debate. It's
No. What are you
because it's
talking
only
about? No.
positive
Horrible
axioms
claim.
that you could
No.
use
I
to
mean,
sound
make
like Darth
positive
Dawkins.
arguments.
Holy
Horrible
shit.
claim.
Well, he's got a point. Like, you
No,
should
he
acknowledge
doesn't have
what
a
Darth
point.
Dawkins is
Darth
saying.
has
He
a
has a
point.
point.
No, he doesn't have a point.
Well, see, now you're
Well,
just being willfully ignorant to
I don't
deny
know what
his
that
point
even
is.
means, because like when he's had debates with like he's had like a debate or a discussion with like 6 professional philosophers, and every single one of them said this guy has no clue what he's talking about.
None.
I mean, if you talk with enough professionals and they all say that you don't understand what you're talking about, you don't have to. Whatever, but I'm gonna take the word of the professionals over the guy
The point
who
he's making is that you
consistently
need
lies
axioms.
about shit.
You need axioms to make statements.
Have you
that
ever
contain
talked to Darth?
information.
No, I doubt
His
it.
point
No, I'm
is that
talking
you
to
need
Jen.
Yeah, I
you
know,
need
but I doubt it.
his point is that you need a metaphysical grounding for any assertion of fact.
No, we don't.
And he's right.
Have you ever talked to Darth?
No.
Well, you might want to talk to him before you try and speak on his behalf, because I promise you're wrong.
Yeah, I've known
I've
him
heard
for
him. I've heard him make his argument.
From us.
So have
I've heard him
I've
make his argument, and I've heard atheists lose to him when they easily could
No.
have won.
No.
I mean,
actually a lot of
Listen.
atheists do lose to him, but that's because
Yeah.
he just commands the discussion, not because he's correct. Winning a debate doesn't mean you're right.
And
he's a
even
presuppositionalist. I mean, Jen is right in the sense that like his positions are like there are certain axioms of which everything is founded upon, and if you cannot justify those axioms, then your worldview is shit. That's his argument. His argument is, if you're an atheist, how do you know where reason comes from? Like, are you certain that's where it comes from? How do you know you're certain? How do you, like, that's what's his name? Cy Bruggenkart got that guy.
Seitan Bruggenkart. Yeah.
I did, and to push back on Jen, just like claiming pantheism, which is the universe basically equals God, and if it's not a personal God that's interfering in your life, then it really defeats the purpose of most people which believe in a personal God which interferes with your life. So the difference between pantheism and atheism is zero. It's zero in prospects of reality.
Then how come you don't have the same opinions about science as I do?
So I make a similar argument to this all the time. The only difference between an atheist and a pantheist is semantics.
Yeah.
No, I'm afraid that
it's just how you define it. How you define what a god is.
Christians are the atheists.
That's
evident.
It really is.
We are skimming over so much.
To be a pantheist, you're believing in a god that is the universe. Atheists don't believe in that.
Where are they getting it wrong?
That's the semantics. It's just the definition of what a god is.
There's a lot more.
Pantheism believes that the universe equates to God, and if it's not a personal God that interferes in your life, then it's not really God. It's not God at all. It's not
your opinion,
well, it's not God.
Like,
Wait, you guys have to remember that
that
if you're not working with a classical definition of God, doesn't mean it isn't God. Just because it's not a classically theistic God doesn't mean it's not a God, and that's what you're assuming.
Then use a different word.
Then you're wrong. I'm sorry, you're wrong.
Don't
because
use the word God.
Greek gods are not
the
Greek gods are not classical gods.
Don't use the word God.
The Roman gods are not classical.
I'm going to keep using the word
the
God.
Nordic gods are not classical gods. Are you saying that none of those beings? Are you saying that none of those beings were gods? Because they were.
They weren't because they didn't exist.
Yes, they were.
Let me just try to stop this for
them being
a second.
gods has nothing to do with
this is why I said it's semantics. You guys are not arguing over whether the God exists or not. You're arguing over what the word means.
Exactly.
Yeah, and it's meaningless.
Well, I'm not actually arguing. I'm saying what the word means, and somebody else is trying to argue that. What is a god? A god is really just some form of a supernatural or preternatural being.
And is the universe supernatural?
Some people might consider it to be.
No,
I
it's
don't.
not. No, it's
well,
not.
I would agree. I would agree, but you would have to acknowledge that there could be people who think that it is.
And
so you can't just sit here and act like they don't fucking exist.
And that's why pantheism and atheism is exactly the same thing.
If they were the same, you would believe the exact same thing as me, and you do not.
Similarities between atheism and atheism.
I try to. Let's not argue over a
there is something that's a god. Atheists don't. So I don't know what you mean when you say they're the same thing. They're not.
There's a difference between, hey, I don't believe in a being created us, and you know what? The universe is what I have now transcribed into the definition of God, which actually classically meant a being that created us.
What does atheism have to do with?
It's bullshit. That's a bullshit.
Creation.
What?
What does atheism have? How does this relate to atheism and creation?
Atheism and creation.
Yeah, how are they related?
No, it's not. I'm just saying.
That's right,
I'm just saying. So
why did you bring it up?
I'm saying atheism and pantheism is exactly the same.
No, they're not.
It is.
No,
the reason they're not.
I'm sorry. This is just.
And the reason they're not is because atheism does not have a belief in a God concept. Pantheism does, and that's where they're different.
But their God, their God concept is
doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. It's God. It's God.
Let them define themselves.
It doesn't matter what it is.
Look, if it was the same, we'd all agree on metaphysics. We don't. So it's not the same.
It's not the same.
It's not the same because
Soldier, you're wrong, buddy.
It is a type of theism because there is a belief in a God concept. Whatever that God concept is, it is a deity. So don't believe in it, so it's a separate thing.
The universe being God isn't a deity. That's not a deity concept.
That's your opinion. I don't think you understand what pantheism is. Can you tell me what pantheism is?
It basically means that the universe equates
Why don't we
to
let
God.
the pantheists?
What does that mean? What does it mean to say that the universe
It
equates
means
to God?
that the thing that exists, that created us, equates to a God. It doesn't necessarily.
What does that mean, though? What does it mean to say that it equates to a God?
Doesn't necessarily mean it's a deity or a being.
But a God is a deity. God and deity are practically
God is a
synonyms.
deity.
Can I
I
take
don't
a
know.
crack at this? Can I take
Yes,
a crack
let's let the
at this?
pantheist.
Let's let the pantheist. Exactly.
Let's take a secular definition. Let's take a secular explanation for this. So it's not just what we're thinking, it's also how we're thinking, and we want to think in the best way possible. So we want to have as big of a bandwidth as possible between fundamental ideas. So one idea we can be sure about is that we exist. The thing we can be next most sure about is that something outside of us exists, larger than us, whose conditions brought us about, aka the universe.
Right.
AKA the universe. We
Not
don't want to make
necessarily
any
a deity.
assumptions. We don't want to make ad hoc assumptions about the metaphysics or physics of the universe, because how the heck would we know? But we can be reasonably certain about those two things. Identifying the universe as God is putting as big of a bandwidth as possible between subjectivity and objectivity, and that's what you want. You don't want to have a tiny bandwidth so that you can only reason within a narrow range of things. You want to be able to reason on all the frequencies. So this is the weakness of alternate viewpoints. And to try to equate atheism to pantheism, I understand the argument, but you can only make such an argument if you say, look, it seems like the core belief is different, but every single one of their subsequent beliefs are identical. But that's not the case. I doubt anybody on this panel agrees with my metaphysical interpretation of physics.
Sure don't.
Okay, so you can't just because it seems like it's the same doesn't make it the same. And just because you don't worship the universe as God doesn't mean you could speak on what it means to do that and what the benefits and drawbacks of it are.
Jen,
you can't just say, well, God has to be this way and that way and that way. It's like those are a bunch of presuppositions. I thought we were trying to get away from those.
I agree, Jen, but I appreciate that you at least push back on these guys from saying that it was a deity.
No, we're pushing back on you.
No.
Yes, you kept saying it's the same. It's not.
It's basically the same from our point of view.
It's not. Quit saying basically.
Well, then your point of view is
You might think it's functionally the same, but it's not actually the same.
You keep saying you're not wrong, and there's like literally everybody else.
She literally said the exact same thing that I did.
No, she did not.
Yes,
she
did.
did not. I'm sorry, I don't think you understand.
Sorry, Leo.
Tell me what the difference is between the two.
Guys, I'm going to interrupt both of you.
Which identifies God with the universe, or regards the universe
and I asked you, what does that mean?
Manifestation of God. And
what does that mean?
Exactly what I said.
Yeah,
but what does that mean?
We're not going to go down that rabbit hole any further, though.
Leo,
what does it mean to say that the universe is extensive? I'm just trying to understand what you're saying.
You're not.
Are you gonna? Are you going to explain? Or are you just going to tell me to shut up?
Are you going to keep talking, or are you going to let me talk?
I'm going to interrupt both of you guys.
I need to understand what you mean.
Shut up for a second.
Well, I just want to get us back on topic because I want to bring Simos. I want to bring Simos Funk in. I want to say
no, not Simos.
I see
Bird,
Simos on Tangelo in chat if you want to join because we are lacking a Christian perspective. That's why I wanted Eddie to be on here.
He's not a Christian.
I'll pop out for Angelo.
I like it.
So, or a Frank or anybody in there or any other theist. I saw a theist very early on that was going, seemed like a Christian. Was it Dubin or someone?
It was Don. I told him to come in. He never did.
Nah, he's a troll.
We'll figure.
That's okay. In the debate earlier. Was he in chat, DeFreak?
Let's bring
really?
Simos in.
Well, I'm going to bring in Simos, and all right, everybody. We're going to be nice and calm as we switch me out. But Simos, we are Midnight Ranting on the Contingency Argument, a cosmological argument for God. I hope you're doing well. And what are your
Okay. Thank you so much,
Amy. Hey, Simos. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. It's been a little while since I've been here, but I'm glad to be back. And if you like, I can try to be your Angelo.
Don't you dare.
I couldn't, because I wouldn't be able to do a good one. Because Angelo is actually a unique and very individual person.
I'd like to do a role play.
So, oh yeah, pizza's here. Okay, no. So yeah, please come in, Angelo, because desperately needed. Okay, so into the contingency argument. My general feeling is it fails because of it's positing things which we have no right to posit and no evidence or reason to believe is true. So that would be my basic thing. I think it's a massive argument from ignorance. However, that's not to say then it's not useful. I was interested in what Serb said about just substituting the universe and seeing how that works. And I'd like to actually play through that scenario and see what it is. That's the first thing. The last thing that I heard that I wanted to just comment on was on Randolph saying that a deity is a special kind of thing, and this is where I would definitely agree with what Serb was saying. That is a semantic argument when you're going to say what something is definitely defined as, and that doesn't seem to me a good way to go.
I wasn't disagreeing with it being semantic, by the way.
Okay, great, right. Well, that's fine then. Again, as usual, we have very little difference in opinion. So, no, I think it is I think pantheists are functional atheists in that if they want to call the universe God, hang on. If they want to call the universe God, then I've got no problem with that, because if I want to call mostly red carton of milk God, well, right. I believe that exists, and so therefore I would believe that to be in existence. And if it's called God, just because it's got God written on it, then that is a type of God which I believe in, although it has absolutely zero relevance to deities. Well, so this is kind of where we might slightly differ, and I'll say that's enough to start with. I'd like to hear Randolph's come back on that before anything else myself. But thank you very much for inviting me on. I have a few other things to say, but I'm sure they'll come up.
No, and that's kind of exactly what I was saying. It's like,
yeah, sure. I'd like to hear what Randolph's got to say about it, though.
Oh, okay. Right now. All right. Yeah, I thought you want to finish your introduction first. So.
No, I'll cut the introduction short because I think it's an important thing to discuss, this semantic issue.
Yeah, and I think it didn't come through very clearly because so many people have different views on it here. The way I'm looking at it is it doesn't really matter what somebody is saying their God is. They're holding a belief in it. That makes them a theist. I'm an atheist. I don't believe in any gods or any goddesses, any deities at all. And it doesn't matter that it's incidental whether that God is the universe or the cosmos or planet Earth or something else or a magic man up in the clouds. The fact is, I don't believe in them. And the pantheist is believing in their God that they define as being a male version of the universe or whatever they're doing. And so that's where the difference is. There may be a lot of other things that are.
No, I didn't hear the difference. I didn't hear the difference there. If I define your piano as God, I believe your piano exists.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, I believe in God.
Because that's how you're defining God. And
sure.
And so, of course, the piano exists. We both agree on that.
Right.
Where we disagree is I don't believe in it as a deity. You do.
Agreed. Yeah. That's the case. And that's what I'm saying. There's some semantic difference, right? You don't believe that that's the definition. But if you wanted to do an internal critique of my position, you would have to accept that as the definition.
Yeah, correct. And the other factor that's important to consider there is one of intent. Your intention is to believe in that as a deity. I don't believe in it as a deity, so that's the difference there. Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Can I read something really quickly?
Yeah.
Only if you do it. Only if you do it in Altangelo's voice.
Quote: at its most general, pantheism may be understood positively as the view that God is identical with the cosmos,
right.
The view that there exists nothing which is outside of God, or else negatively as the rejection of any view that considers God as distinct from the universe. And quote again from the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. Pantheism is not, we're just going to use the word God in lieu of the universe. That isn't what it means. It means that there is a divinity to the universe, such that the universe and God are one. That there is a deity there. It's not just, there's no deity, we're just going to use the word God in place of the word universe. That is not what pantheism is. And if you think that is what it is, then you just don't fucking understand what pantheism is.
You're wrong. Universe does not have to be a deity.
I didn't say that. That's not what pantheists believe. They believe it is a deity. No, I didn't. You're not listening to what I'm saying. I do want to go on record that the definition that I'm using is, again, from a peer-reviewed academic press. So if I'm wrong, then the whole of philosophy is wrong.
I will point
don't
You
think
just said the
that they
universe
are.
is a deity.
One very
That's
important
quite
thing to
possible.
keep in mind about academic stuff: even academia is not infallible.
Well, I know I never said that it was, but anybody that is worth any
I just wanna
credit
make
would
sure the
agree
information
that
doesn't come through.
academia
Leo,
is the
Leo,
standard.
Leo,
Academic literature is
Leo,
the standard.
you're presenting pantheism as
Not if no one agrees with it.
yeah, you're
That
presenting
doesn't matter.
Leo, you're
Kinda
presenting
does.
No, it doesn't.
you're presenting pantheism as someone equating the universe to being God as being a deity, and that's not
Yes.
necessarily true.
Well,
You
yes,
don't
it
have-
is. Would you like me to
no,
read the quote
no,
I
you
just
don't-
read from an
you do
academic
not have,
source?
You
that
do
says
not have
that
to
it is?
equate the universe being a God as
Then you're
the
not a
God being a
pantheist.
deity.
Then you're not a pantheist.
Academia
Insane.
does
You're
not
wrong.
rule over
You're wrong.
atheism.
I didn't
You're
say
wrong.
that it did, but again, academic
wrong.
literature is the standard.
And
You say I'm
clarifying
wrong,
that it doesn't.
yet you
You're
haven't
wrong.
cited
You're wrong.
any sources. I cited an academic source.
You
You're
can
just
feel-
saying that I'm wrong. Excuse me. I
As-
thought I was. Excuse me. I'm sorry that
I
the
don't
middle
care.
of my sentence interrupted the beginning of yours. As I
Okay,
was.
okay.
You've interrupted
As
me
I
100
was,
times.
as I was, as I
You
was,
interrupted me
as I
100
was,
times.
as I was, as I
You've
was.
interrupted
okay.
me 100
Okay,
times.
right, sure, okay, whatever. As I was, you have cited nothing, not even an external link to YouTube or anything like that.
you have a
Nothing, literally
pantheist
nothing.
here.
You haven't cited anything.
You have a pantheist here.
Yeah, and she isn't an authority on pantheism. She is a pantheist. She's not an authority on
okay.
pantheism.
Says
That's
you,
just not how that
who
works.
apparently
Well,
has bad judgment.
you're not an authority
You
on
can
pantheism.
you can
You're not a
believe that
professional
the
you
philosopher.
are.
universe.
I'm
can
still
believe-
trying to make my
you-
point. If
Leo,
you
Leo,
please, if
no.
you please, if
Stop.
you
Guys.
please,
Shut up.
if you please, if you please,
God damn,
You know what?
stop.
you have
Shut up.
you have shared
Oh no, he's
nothing.
stuck on a
You-
loop.
This is
You
a tactic
you
Oh my God.
of being
you
able to dominate a conversation by just doing that, what you're doing.
Thank you, John Richard.
you,
Guys.
but no, it's not a
Yes,
tactic.
yes.
It's saying shut the fuck up
No,
so I can finish what
you've
the
been
fuck I'm
talking
saying.
constantly,
Don't
and
sit
now you're
here
just
and talk
rambling.
over me.
Look,
And I
look,
especially don't
just
want to
because
hear
you
people
talk
who have
over
bitched
people,
about
mute
being
them.
talked
Point
over,
is
talking
valid.
over me like the little
Just because
fucking
your
piece
point's
of
valid,
shit
keep
hypocrites
talking.
that they are.
No.
Shut
God.
the
No.
fuck
No.
up and
No.
let
We
other
all-
people talk.
All right,
You
Leo.
can't
Take it
talk
down,
over me until I get
please.
kicked. So you just better shut
Goodbye,
up
Leo.
and let
No.
people
Goodbye.
finish what the fuck they're saying. And if
No.
you don't, then I will keep going until you do.
Fine.
Pick
Goodbye,
which
Leo.
one you fucking want, and let's motherfucking go. Because I got all motherfucking night, bitch.
Leo,
It's
you're
so
out of
loud.
control.
Figure out what the
Please,
fuck you
Yeah,
want to
let
do.
us
You are
take
out
All
of
of this
control.
would stop
temperature down.
if every other
You
person
need
of
to
the
Amy,
shield.
I think you need to stop it.
Everybody's
I'm
gonna
sorry.
stop.
Leo,
Everybody.
you need to sit bar.
Bye,
Yeah,
Leo.
well, it's not too far if everybody
so angry.
shut their
Guys.
mouths.
Goodbye,
Shut
Leo.
up.
You need to sit
I
Shut
want-
up.
You know
Shut
what?
up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
You
Shut
need
up.
to go
Shut
on your
up.
Guys,
Shut up.
can
Shut up.
everyone
Shut up.
please
Shut
shut
up.
up? No, can please, everyone, including me. I want to give it off to Claire. We have a theist who has something, or she's on the theist side. I'm not completely sure, but close enough.
Medication,
So-
Leo.
I don't need medication. I just need people to not interrupt me while I'm trying to make a point.
You need
Continuously.
to stop dominating the conversation.
I'm not dominating the
Let Amy
conversation.
finish.
I just want to hand it off to Claire because she'll bring the atheist, I'm sure, back together. I'm going to replace me with her, which means everyone's got to be on their best behavior. Claire, we are Midnight Ranting. Also, hi, Will. Hi, Stripper Liquor. Hi, Best in Show. We are Midnight Ranting on the Contingency Argument for God. I hope you are doing well, and what are your thoughts?
Hello. We can't hear you in case you're muted.
You there, Claire?
Yes, yes, I am. Sorry, but my computer
We can
was
hear
being
you
a
now.
bit slow. And thank you for having me, Amy. And I'm an agnostic arguing for atheocracy. So I'm basically saying that we can't prove either way whether God exists or not, but we choose one way or the other because of our personal preferences. And I'm saying we would have a more moral society if we assume God's existence and follow his laws. And that's basically my argument. And obviously, I would have to use the contingency argument to promote my ideas.
Which
and it does seem unfalsifiable as far as I'm concerned.
Which theocracy do you think should be that you're arguing for?
It would be Quran based. There are only 2
Islamic
revealed
theocracy.
revelations.
Any particular denomination?
No, it's my interpretation of the Quran.
So, well, there are
which
there are,
I hope will be catering for Western tastes.
Okay, so the problem with this is that there are, that I'm aware of, 99 different denominations of Islam. So, you know, I think it's going to be important to specify what the standard is, or if you're creating a new denomination, that's fine too. Is that kind of what you mean then, perhaps?
Yes, it would be a new school of Sharia because it would be my interpretation of the Quran, which I don't expect Muslims to fall in with. But some of them might be able to agree with the principle of the thing that a Quran-based theocracy, even if it's one they don't completely agree with, is better than the globo homo that they're subject to now.
Okay, no, we're not going to start that shit.
How do you interpret Quran?
Hold on, Randolph. Hold on. We're not going to start that kind of language, so don't do it.
Wait, what does that even mean?
Chapter 4, verse 89. How do you interpret that from the Quran?
Can you read it for me? I don't have it off the top of my head. I'm sorry, I don't actually know which verse to read.
Just give me one moment. I'll have it for you in about 10 seconds here. I'll just look it up. Glossary.
This is going to be fruitless because she's going to have excuses for everything.
Well, no, I'm taking this.
It is my interpretation.
Okay, so because this is a new denomination of Islam, this is very exciting. So it says there, at the English translation says, they wish that you should disbelieve as they have disbelieved, so that you may become all alike. Take not, therefore, friends from among them, until they emigrate in the way of Allah. And if they turn away, then seize them and kill them wherever you find them. And take no friend nor helper from among them. So it sounds to me like it's an edict to kill atheists.
Let me guess, it's battle orders.
This is limited in time and space. These are instructions to Muhammad himself. I am not Muhammad. I don't have to kill anybody or not take friends or whatever.
Are we talking about the contingency argument or Islamic theology, which is like easily the most boring subject on the planet?
Yeah,
She's talking
exactly.
theocracy.
Let's keep it to the subject at hand here.
And I just want to say thank you, Peter. No, I'm kidding. No, so I guess we could talk about this some other time if you like, because this is a bit off topic here. But I will just say one thing is that I don't see indication there that is only for Muhammad. So I find your interpretation to be quite different from pretty much every other Muslim I've spoken with on this. It would
be. I mean, my interpretation is basically the kind of Jefferson Quran. You know what Jefferson did to the Bible.
Jefferson's Bible you're referring to, right?
Yeah. So I'm doing. What I'm doing would be the Jefferson Quran, and that would mean stripping it out of its narrative, because I'm not going to make anybody believe in it, and I'm just going to ignore the promises and threats from God.
Interesting project. I'm going to put my contact information in the private chat. I'd like for you to contact me, let me know more about this project and how it's going.
Thank you. Is it James I'm talking to?
I'm Randolph.
Oh yes, of course, Randolph. I thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Randolph. I will get in touch.
Atheist superstar.
I should mute so my typing doesn't disrupt them.
I'm still trying to wait for somebody to give some argument that there's a necessary being.
Well, I mean, you just have to assume that, to avoid the problem of infinite regression, you have to assume for the purposes of the argument that there was an uncaused first cause, and that's the contingency argument, isn't it, Leo?
No, that's the cosmological
dishonest
argument.
people
The
say it was
argument
God,
would state that
and
there was
honest
some
people say
necessary.
it was
I'm
the
sorry. I thought that was addressed to me. I guess not. I'm sorry that the middle of my.
I do want to talk to Leo.
Oh, right.
So-
Yeah, you guys
so
just
what is the
monopolize the
difference
whole
between-
thing narcissistically. Have fun with that.
Oh,
contingency
boo-hoo.
and
Try a
cosmological?
river, build me a fucking bridge and get over it. It's the fucking internet. Jesus. So anyway,
God, man, this is weird.
yeah, I
Leo.
don't. Yes.
We'll just ignore her. But contingency and cosmological, what is the difference?
Contingency is quite specified Whereas when people think of cosmological arguments, they think of arguments from the beginning of the universe. When people think of contingency arguments, they think of arguments from the contingency of the universe. So there is a relation there naturally, but there is also quite a stark nuance between the two, where the contingency is a very specified version of a cosmological argument.
Okay, so one of the arguments I've had with a Muslim, which was almost unarguable, which is that we are here because there was a creation. Because there was a creation, there must have been a creator, and we Muslims believe that that creator was Allah. So you can undermine it all you can. I tried it, and I basically said, well, it could have been a god, but that god may have been dead already. And then
Sorry.
the argument.
Claire, you said you were a Muslim there. I thought you said you were agnostic earlier.
No, I said, if you accept that argument.
No, you said
royal.
you were
You were
agnostic.
You were using the royal we when you said we Muslims. Okay.
Speaking as what exactly did I say again?
I thought
you said we Muslims take it that. Et cetera,
Yeah.
et cetera.
Okay. So what I'm saying was that he was saying to me, that was in quotes, if that's all right with you. So I was having a debate with this guy. You can find it on YouTube actually. And
I see you were quoting. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying what he was saying to me, right, and he said we Muslims believe that that creator who made creation, and we know creation is happened because we are here talking to each other, and we Muslims believe that that creator was God. You can break the link and say, well, maybe that God created the universe and died. Like salmon after spawning, when it returns to the rivers of its birth. But that's all you can do, and then I guess the next argument is yes, God created the universe and He is dead. So well, there's no need to worship Him then, right? So you might as well be an atheist. So morally, if you believed in the Gen God, you are morally no better than an atheist. So if the next step up would be to be moral and
Sorry, that was his argument. Okay, let's not get this confused. That's not Jen's argument. She's not saying atheists are immoral, are you, Jen? I mean, sorry, Jen. Claire.
She has said it, but
Claire, you're not saying
I say morality has. I mean, it would take me like 20 minutes to answer this, but
Okay,
I would like to talk about this issue here. And what Claire's saying makes no sense, to try to shoehorn in a god in this quote unquote cosmological argument, which is really just the first cause argument. So the first cause is, there's a bunch of different things that are caused. They have beginnings and ends. And we want to know what causes them. Therefore, there's some laws of physics that don't change, and they're the reasons for the modifications. The unmoved first mover is said to be God. If you state that this entity moves at any point, i.e. to talk to humans, you're completely undoing the basis of the proof in the first place. That's why these proofs seem really awesome on the surface, but when you dig a little deeper, you realize someone's just trying to shoehorn in their God in front of my God, which is the universe, and it just doesn't stand up to scrutiny. Thanks.
And Jen, I would ask you, as a pantheist, why does it matter that you refer to the universe as God?
Oh my God, I went over this.
Because
No, you did.
if you think about it,
Yeah,
for like
why does
you
it
don't
matter?
even know, Leophilius. Let me
Yes, I
answer. It's an argument. There's a secular argument for it. Like, you want your mind to think in the best way possible and to have as large of a distance between fundamental concepts as possible. And universe equals God is as far away as you can place the anchor of your objectivity, because it's the largest thing you could conceive of, because it's the universe, like by definition. So you have the smallest thing you could conceive of, which is yourself, tiny
Sure.
thing in a huge universe. And then the huge universe has a thing, and those are ends of a machine, which is your mind, which in between the ends, there's something called a bandwidth and a bit depth. So when we're doing philosophy, we want that bandwidth to be as big as possible and its bit depth to be as deep as possible. So the argument for God equals the universe can be presented in a completely secular way.
How does this psychologically differ from what an atheist believes?
Because I feel enormous submission and willful focus on the fact that I can't change the laws of nature, and it gives me an enormous psychological release of what my place is in the universe, and it makes it easier for me not to believe things that are false, which lead ultimately to disappointments, because the root of disappointment is unrealistic expectations. By worshiping that which is real, then I can more easily calibrate my beliefs to that which is not real, because we don't have access to real beliefs, but they can be harmonious with reality.
So that's no different than what an atheist believes.
It would be in
None.
theory, but can you point to any atheists who are making the same arguments as me, right? It may seem that way, but you can't necessarily infer the result of what appear to be metaphysical tautologies without an actual, you want to be able to point to those atheists who are just like me and who believe the same science as me, and you're not going to be able to find them. So it may seem that they're the same, but I don't think functionally that they are, because you're not actually submitting. You're not submitting to the glory of God. You're just saying, yeah, something exists.
The glory of the universe?
No,
Yeah.
the glory of God.
No,
you're
no,
not willfully
the glory
submitting
of
to
the
the
universe.
glory of God
Which
or
is
the
God.
universe or whatever you want to say, but I'm going to call that God. And if you have a problem with that, that's on you.
But you don't mean a personal being that's thinking. You mean the glory of the universe, right?
The universe is God. Okay, in my view.
There we go.
And if
There
you're
we
going
go.
to try to denigrate that, I'm going to say, well, you're
I
just
do.
being
I
bigoted.
do. I
And you're
am.
saying I'm
bigoted.
infringing. I'm saying
bigoted.
you're going to say you're infringing, and I'm going to say that with your secular science, you're infringing onto my religion. So I'm just going to take back what belongs to my religion in the first place. So
Go
it's two
for it.
people making the same claim to a piece of property. I'm going to win because my argument's stronger than yours.
It's not. It's actually weaker. It's a lot weaker.
Well, I have
Because-
actual
because you could-
scientific theories
you can
that
just
I can
you can just get
validate
rid of you can get
beyond
rid
a
of the
shadow of a
deity.
doubt. You don't
can
have
get rid
anything
of,
like that.
You
can't
can get
hope
rid
to
of
have
the
a
deity
theory
part
that
of
you can
your
validate.
universe.
I mean, look, Jen, I've had conversations with you on you. I respect you and your perspectives, but you don't really have any scientific theories on this. You have some ideas on these topics, but they're pretty broad. And I don't think you've written any
I
papers.
can predict Hubble's law. Like I went over this last time. Like I can literally predict Hubble's law. Nobody else can
No,
do that.
think
The
what
burden of
you
proof is no longer on me.
Hubble did it.
I think what you said was
didn't
that
predict
you,
his own
you
law.
made a
He just
prediction
observed
on
it.
something. You made a prediction on something, and then somebody else wrote a paper that you're saying supports what you claimed. Correct?
That would be one anecdote, but no, I was actually talking to how my theory can literally predict the phenomenon of the Hubble, what's called the Hubble's law.
Okay,
So I don't want to argue about it because I don't think that's really what the conversation is about here. But like, I wouldn't try to push back on my theories on that level. It's just not going to work.
I mean, I don't have. I mean, I think it's fine to have these discussions around like what you guys are talking about with God as the universe and whatever. I frankly don't care. But when we start getting into these things about like, I have these theories that I think are earth-shattering, Nobel Prize-winning theories, like that Davy guy was talking about things like on the stream tonight. I'm not comparing you to him. I'm not. But my point is that like it may not be the best thing to make those statements when you I hate to say it, but you kind of discredit yourself when you're like, look, I've got these amazing theories that nobody else can prove, and they are going to blow these ideas, their scientific ideas, out of the water. I mean, I'm sorry, it's a little much.
Well, go look up panpsychism on Google. Google News panpsychism. You'll see a lot of articles are picking up the concept. It cannot be denied. I said it to T-Jump. He denied me then, but you got to listen to the arguments. You got to try to understand them on their merits, not just jump to a preordained conclusion here.
Okay, wait, but did we just jump to panpsychism from pantheism?
Yeah, we did.
Well,
I believe so.
panpsychism is something you can prove using pantheism.
Wait, how?
I thought you can't prove anything in science.
Look, if you could
Pantheism's
prove,
not science.
if you can prove panpsychism from pantheism, you could prove it from just the natural, non-God version of the universe.
That would be something you would have to now prove, which you can't do.
I can prove it by just saying there's no difference between the two.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
I just took like 3 minutes before to explain why that is absolutely not valid.
You explained it, but
You
it's
have
just
no-
Okay, wait,
you
but
don't
what's
have
the
a shred of evidence to support that
what's
position.
the physical difference between the two ideas?
Show me a person who believes the same things as I do.
no.
Who is an
What's
atheist?
the difference? Answer the question. What's the
I
difference?
explained it already twice.
Wait, are we
One
still
involves
on the
prayer,
what's
one
the difference
doesn't.
between atheism and pantheism?
One what?
Really?
One involves prayer, one doesn't. Period.
Okay, but how does that
Prayer.
change the laws of the universe, or AKA God?
Doesn't. We
Wait,
can't
God.
do
Oh,
that.
so it's the same.
You who thinks that
Got
can
it.
happen.
So
It's you who
uncharitable.
thinks that God changes. It's you who's defiling
What do you mean
God's
changes?
image.
I'm asking you, how is it different?
How is what different?
The idea of the universe being God and the universe as being the universe.
The difference is that the people who
That
don't
you pray.
identify the universe as God is a prayer for the third time now.
Yeah, but that doesn't change
Prayer
how
doesn't
the universe works.
But it changes how you think.
Can I ask you a question?
Prayer doesn't
Okay.
work.
Is the universe divine?
What did you ask me?
Yeah, I am asking you. Is the universe divine?
Well,
Is there a divinity in the universe?
I don't think. Oh, I think when a pantheist says,
I didn't mention pantheism. I asked you a simple question: is the universe divine?
I think
is there divinity in the universe?
The word is meaningless without context.
I'm asking you. Do you think that divinity? Like a godliness, holiness. This supernatural, otherworldliness.
Yeah. So what is
divinity?
What is divinity? Depends on the mythology we're talking about, or the God.
But I didn't
we're
ask
talking
you about mythologies. I asked you whether you think that there's divinity in the universe. You can say yes, no, or I don't.
I said I think it's a meaningless term without context.
So you're saying you don't know. Okay. Jen, is there divinity in the universe? Is the universe divine?
Those are different questions. Do you acknowledge that?
Sure, I guess in some sense they are.
The answer is yes to both, but they're different questions. I just want to make that clear.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. See. So yeah, Jen is a pantheist. Cerberus is not, and there's a difference between the two.
He's saying basically like the same thing. Well, Leo, do you understand the argument? Leo, do you actually understand what he's saying? Like, basically, metaphysically, it's identical, but what I'm saying is it's really not metaphysically identical. They're saying it is, but I disagree.
I also disagree. I agree with you. I don't get. That makes no sense to me. How atheism? No.
All I'm saying is that including what you said, the difference was, which is like the praying, that the way you think about it. I guess that's the only difference. How does that change? I don't see how that changes how the universe works.
But that's still
religion changes how you think. Don't you understand that? And the argument for which religion is the best comes out of who thinks the best. If you're actually being rational,
I think the best.
I mean,
by the way, that depends on your metaphysical world.
It's not whether it's true, folks. It's whether who thinks the best.
I mean, couldn't you literally just
crap
think all the same things about the universe that you do, and just not call it a god and get all the same benefits if there are benefits?
Yeah, but then that would be a different view.
Burden of proof is on you, man. I don't know why you're trying to make this argument.
What do you mean burden of proof? I asked you a question.
Of this argument. Why are you trying to make this equivocation between me and an atheist? It's foolish. It's just projection. It's the same thing as Claire. It's projection.
Which argument? What am I projecting? I'm asking you a question.
It's actually not a foolish argument, Jen, and the reason is because people who believe in God and believe in a personal deity believe that they're going to get something out of it, whether it's going to heaven or redemption,
that's not going to
prayer, or miracles. As
deists don't believe this.
As a view from pantheism or a deist view of the universe, you're not getting any of that. You're just
the other way around.
You're just using semantics. You're using
I get way more than the personalists get.
No, you don't. No,
you are not a pantheist. You can't speak to pantheism. I'm afraid you've never worshipped the universe. You can't speak to pantheism. Stop speaking out of ignorance. It's very irritating. You don't know anything about what I feel.
Same thing. You're the same thing.
I'm not going to acknowledge
all you've been doing this entire time is reasserting that atheism and pantheism are the same thing, when at least like 3 different people have given solid arguments for why that's not the case, because ideologically, excuse me, I'm sorry that the middle of my sentence interrupted the beginning of yours. But why are you saying me? Come on, why is it okay for me to get interrupted but not okay for me to prevent people from doing that? No, I'm sorry, but that's an honest question. That's an honest question. How am I monopolizing the conversation? I've been silent the last 10 fucking minutes and been letting people talk. How am I not monopolizing the conversation simply because I won't let people interrupt me when I'm trying to make a point? That's not monopolizing the conversation. That's you be quiet while I talk because y'all have been talking. And then we get off on these tangents because you guys just won't let me finish my point. And then you go off and I'm monopolizing the conversation and all this. I'm trying to make a point. You guys are interrupting me. And now I completely fucking forgot what my point is, because we're off on a fucking tangent because you guys won't let me make a point.
Look, I don't like interruptions.
It's fucking frustrating. Holy shit.
I don't like interruptions either, but being triggered is actually worse than the interruptions.
Exactly.
Yeah, correct. Can we maybe hear something
I don't
from
even
the
know
guy
what that
beside
means.
me
Okay,
that we
but
haven't heard from
but
in a
don't
really
poke
long
him
time?
either, because you're the one poking him and causing him to get
Can we
triggered.
hear something from,
exactly
from
right.
someone who hasn't talked
You're
in a
right.
while? That would be great.
That was actually me, and I was trying to say something.
Oh, come on.
What?
Really?
Well, really, are you saying that I wasn't silent when Claire was talking, and when Soldier of Science and
You
Church
were
of Entropy were
you were
talking,
fucking
and when
interviewing
Church
her,
of
dude.
Entropy
You were
and
talking
when
every
Church
time
of
she
Entropy and
wasn't talking,
Cerberus
you
were
were
talking, because she was talking to me. Of course I was, because I was responding to her because she was having a discussion with
But you
me.
weren't monopolizing
Having
the
a discussion with
conversation.
somebody
There's
that's
like
having a
10 of us
discussion with
on the
me is
panel,
monopolizing a discussion.
Leo,
You guys are just baselessly attacking me because I won't let you interrupt me when I
baseless.
want to make a point.
You're being ridiculous right now. You need
No,
to
I'm
calm
not.
down.
We're only here because y'all keep criticizing me for just trying to make a point.
Because you won't
And then
calm
somebody
down.
talks. I was calm though. I was calm
Are you calm
until
right now?
you guys took.
You
Yeah,
calm
I'm
right
just
now?
fine. I'm fine. I'm
Okay.
I'm
well,
not angry.
Your
I'm
calm
just
is not
trying
the same
to
as mine, then.
explain because people keep over talking me every time I try to make a point, and then I don't let them, and then they claim,
Yeah, because you never
you're just
interrupt
monopolizing
anybody.
the conversation.
You
I
never
didn't say
interrupt, do
I
you?
didn't say that. When did I
You
say that?
interrupt everyone.
No, I
Leo.
don't. No,
Yes,
I
you
don't.
do.
No,
Yeah,
I
you
don't.
do.
Who was the last person I interrupted?
You just interrupted me.
Everybody.
Yeah, but you interrupted
Everyone
me
did.
as
Exactly.
well.
So just
So
calm
what's
down.
the
So
point?
can we hear
Yeah,
from
so
someone
Ben's
who
been
hasn't
interrupting.
talked in a
Soldier
while?
Science has
How
been
dare
interrupting.
you
Are we
guys?
going to sit here and play the finger game? Well, you've interrupted. All of us have interrupted people. Are you kidding me? We're going to sit here and play this blame game? Well, you interrupted Jimmy.
No,
And
I'm just
Jimmy
gonna
interrupted Jimmy.
I'm just gonna
And
be
this,
entertained.
this is a
I'm
fucking
gonna be
discussion.
entertained by
There's
you
10
being
fucking
triggered.
people in here. All I wanted to do was make a point, and every time
Oh,
I tried to
okay.
do
Yeah.
it, you're
How about you?
monopolizing the conversation. This time. When did I say it's all about me? When did I
You
say
just
that?
said
And
all
here
I
we
wanna
go,
do.
completely
All I want to do. All I want to do. All I want to do.
overgeneralizing,
Shut up.
overgeneralizing the point I'm trying to
ridiculous
make
right
because
now.
you don't understand the point that I'm trying to make and continue to push the point
I don't
that you
care
don't
what your point is.
understand that I'm trying to make.
You're
What's my
being
point? What is the
ridiculous.
point that I'm trying to make? Please tell me.
I
Who cares,
don't know,
Leo?
and it
Just shut
doesn't
up.
matter. You're being
Well,
ridiculous.
it does matter. Well, how am I being ridiculous? I'm being ridiculous when all I'm
I
doing is
promise you, you're
defending
gonna look at
myself
this
and everybody
tomorrow,
keeps interrupting me
and the next time
every
you
time
hear
I
it,
try
you're
to
going
make
to
a
say, I
point.
apologize.
Yeah,
No, I'm not.
rewatch this.
I haven't
video.
done
You
anything
will
wrong. What do I
completely
have to
You've done it
apologize
before.
for? All I've tried to do is make a point when everybody keeps interrupting me to tell me that every
No,
time I try to make
no.
a point, when somebody interrupts me and I stop them from
No.
doing that I'm monopolizing the conversation.
Can I cut in
And
real
now
quick?
we're here, completely off topic, talking about me, but you guys think trying to think I'm the one that's making it all about
Can
me.
I
Y'all
cut
are
in
the
real
one
quick
that keeps
and
talking
say
about
something to
me.
Leo? Leo, can I say something to you real quick without
Go ahead.
anyone else coming in?
Go ahead.
How dare you, sir? I am supposed to be the unreasonable one.
I haven't interrupted you, Leo.
No, you haven't.
Thank
And
you.
I have not been monopolizing the conversation. When I have wanted to
so-
make a point, I have
Yes, you
tried
have.
to make sure
Sure.
I get the chance to
Excellent.
make it.
We
and
got
have
that
tried
point.
to stop other people from talking me, but I have not been monopolizing the conversation.
Right, we
People
got
are
that
just
point.
mad that
We
they
got
know
that
that I'm
point.
not letting them overtalk me, and so
Sure.
that's their
We
excuse.
got that point, and let's not talk about the meta. Let's talk about the conversation.
Yeah, who has an argument for a necessary being? Because I have yet to hear one.
Sure. I don't think
Wow.
there's any seers here that are going to make that argument. So
Well, the argument
Guess
is
the
obviously
discussion is over then, isn't it? Obviously,
Yeah,
the contingency
it
argument
should be.
doesn't work.
It should be, but yet we're still finding stuff to talk about. But anyway,
well, the argument is that if we are here and nothing explains our existence here other than having a creator that we haven't seen, then that case is made.
Well, what's the argument for that? What's the argument?
You
for that
don't have
for
to
you?
accept it.
I didn't
Well,
say I
that-
was. I just
that-
want to know what the argument is.
that's an argument from ignorance when you say nothing explains it, because we don't know what could explain it.
Yeah, so we choose. We always choose what we want to believe, and then
I
we can have
disagree.
a political
No, you don't
argument.
choose your
about it.
beliefs.
Not based on
I
ignorance. we don't.
disagree.
Well, yeah, I'm a doxastic involuntarist. I don't believe that people come to
Yeah, we don't
voluntarily
choose our
choose their
beliefs.
beliefs.
I agree with you, Leo. You
I
don't
agree-
choose
I
your
agree with
beliefs.
that, yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Well,
You can only
why
believe
would
what you can believe.
choose to believe in God if you want to be gay, for example?
Okay,
You know,
okay,
you would-
okay.
you would
Hold on,
expect
hold on, hold on.
somebody-
Stop.
If you want to be
We're not
gay,
talking about gay people here. Don't even bring it up.
Wait, but no, I mean,
okay, I'm being
the
censored.
question isn't like a bad question. I would say that somebody who's both gay and a Christian didn't choose either.
Well, they can
Yeah.
they can still choose. It's like, well, obviously, I can't be a good Christian if I'm gay, and
That's
there's
Well,
no
what
point
if,
in
but wait,
being
what if
gay.
they think they, what if they think they can?
You better stop.
What if there's a gay gay person who's a Christian who thinks they are a good Christian because they help out at their local soup kitchen. They donate to the basket, every Saturday or Sunday when they're in church.
Well, if you're Christian, you're supposed to, believe in the Ten Commandments and
Are
you a Christian? Say certain things about these.
Homosexuality What
Are
does
you
the
a
Ten
Christian?
Commandments say about homosexuality?
Nothing.
Right.
Nothing.
So what's this to do with the contingency argument?
Nothing.
No, but she has a
Okay.
good point. I mean, she has a good point.
Well, the
but it's
contingency
the same thing-
argument is that God
it-
created the universe, and then the next question
Yeah, what's
to
the
ask
argument?
is whether
but
the
Claire,
God is the God
Claire-
like the Gen God or the Abrahamic God.
Claire,
So
And
what's,
then
it's the
we
what's
have
same.
the
to ask whether
argument
we
that
want to
God
obey his
created the
laws.
universe?
Claire, it's the same
There
thing as
isn't one.
saying you can't believe in God and evolution either, right?
Well, you
Same
can.
thing,
I
right?
mean, you can say God caused evolution, and we're here now, and we have
Not
to
according
obey.
to the Bible. Not according to the Bible.
I know, but you know, the Bible doesn't really say anything about evolution. But
we
you can
agree on that.
choose to believe that it would help your society and keep your group in existence for longer if you believe in God and followed His laws, and if you didn't, and that would be a political and moral.
Right.
suspicion.
That's your argument, Claire. We've
that is indeed my argument.
we've understood that that's your position. We're trying to just keep away from those
moral arguments.
The moral argument. This contingency is nothing to do with the moral argument. So please stop redirecting the conversation. I would say.
So you take Jen's position then.
I should
I
apologize.
don't take
Probably a
Jen's
little bit my
position.
fault.
No.
I think it's probably a little bit my fault for introducing a question about the Quran that got into some moral stuff. That's probably why it's gone in this direction.
I knew it was your fault.
Yeah, I apologize.
Thanks a lot, Randolph.
Randolph, that's because you're a pantheist.
Can I say one thing?
Hey, are you trying to insult me?
I'm doing a good job, aren't I?
Am I rubbing off on you, Simon? That's what I do to atheists all the time. I just call them a pantheist.
I'm not easily insulted. That's why you're not
good.
doing a good job.
Yeah, no, I think the word deity is as much a semantic argument over what it means as anything is. So I just think that's an infinite regress of semantic arguments. But that's another point.
The reason I use the word deity is because it covers goddesses and gods. It's sex neutral.
I understand. I understand that there's a wide variety of definitions, and that's by definition a semantic argument.
Yeah, so you
But
understand the problem of infinite
that's another
regress.
point.
You understand the problem of infinite
There is
regress,
no problem with the infinite regress. I can't see a contradiction in an infinite regress. Are you saying there is one?
Well, there is under the tense theory of time.
You are asserting infinity, and you can't be sure that infinity is actually what happened, and it doesn't give you any more information to just constantly recurse into the past. There's a limit to how much information you can get from recursing into the past because our universe isn't subject to strict mechanistic determinism. So it's
again, these are all
problem of
metaphysical
infinite regress.
positions.
So you're saying you don't acknowledge the problem of infinite regress.
Wait a second. Isn't there, and Leo may have
There's
some
no
perspectives on this,
contradiction.
isn't in the infinite regress topic is closely tied with like kind of the issues of time at the beginning of the universe and how they changed that could be radically different than what our perceptions of time are now.
Exactly. An infinite
It's
past is only a problem in an A theory of time. In a B theory of time, there's nothing. Excuse me, I thought the question was posed to me. I could be wrong. Anyway, I'll just continue. So under the A theory of time, since time actually progress, like there's a flow to time, events come into and go out of existence. Before you could get to the present moment, every succeeding infinite moment into the past would have had to come in and go out of existence, which is an infinite number of moments, meaning you'd never get to the present. In a B theory of time, there is no flow to time, so you don't have that problem. Which is why in physics, which is why, well, you don't. Which is why in physics, ideas of a past infinite universe aren't a problem. They don't violate anything in physics or math at all. They just don't. I don't think the universe goes infinitely into the past, but it's possible.
Also, I would point out, using the contingency argument, you're just if you consider them problems anyway, you're just replacing the regressive argument with a dogmatic argument, right? You're just switching the part of the trilemma you're trying to use to defend what you want to defend.
I'm curious.
The universe is the necessary. Can you just maybe let someone else?
Wait,
talk?
I thought I started
the
talking
universe,
before you did.
You always start talking. That's the problem.
Okay, I can't
the
talk in an
universe is a
open
necessary
conversation. That's an
cause.
open conversation.
You can't talk every single time someone stops talking.
Wait, I can't make a comment to everything I'd like to make a comment to in an open conversation.
Panel. I'm being patient, but you're always yapping.
Right, you're being patient. Sure, I'm always yapping. Right, there's a whole fuck pile
Are
of
you on
projection happening.
steroids? Because I would
There's a
suggest cutting
fuck
down your
pile.
dose.
And here we go with the "Are you this?" That doesn't even mean anything and isn't relevant to the discussion. Thank you.
So the basic argument, I don't see why this is unclear. It's we exist, therefore something created us.
I know
Therefore,
what
there must
created
be
me.
something. There must be something uncreated which sustains the thing which is created. I.e., why is there something rather than nothing?
That doesn't
what's the
follow.
argument
No one
for
says that.
Well, theists
That's
do.
the
But
argument.
what's the
People
argument
do
for
say
that?
that, yeah, for sure.
I just need. I'm still waiting for the argument that there has to be something. Nobody's given an argument for that.
And guys, we're going to go for about another 10, 15 minutes. I'm going to get Danny in here, but
Thank
I
you.
want to send
God might
love
be
to
real.
everybody.
Maybe there is a necessary being. I don't know. But holy shit.
In fact, Danny, we are midnight ranting on the contingency argument for God. Hope you're doing well. And what are your thoughts about the topic? Anything we've been talking about?
And I hope he'll touch lightly on modal logic too.
Don't get him
Can I be
started.
heard? I mean, just very briefly, the infinite regress is not. Leibniz, one of the main forwarders, early forwarders of the contingency argument, was fine with an infinite set of events. He just thought that there would have to be an explanation for an infinite set. So it's not with respect to the contingency argument, whether there's a beginning of the universe or if there's an infinite series of events. That's nothing turns on that question with respect to the coherency of the argument. I think, but I haven't been. That's the most recent thing I've heard or I listened to with respect to this conversation. I don't know what else y'all have been talking about, but
Contingency argument.
Right.
Yeah.
So hang on. How does it follow that an infinite regress has an explanation? I mean, isn't it that it is an infinite regress?
But you see that whole question is
Go ahead,
just
Danny.
that whole question has to answer that question. I mean, like you have to accept the PSR, right? The idea is that there is a principle of
okay.
sufficient reason,
Say
and
no
if
more.
that whole, there you go.
Yeah. Okay, I got you.
So essentially, that there could be an infinite regress, but that is not a defeater for there being a cause for contingency.
Explanation.
The idea is that
Time
an infinite regress doesn't defeat the contingency argument, because the contingency argument, the forwarders of the contingency argument are just going to ask, why is it that there's an infinite series of events rather than no events? Right now. Yep. What they have to defend, which I think is very difficult to defend, is just the principle of sufficient reason. That's the PSR. That's what the conversation's about.
Yeah, me and Danny are in the same place. There needs to be an argument given for the PSR, and thus far there really hasn't been. Because the first premise of the contingency argument, at least in some form, is essentially just the principle of sufficient reason.
Yeah.
For that which exists, there must be some explanation for its existence. And if the universe exists, then there must be some explanation for its existence, and that explanation is God. Obviously, there's a little bit more steps in it, but that's.
That's essentially the problem. Why should we accept the PSR? Another problem is just the very notion of a contingent fact being understood in terms of a necessary fact. It wouldn't be contingent, right? Because in philosophy, contingent doesn't really mean depend. So make sure everyone that's out of everyone's mind.
Can you say that one more time, Danny, please, just for me?
With respect to the contingency argument, contingent does not mean depend on. It means could have been false or could have been otherwise. That's all that it means. Now, the problem is that if a contingent fact is explained by a necessary fact, then it's actually a necessary fact in itself. So that's another big problem with the contingency argument, is that the notion of contingency goes out the window if it's the case that all contingent facts are dependent on necessary facts. That's to say there are no brute contingent facts.
Yep. Which is essentially to say that there's nothing that is contingent simpliciter, correct?
Right. Yeah. Exactly. I think that's what the consequences of the PSR. That's just to say if there are no contingent facts, then you adopt a view that commits you to a view called necessitarianism, which is the view that there are no possible worlds. There's only one world. And so you lose the license to say could, possible,
modality becomes meaningless. In a sense.
It's called modal collapse.
Yes, modal, yep.
Did you say necessitarianism?
Yeah, necessitarianism is the view that there's only one world, the actual world. Possibility goes out the window.
I'm one of those. So I guess the
Thank you,
contingency argument would be something I wouldn't even acknowledge as valid.
Yeah,
You would
if
also
if that's what that means, yeah.
Yeah, the idea is that when you say that we could have been talking about the Kalam cosmological argument, necessitarians are going to reject the truth value of that, right? Because there's only one world.
They would say that there isn't actually a possibility of me drinking Busch Light instead of Budweiser, even though there
Right.
is. Which is like, and correct me if I'm wrong, Danny, but I think necessitarianism is, I don't want to say unheard of, like amongst the philosophers, but it's not very popular.
It's a fringe view.
Yeah.
It's like a big bullet to
That's
bite.
a good word, yeah, fringe. Yeah.
It's a valid position. It's definitely my position.
I'll let
It solves
Danny.
a lot of problems.
Do you think that you could have believed otherwise?
No, not according to my views.
Do you think you have free will?
It's a complicated question. There is degrees of freedom in the human mind, so you could make an argument for larger degrees of freedom and larger inhibition capacity before jumping to a conclusion is therefore equal to what we experience as free will. It's a complicated question, but ultimately there's no way to go back into the past and change anything, so it's fixed in that sense. So if it's fixed from that perspective, it's fixed from all perspectives. So
well,
definitely a necessitarian.
I just wanted to say really quickly, I liked what Jen said about the free will. I actually liked that. Yeah, I thought that was pretty good.
Well, traditionally, the thesis of free will is just the idea that if you acted in a certain kind of way, you could have acted in a different way. That's what.
That, yeah.
Yeah. So then, there are a lot of things like when you deliberate. Let's say you're deliberating between eating pizza or you're deliberating between eating a sandwich. Do you think when you're deliberating that either is possible?
You're predestined to choose one.
Well, yeah, then there's no sense in deliberating.
Oh, you're a Calvinist. That's hilarious.
It takes time to come to a decision, right? Because you're not God. You don't
Just
know
like it takes time for a rock to roll down a hill.
You're
we
a
aren't
Calvinist
subject to strict determinism. We aren't subject to strict determinism. Like we can disprove strict mechanical determinism with Heisenberg uncertainty.
Wait, you just said we can. There's no such thing as the notion of can on necessitarianism.
It's is or isn't, correct?
Yes.
Pretty much. Is it this is or this is not? That's it.
Yeah,
That's all you
there's
get.
no
Those are the only
can.
options. There's no can, may, possibly, necessarily. Nope, those don't. Out the window. Gone.
There's a range of possible things in this universe.
So then you're not a
I
necessitarian.
can do some of them. I can not do other of them. That doesn't contradict anything.
That's against necessity. You agree with us that necessitarianism is false then?
There are future potentialities that are not yet realized. That doesn't mean we don't live in a deterministic universe. Like I said, it's a
Yeah, but
complicated
necessitarianism it doesn't. It's not a thesis about determinism, right? You can have randomness on necessitarianism. I think the point is that when you say that there's potentiality, that you're just not a necessitarian.
It doesn't preclude hypotheticals.
Right. I'm telling you, necessitarians reject hypotheticals.
Yes,
there's
they
only
do.
actual.
Well, I'll just keep doing exactly what I'm doing and not acknowledge that argument, I'm afraid.
It's called necessitarianism because they would say that everything that is necessary, and that's why it is, and it couldn't be different.
Exactly.
Yeah. So if you grant that there's some possibility or that you could have hypotheticals that things could have been different, then you're just not a necessitarian. You don't think that what is necessary.
We can do the things that are allowed by the laws of physics, and we can't do the things that are disallowed by the laws of physics.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Stop trying to semantic.
That's not necessitarian.
My point here. Okay, fine. I'm not that, but I definitely don't accept that there could be other universes. I don't know what that is. That's
usually there's a distinction between there could be another universe and then we're just a possible world. Those aren't the same thing, at least in the philosophical context. Universe.
Same to me.
You tip in philosophy. Now you may be using the terms differently, and there's no problem with that. I'm just saying, philosophers use universe to relate to the natural world, the physical relations, physical properties, A world might encompass something over and above those properties, right? So you could have a world where there's no universe. Well, you could talk about numbers. That might be, it's controversial, but the point is that you can have an empty world, a world where there's no universe, right?
That's not a world, then. That's just the empty
Yeah, it is.
set.
It's a world where there's no universe.
It says you.
No, it says
makes sense.
possible worlds.
Look, this is not disagreement. Don't take this as disagreement. I'm just saying the way that the philosophers use world is the set of all true propositions in a hypothetical, or in it's the idea that
I want to know how they define true.
True. Well, that's controversial. There's different theories of
So
truth.
they're basically saying nothing. It seems to me that
No.
they're actually not just saying much.
Well, they're saying different things. Actually, they're not saying nothing. I'm just saying that this is not easy stuff, right? Like some people, the majority of philosophers accept the correspondence theory of truth. Some philosophers like the coherence. Some philosophers,
semantic.
Yeah, some philosophers are into pragmatic theories of truth. I mean, I don't know. It's just to ask, like, what is truth is just a very big question.
Depends on who you ask, honestly. I mean, truth is that which corresponds to reality. Truth is merely a proposition, or a property of propositions. Truth is that which foundationalism. Truth is that which is is foundational to a broader set of beliefs, something along those lines. Yeah, it just depends on the framework that you take. Epistemology. But we're talking about the contingency argument, not epistemological frameworks. Not, I guess, in some sense, they could play into that, in some sense, but...
Yes, it's a metaphysical, aka epistemological framework to understand causality, and you're denying it on principle. Doesn't change the fact that it's necessitated by stuff like mathematics.
You think if someone rejects the PSR, they're rejecting causality?
No, I'm saying if somebody is an empiricist, that is itself is a self-refuting belief.
Well, it depends on what you mean by empiricism. Some people think that empiricism is just where knowledge starts, not necessarily how all knowledge is like gained. So that's to say that they're empiricists that accept a priori reasoning, but their concepts are ultimately begotten from experience. So it's a little bit more complex than just everything we know is known by experience. That's not the typical position that they defend.
Do you agree that that's self-refuting?
The latter one, yeah, I'm not. I mean, most empiricists are not that kind of empiricist. That seems to be a form of verification.
More, yeah,
well,
like verificationism.
The idea is that, like, if I know that Trump has been president for 4 years, then I also know that he's been president for at least 2 years. Those are different propositions, but I derive the latter from the former analytically. That's not from experience that I know that Trump has been president for at least 2 years if he's been president for 4 years. But namely, I might have only known that he's been president for 4 years via an experience or via perceptions or an empirical inquiry. The idea is that there are two kinds of knowledge. What the empiricists want to say is that it starts with an empirical experiential mode, and then from there we can actually do all sorts of a priori reasoning, right? That's not, namely, like we can know things independently from experience once we have experience, or we start with our concepts are gained from experience. But the sort of empiricism you're talking about seems to be a verificationism, and I think that unsophisticated forms of verificationism that is self-refuting.
Yes.
Right, so the argument that the atheists make against the theists, where they're demanding for empirical evidence of God, you would argue that's not a valid argument.
Well, it does seem kind of weird to me. I agree that to ask for empirical evidence for something that is, namely, not so known via perception. Like,
but what if it interacts with the natural world? Should we not then expect empirical evidence? It's interacting with the natural world. We should be able to see that. Why don't we?
But the problem is that if God interacts with the world, it's hard to rule out a naturalistic explanation for whatever he caused. That's the problem.
Well, then that just makes God unfalsifiable. And
yes.
With Occam's razor, we could just shave it away. It's like saying that the electromagnetism is exactly the same way it is now, but there's also fairies doing all of that.
Exactly.
We can just cut the fairies off. We don't need them to explain it. We've got something that explains it. You're just tacking on extra stuff because.
So we don't need math then.
When did I say that?
Well,
not what he
your
said at
argument
all.
extrapolates to
Jeez.
we don't need math because math
No,
is
it doesn't.
based on
Can you explain how it
Platonism,
does
right?
that? Can you explain
Math
how
is
it does
based
that?
on Platonism.
Can you explain how it does that? You made a claim that my argument did something. Can you explain how, please?
Yeah, sure. Math is based on Platonism.
I don't know what that means. There are
means-
non-Platonist mathematicians.
No,
I'm
there
one of them.
really aren't.
Yes,
because
there
math
are.
is
I've
based
met
on
them.
the real number line. The real number
I
line
don't know
is
what
a
you mean by
Platonic
that. There's the
construct.
complex number line. There's natural
The
numbers.
real
There's a
number
lot more than
line
real numbers.
doesn't. Can you stop? I'm convinced. Okay, I get it. You think you're smart. I gotcha.
Well,
The
I
real
don't think I
number
am.
line
I
doesn't
just say I'm
exist.
smart.
Can you shut up when I'm talking, please? Great, thanks.
Oh, now you
The
want
real-
people to be quiet when you're talking, but you don't want to be quiet when
Shut
they
up.
are? Okay.
The real
Oh, don't
number
get
line
mad because
doesn't
I'm calling
exist
out
in
your
real life.
hypocrisy.
The real number line doesn't exist in real life.
I would
period.
agree.
You have
I
no
would agree.
empirical evidence for it, period. Yet it's the basis of mathematics, which you claim is part of empiricism.
No, I'm not an empiricist. I never made that statement.
You are demanding empirical evidence for God, are you
No,
not?
I'm not. I said if God
Okay.
interacts with the natural world, there ought
I've already
be. I
explained to
shouldn't
you
probably use
how.
the word ought, but there
I have
should
explained to
be.
you how God
Actually, I suppose I
interacts
could.
with the world. I've
There
already
ought
explained to you
be
that a
some
perfect sphere-
evidence, something
perfect
empirical.
sphere-
If he's interacting
Yeah.
with the natural world, and we use empirical things to understand the natural world, then this is a
A
thing that happens in the
perfect
natural world. We
sphere.
should be able to understand it empirically. That's what I
A
said.
perfect sphere doesn't exist in the
This
empirical
has nothing
world.
to do with my argument.
A perfect sphere only exists in the Platonic ideal realm. It doesn't
Oh,
exist in the
okay.
concrete realm. So are you
Okay.
saying that spheres have nothing to do with what goes on here?
I
What
don't
does
know
have
what
to
that
do with
means.
anything?
I genuinely don't know what point you're getting at.
The point is that the sphere controls the shapes
I
in
didn't
the
mention
material
anything
realm.
about spheres.
Oh my
Why are we
You're
talking
asking
about
for proof of
spheres?
how God controls the world. I'm giving you the
No,
proof of how
that's
God
not what I
controls
asked
the world.
for.
Dead.
I said that if God interacts in some way, shape, or form with
Okay,
physical reality,
interact. Is
we should be
control a
able to
form of
measure that
interaction?
physically.
Yeah, and I'm telling you how to do it. You're just not looking at it correctly. God is the
Wait,
perfect
me?
sphere.
I'm not the one that looks at it. I'm not a physicist. The physicists look at it. They haven't seen
God is
anything.
the perfect sphere.
I don't know what that
It
means.
controls reality.
That's just that's an assertion, not an argument.
You can find tons of substantiating evidence. The
Cool.
Earth,
That's
the sun,
can you give
your
me an
own
argument?
consciousness. So the sphere, though we can't observe it because that goes against the laws of empiricism, exists in some way in that it controls the shapes of everything. Everything tends
what
towards
that
a sphere. You can disagree with that, but
Wait,
that's the
squares
argument.
tend towards being spherical? I would disagree.
I honestly find this. I would really like it. I think it'd be awesome if you'd actually try to understand the argument, because I think if I asked you to repeat
Hold on,
the argument
Jen.
back to me, you wouldn't be
Jen,
able to.
Hold on just a second. Who
No,
has the-
I don't understand
No,
your
no,
argument.
Please, hold on. Who has? Oh, that's Randolph. You're making a noise, Randolph.
Oh, sorry.
Is it? Hold on, Randolph, mute.
Yeah, did y'all hear that?
Okay,
It's like
yeah,
a mouse sound?
I think it
Okay.
was. It sounds almost like you might have like a TV going on.
Right.
It's real faint, like it's not like it's a real big nuisance, but it's like just barely there.
Okay, continue on with the Borophil. Go ahead.
And we got 5 more minutes, guys, and then we're coming in at 3:30, which is crazy. With outros, we'll probably hit 4. It goes so fast.
Does it?
So, last chance for anybody to defend the principle of sufficient reason. Going once, going twice.
Something exists.
Sure. That doesn't mean there's an explanation for it existing. Maybe it just exists, and that's all. Which is what I would argue.
You realize
is the
that's
case
not an
for the
actual
universe.
argument, right? That's just an assertion.
An assertion that the universe just exists? Yeah, I mean, that's
There
an
are
assertion.
assertions either way.
Well, yeah, it is an assertion. I could give an argument for it if that's what you're asking me for.
You can't prove a negative, but okay.
Yes, you can.
Well, what?
You
You
can
can prove a
disprove a
negative.
positive, but you can't prove a negative. That's
Yes, you
the point
can.
I
Do
keep
you
coming
know-
back to that seems that
Well,
people don't understand the point.
If P, then not Q. P, therefore not Q. I just proved the negative.
What?
If P, then not Q. P, therefore not Q. I just deductively proved a negative. I proved not Q, which is the negative of Q. I just proved the negative using deductive logic. Yeah, you can absolutely prove negatives.
Or more, yeah, just like that. You could, to get an example, like if there are only men in the room, then there are no women in the room.
It's a structural argument, though. It's not
right.
actually about any specific facts, because they're
well, yeah, but Danny was applying it. If there are only men in the room, then there are no women in the room. There are only men in the room. Therefore, there are no women in the room. You just deductively proved a negative, that there are no women in the room.
Philosophy is about
But this is logic.
objective things. Philosophy is about things that go in the direction of objectivity.
Not
whereas you're
necessarily.
talking about relational things, closed set versus open set. They're
I have
not
no
the
idea what
same
you're talking
approach.
about. I'm talking about logic. I don't know what you're talking about.
The ultimate question is, why are we here? And the answer
I don't
is
think there is
something
an
caused
answer.
us.
Because my parents had sex. That's it.
It depends on what kind of reason do you want. I mean, I genuinely
I don't
think
want any
you can
reason. I'm trying to help you
construe
understand
reasons in
the
2 different
argument.
ways. So you
I'm
can
trying to help
construe
you
them in
understand the
terms of like an
argument.
intention, or you could construe them in terms of some sort of mechanism. So to give an example, if I walked downstairs and I saw that there was a pot on the stove boiling with water, and I asked my wife, why is the pot on the stove boiling? She could say, oh, well, the heat of the coil is convecting into the pot, which is then convecting into the water, adding energy to the molecules, which are then undergoing a phase transition, which is a valid explanation of why the water is boiling, but it's mechanistic. The other explanation she could give is, oh, well, I'm brewing some tea. Would you like some? And this is in terms of an intention. So when we talk about reasons, we can either construe them in terms of an intention or something that's mechanistic. I don't think either applies to why anything exists. There is no why anything exists.
We're not trying to
It
get to
just
a why.
does.
We're not trying to get to a why. We're trying to get to a
Contingency
what.
argument does. The
Or
contingency
how.
argument is getting to a why. Why is there something rather than nothing?
It's
And
getting
it
to an
tries to
explanation.
construe it in terms of an intention.
It's trying to get to
We
an
exist
explanation,
because
right?
some God intended for all of this to be here. That's where the contingency argument is. That's why it's called the contingency argument. It's an argument for God's existence.
And
It
I'm trying
tries
to
to
deconstruct it,
construe
and you won't
the
let me for some
reason in
reason.
terms of intentions. No, I just hadn't finished yet. I am now. Please go
You're
ahead.
just going on and on and on with these like terrible
Okay.
explanations. I'm trying to help people understand this idea. Do you even understand what the argument is?
Were you going to explain it yet?
We exist, therefore something caused us. Are we on board with that?
I reject that.
No.
Okay. So if you reject that, there's just nothing to talk about.
Great.
Sure.
But that's like, he's just that's like the conclusion of the whole argument, right? That's like what's in dispute. Right,
That's
the idea is
that's the beginning of the argument. The beginning of the argument is I exist, and then the next step is something else exists, which is the universe, and then from there we can have some knowing of what the universe is. It's a starting point that we exist and
But
that
that doesn't
something
tell you
caused
why
us.
it's there.
yeah,
we haven't got to why yet. We
there.
haven't got to why yet.
Yeah,
why
but that's the
doesn't come to
contingency
later.
argument.
So I deny it then, I guess.
Okay. That's fine. I would deny the contingency argument too.
But don't you want to find the right answer? So now we're
I don't
going to
think
push
there is an
past
answer.
it. And, well, you can't
That's
assert
the
a negative
problem.
yet again. There is
Wait,
an
I don't know
answer
what that means. I can't assert a negative. There is no aluminum on the moon.
that you
I
know
actually don't
of. You don't know any. You don't know of any way to get.
Let
past
me reword
this,
that.
but I
There
do.
are no salmon on the moon. That's a negative. I'm pretty confident in
You
the truth
couldn't
of that.
possibly know if there was a solution or not. Okay, you're just talking.
A solution
out
to
of your
what?
ass.
A solution to what? I didn't.
To the problem that is put forth by the contingency argument.
Yeah, I think that it's a misplay. I think the question it
So-
asks it's a meaningless question. Is all.
It may get spicy. We'll see. At the very last moment, Antangelo wants to
Oh,
join.
here we go.
Oh, Antangelo!
So Antangelo, we are
haven't had
Midnight
enough of a shit
Ranting.
show, Amy. Thanks
My
a
best
lot.
mate. He's here. Did you bring me a gift?
Hello, Tangelo.
We are talking the contingency argument. I hope you are doing well. And what are your thoughts?
I like to do a role play.
Well, it's a logical proof that God exists.
Okay.
Is it inductive or deductive?
I don't know. I think about that. I think it is deductive.
It's abductive.
Good
If
answer.
the are true, then the conclusion must be true.
It seeks to be deductive. Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to. Sorry, I'm sorry. Go continue.
In fact, since Untangelo joined, we'll add 15 more minutes. So, hope we can, if you have any thoughts on Tangelo other than that, feel free. If not, we'll just do 15 more minutes open conversation, and then we'll wrap it up.
Well, the thing is that let's suppose you have a chain. That chain has to start somewhere. And
Why?
Please, can you let him finish, please? Don't interrupt him.
I can't ask questions?
No, not until he's finished.
So I can't try to understand
Not
what he's saying.
until he's finished.
Yeah, but then when he finishes, I don't understand what he was saying because you wouldn't let me specify. So then I have to have him repeat it so that I can.
This isn't the Leo conversation. Just
I
let the
didn't
man
say
talk.
it was. What are you talking about? All I asked was a question.
Leo, you need a Snickers bar.
No, I don't. I just he made an assertion. I asked him,
Oh
what's
my
the evidence for
God.
that?
Sure.
I'm not allowed to do that?
No, not
just
until
let him
he's
finish.
finished. This is his opening. Let him do his opening, then we can question him.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know
Is
I
that difficult
wasn't
to-
allowed.
I don't know why.
didn't
I don't see
know
why this is so
didn't-
difficult to understand, Leo. I really
didn't know I wasn't allowed to probe why people believe the things
Not
that they
in
do.
people's
I'll
opening.
remember that for
When you
discussions
have
that
a
are, like,
conversation
about
with
arguing.
somebody,
Well,
please
see, I didn't
go
know
ahead.
that this was
But
open.
this is an opening. He's
I thought he
just
was
got
just
in here.
introducing something
Fucking
for the
hell,
room
man.
to debate, which is why I asked the question.
Get a clue.
But you're right. In an open conversation, we shouldn't ask people questions about why they believe.
Yeah,
isn't an
that's
open
obviously you're
conversation.
making a straw man. This is an opening. I've explained that 3 times. Don't be dense, please.
People talk to me when I had my opening, but no, I can't do the same. Nope,
shut
not at all.
You invited it.
Christ.
You invited it.
So did he when he made an assertion.
So I am able to talk now.
I hope so.
Leo, I would appreciate if you don't interrupt me. Okay?
Just
So
go ahead, Otangelo. That's all you
One
need.
word.
I will quote here Stephen Meyer from The Return of the God Hypothesis, page 81. He says, if the past is infinitely old, then getting from the past to the present would be like trying to climb to the surface of the earth from a hole infinitely deep, from a bottomless pit. As one contemporary philosopher has characterized the problem, one could get no foothold in an infinitely temporal series to even get started. For to get to any point, one already has to have crossed infinity. And to say the same thing in other words, imagine an event that would occur in the future. Let's say Real Madrid would win a soccer game against Barcelona. If this game would be occurring 100 or 1,000 years from now, we would know after that finite time period that soccer game would actualize and occur. But if we imagine that it would occur at an infinite period of time from now, then that game would never actualize, because no matter how many years from now, it would always be an infinite period of time ahead. That period would never actualize. If we imagine that the soccer game mentioned above would occur right now, then this moment is the future of the past. In order to actualize, the past cannot be infinite, but must be finite, otherwise the soccer game would never actualize. That means that the universe had a beginning, therefore a cause, and that cause must be beyond the physical universe and eternal. Why eternal? Because something cannot come from nothing. So something has always been, and that being is God. I finished.
Go for it, Leo.
Oh, now it's my turn to ask questions? Okay. So
Well, you have to wait to the end of the opening, Leo. That was explained to you. Please don't be sarcastic. And stop poisoning the well. And stop poisoning the well. You interrupted me.
So now, I mean, I completely forgot the point that I was going to make again, because there are people that just don't know when to shut up.
Amy, you need to moderate.
Yeah, and you're one of them.
What needs to be moderated?
You.
I mean, I've seen you. You overtalked almost all the time in this
No, I don't.
stream.
Can you give me 3
Everyone is
examples?
Flat out
You
telling you
just
this,
timestamps.
and then you think you can argue your way out of talking all the time.
What?
It's
I don't no
insanity.
idea what that means. Why are we even on
Everyone's
this
telling
subject?
you,
Why do y'all
blabbing
keep
and
talking about
over-talking
me when
everyone.
we're supposed to be talking about the contingency argument?
Because your behavior's become a problem.
Am I really that cool? Am I really that awesome of a guy?
Leo, can you mute Leo so others can actually have some time?
They're
talk
free
as
to jump in whenever they want.
I'd actually like to get Ruben in, but we're still keeping that same 15 minutes. So I'm going to get him in. I think he is a theist. I think he's a Muslim. I'm not sure. He may be a Christian. Maybe I'm doing you wrong, Ruben. But I'll get you in, and we are midnight ranting on the contingency argument for the existence of God. Hope you're doing well, and what are your thoughts?
Ruben, welcome.
Hello.
What up?
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Awesome. So it's 4:30 in the morning where I am. I am a Muslim, by the way. So real quick, the contingency argument is based less on infinite time than it is contingent parts of things that we know exist. For example, the universe is made up of contingent parts. Right? There can't be an infinite number of contingent things. So again, not about time. The time is the irrelevant factor here. If you take something that's comprised of something else, which requires something else to comprise that thing, you never have a start point. Right? That's basically it. Right? So picture you go to check out a book on an infinitely long checkout line. Right? The necessary thing is that somebody allows the first part of the line to check out the book. Easy breezy. So I'm not sure what Leo is not understanding here. You don't have to mute yourself with me. I'm actually curious as to what this fellow's argument is. But contingency is based on composition, not time. Go ahead, Leo.
My argument hasn't been one of time at all. I stated that the contingency argument rests on the principle of sufficient reason. All I need is somebody to give an argument defending that.
All right, so I'm going to ask you a question then. Do you believe it's reasonable to see the universe as contingent things?
As in that the universe is a set of contingent things?
Correct. Right. So axiomatically, we have to agree that things are comprised of other things. Is that fair?
Well, yeah, but I don't think that necessitates contingency.
Okay. So is it reasonable to think that something can manifest out of nothingness? Is it reasonable? I'm not saying is it possible or not possible. Is it reasonable to believe?
What do you mean by nothingness?
Are
you saying like a literal philosophical nothingness?
I'm talking about something physically tangible, right? Do you believe something tangible can manifest out of nothing?
It depends on what you mean by nothing. If you take the physics definition of nothing, yes. If you take the literal nothingness, then I would say no.
You're saying no, that something cannot manifest out of nothing.
Again, it depends on how you define nothing.
How do you define it?
It depends on the context. In physics, nothing isn't nothing in philosophy.
It's not physical. It's the ontological.
Well, I would
nothing.
prefer
Absolute
him speak for
nothing.
himself.
I mean, we can talk about both. Right now, I'm just talking about physically tangible, observable
something
things.
physical. Are you asking, can something physical come from something non-physical?
Sure.
I would say no.
Okay. So in order for something to manifest, there either has to be something that initiates that cause, which itself is uncreated, or nothing exists.
What do you mean by manifest?
Yeah.
So create. We'll use the word create.
So I don't like that word because create implies a creator. Do you mean come into existence?
Okay, so I'm implying a creator.
Well, I'm not.
All right, so you're. I came into the stream very late, so out of the sake of mercy for your argument, what exactly is your position?
That the contingency argument rests on the principle of sufficient reason, which is not, in my opinion, reasonably justified.
Okay, that's good. So what would be sufficient evidence for you, or a sufficient reason for you?
What do you mean? How do you mean?
In other words, if I were to prove, let's take law for example. If you were to try to come to the conclusion that somebody broke a law, you would have to have a reason, or you would have to have an explanation of what that crime was, so that you could then transpose that onto the person's actions.
Of course.
And then there would be evidence of them breaking the law.
Right. So you have evidence of breaking the law.
Right.
But you have to define what that breaking of the law looks like.
Correct.
Okay. So what evidence is sufficient for you, Leo, correct?
Yes.
What evidence would be sufficient for you to accept that the contingency argument is a necessary thing?
I would require a body of objectively verifiable data which concords strongly with or indicates positively the conclusions reached by the contingency argument, which I have not yet seen.
Okay, so what exists that we can observe, that you know of, that does not have a cause?
Radioactive decay is acausal. Vacuum field fluctuations, quantum fluctuations are acausal. Quantum tunneling is acausal. If a photon decays into an electron-positron pair, that's acausal. There's a lot of things that don't have causes.
So here's the problem, and I have this argument with my friends a lot. They start with the creation, right, and then they move from there. The creation. So whatever the object is, let's say it's water, okay? They'll posit that the human body is a more advanced form of water, whatever their philosophical views are. And I point out to them that if you start with the creation, right, the creation of the water has to presuppose the interaction with it.
What?
So in other words, your radioactive decay is predicated on the idea that there's something to decay.
Yeah, that has to be explained as well. Where did that come from? Which
Well, he's
causes
taking
the
a
decay?
completely absurd position, so you're not going to be able to. He's taking a completely absurd position, basically. He's trying to negate metaphysics, which doesn't work, but he's just going to keep on trying, I guess, because he thinks that the Socratic method works this way, but it's just really self-defeating at this point.
That's not what I'm doing. You have no idea what I'm arguing. Nothing that I said refutes metaphysics. That's not what I'm trying to do. I just reject the principle of sufficient reason, which is two people have said so far in the stream. One of them has a master's degree in philosophy. The entire argument rests on that. So I reject that. I don't reject metaphysics.
You reject causality, so you're rejecting
No, I don't.
every single thing.
I don't
You just
reject
said there was
causality.
You said
there were
acausal
acausal things. I didn't say
That's
everything. I
rejecting
didn't know it's not. I
causality.
did not say
They're the
everything.
same
I did not say everything was acausal. So I'm not rejecting causality. I'm simply stating
Yeah,
it
you
isn't.
are.
No, I'm not. Rejecting causality would be to say that there is no causality. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it doesn't exist in all
So
things.
you're a causal
I'm not
relativist then.
I'm not rejecting it. It isn't a fundamental
Hey,
principle
Leo,
or law.
calm
So
down.
how about you ask me
Calm
what my
down.
position is, rather than assuming you know what it is when obviously you fucking don't.
You can't
Okay,
ground your
okay,
metaphysics. It's
What
obvious.
do you mean? What do you mean I can't ground? What is my metaphysics? Tell me
Go
what my
ahead and
metaphysics
go
is.
ahead and ground your metaphysics for
Nope,
me.
tell me what my metaphysics is. You made the claim I can't
Well, it
ground it.
doesn't
Tell me
include-
what
it
my
doesn't
metaphysics is.
it
So
doesn't
you
include
obviously don't know.
causality.
All right, I'll just leave it at that.
Go ahead and ground your
I don't-
metaphysics. Prove me wrong. I don't
No,
think you
what
have
is my
anything.
metaphysics? You're the one that said I can't do it.
That's
Tell
what
me
I'm
what
saying.
my
You don't
metaphysics
have
is.
metaphysics.
Nope, you're just backpedaling because you don't know what my
can't.
metaphysics is.
Prove a negative. You go ahead and tell me that.
I've already
Because you don't
demonstrated
know.
that yes, you can. And I'm not
What
the
is
only
it?
one that
Explain-
has.
You're trying to
what
shift
it
the
is.
burden of proof in a very strange way. I'm saying
I have no idea what you're talking
establish your
about.
metaphysical axioms. I don't think you can, but you're free to prove
I
me
don't know
wrong.
what you mean. What aspect of my metaphysics are you wanting to know about? Do you know how broad the term metaphysics is?
I can explain my own metaphysics in under 1 minute.
That's
So
great.
Go ahead and do it.
Wait, so anything you can do, I'm supposed to be able to do that automatically? That's not how it
Anybody
works.
who's a philosopher should be able to ground their metaphysics in it.
Yeah, they would probably ask you what aspect of my metaphysics are you asked? Like,
I don't even think you understand the
broad.
question, to be frank.
Well, no, it's just your question is extraordinarily broad, and I have no idea what
No,
you're
it's
trying
not.
to ask me.
It's-
Yes, it
it's
is. Obviously,
step
it
one
is
of all
because I don't
reasoning.
understand what you're trying to ask me because it's too broad.
Exactly.
Your,
you don't
your name
understand
is
the
Jen,
question.
not Frank.
It's irritating because it's like we're trying to make a point.
Yeah, this is going
here.
nowhere.
You're
so
not acknowledging
say whatever
it,
you want.
Leo,
and then you're just going off on a tangent.
Leo, are you an atheist?
Yes.
Obviously.
Okay. I just wanted to
An atheist and
clarify.
a naturalist.
Leo, let me ask you something. Have you ever, in any of all these streams where you have participated, at the end of the stream recognized that you were wrong on something?
How ironic.
Yeah, no shit.
Yes, I have.
Okay, can you give an example?
Yes, and Bird can back me up,
I
so
got
can
you. I
Amy,
got
when
you,
I was
Leo.
wrong
I
on
got
what
you.
ethanol was.
Yes, I got you. Yes, actually, Tangelo, he has. What does this have to do with anything about your dumb contingency argument? Go ahead.
Okay, you gave a series of examples of things which do not need a cause, right? Can you repeat that?
Which
Can you
do
just
not
put
have
some-
a cause.
He said they're
Radioactive
acausal.
decay, vacuum field fluctuations, quantum tunneling,
Nuclear force,
a lot of particle decays, like
electromagnetic force.
photons. Excuse me, I
None
thought
of
the
those
question was
things are
posed to me.
acausal.
But the person that bitches
None
about
of
me
those
interrupting
things
is
are
interrupting me.
acausal.
This is just nothing but this whole stream has been just Jen projecting.
Leo, don't try
That's
not
so
to
ironic.
try not to get
None of
emotional.
those things are
I'm
acausal.
not emotional. I
You're
just find it funny.
lying.
Yes, they are. I'm sorry you don't understand quantum
Okay.
mechanics,
Science
but
is
yes, they are.
grounded in causality.
No,
okay?
it's not.
Causality
No,
is
it's
an
not.
axiom
No,
of
it's not.
science.
No,
You
it's
keep
not.
saying no, it's
Causality
not.
isn't the thing in
But
either
it
quantum
is.
field theory or general relativity. Oh, Tangelo, please.
Okay, so do all these things which you just mentioned now require a physical precondition?
So everything that I mentioned requires necessary conditions, but not sufficient conditions. When we
You
talk
just said
about
it.
causes,
You
when we
just
talk
proved it
about
just
causes,
now
excuse me,
by
I thought I
using the
was
word
responding.
necessary.
I thought I was responding. When we talk about causes, and you guys wonder why I get so upset. When we talk about causes, we're talking about sufficient conditions. So to give an example here, let's say I've got a cup full of water sitting on the table. And a cat jumps on the table, knocks the cup of water over. Somebody says, "Hey, what spilled the cup?" Somebody walks into the room. "Hey, what spilled your cup of water?" And I said, "Gravity." I mean, I'm not technically
No. What
wrong.
you're describing
But excuse
is
me,
the
can I
effect-
finish, please? Can I finish, please? Thank you.
That
I'm
wasn't
not,
the end of the point?
Excuse me. No. Quiet, please. I speak,
Yeah,
you listen. Thank you.
give the word
So,
to you, please.
so I'm not technically wrong. Gravity is the necessary condition. I need it in order for the cup falling over to be instantiated because I need gravity for the cup to fall over. But
Okay.
we all know gravity's not what caused the cup to fall over. It was the necessary condition. It was not the sufficient condition. The cat jumping onto the table was the sufficient condition. So I'm more than willing to concede that there are necessary conditions for radioactive decay, vacuum view. I mean, you need the radioactive atom. Vacuum field fluctuations, you need the vacuum field. Quantum tunneling, you need the particle. Various things like that. But there are no sufficient conditions which determine when the event will be instantiated. There's only necessary conditions under which the event can be instantiated, but you cannot determine when because it is acausal.
So you have
That's why I brought up time earlier.
Well, so you have no point, Leo, because you need as
I don't
well
know what
to
that means.
You have
need
no point
also-
is the
wow.
point.
You also have to explain the origin of these things which cause these effects.
What do you mean?
Described.
When you say
need-
origin, can you
need a-
clarify?
Yes, you need a physical precondition in order for these effects which you described to occur. So the follow-up question is, what caused these preconditions to exist?
So when you say preconditions, are you referring to necessary conditions or sufficient conditions?
Just
Well,
conditions, physical.
Well,
Describe the
but
difference
conditions.
to you.
I
What's the
literally just did. If you weren't interrupting me when I was doing it, you may have heard it. Let me do it again for your sake. So I have a cup sitting on a table full of water, and a cat
Yeah,
jumps
the cat
onto the
jumps
table
up
and knocks the cup
and
over.
knocks it down.
And
And
somebody
someone
walks
asks,
into my room and asks
"Hey,
me,
how did
"Okay,
the cup
so hey,
fall?"
what knocked your cup of
Gravity.
water over?" And I say, "Gravity."
You heard it.
I'm not technically wrong.
You've
Gravity was
already
the
said
sufficient
these
condition.
exact words.
When we talk about causes, we're not looking at
Leo,
the
stop.
necessary condition. When we're talking about causes, we're looking for sufficient conditions.
What does that mean
not
to you? I just
necessary
want to
conditions.
understand.
So
What does that word mean
gravity
to you,
is the
sufficient condition?
necessary condition
What's a
for
sufficient
the cup
condition?
falling over.
Leo, you didn't
The,
understand,
the
and that's
cat
my
jumping on the
objection.
table is the sufficient
Leo,
condition for knocking the
you've
cup
You
not
over.
understand
objected.
sufficient condition.
Wow.
A
Leo,
sufficient
you-
condition is the
wow.
thing which actualizes the event. The
Listen.
necessary conditions are the conditions under which the event can be actualized, but they don't do the actualizing. Gravity doesn't
Let me make
tip
it
cups
clear for you,
over.
Leo. Let me make it
Gravity
clear
is
for you,
just a
Leo.
condition
I'll make it
under
simple.
which a cup
I'll make it
can
simple.
be tipped
I'll
over.
make it simple. Listen, is the cat an uncreated being?
That has nothing to do with my point.
I'll take that as a
Exactly, that's
no.
the
Is the cup
point.
an uncreated being?
That has
That's
nothing to do with my
Yeah,
point.
that
Yeah,
has
and
I'll
nothing
take
to
that
do
as a
your
no.
point is
My point has
irrelevant,
nothing to
Leo.
do with whether
Answer
these
the
are created. Why
question.
would I
Is-
answer questions that
is
have
the-
absolutely
is the
no relevance to
gravity-
the point that I'm making?
Is the gravity a
You
force
cannot know that.
put
Answer
upon
the
an
question.
Yes, I
You're
unnecessary
can.
arguing
thing?
in bad faith. No, you can't ad hoc
Holy
know
shit.
whether a
Listen
question
to all
is
this, but
relevant.
I'm the
Just
one
answer
dominating
it.
the conversation.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, I
because you
can't say
rant
anything without being interrupted
endlessly,
2 seconds
and
later
you
by you, but I'm dominating the
No,
conversation.
Leo,
That's logical.
I didn't say you
rant,
were.
Leo, you rant endlessly, but you didn't.
No, I
actually
don't.
Answer. Yes, but you didn't actually answer my question.
What was
I
your
said,
question?
so what actually started the whole chain and all these things?
I don't,
which you
what chain? I don't know
described
what you mean.
of events.
What do you? I don't know what you mean.
The chain of events that transpire.
What do you mean when you say chain of events? I have no idea what that
The cat
means.
jumping on the table, the cup being knocked over, the gravity being inflicted on.
I'm
the
still
cup.
confused. You're not specifying what
Yeah,
you
maybe
want me
you're
to
not-
answer.
Maybe you are not bright enough, Leo. And
So you're going to install my intelligence rather than trying to
Yes,
clarify
I'm-
better to help me
yes,
understand.
yes,
So then you're
yes,
not
I'm
interested in having a
questioning
discussion.
your
You're interested in
intelligence.
trying to browbeat your opponent with your supposed
Blah, blah,
superior intellectuality rather than
blah, blah,
informing them of what your
blah,
position is and
Very
having a
ironic.
conversation.
Leo, Leo.
Who just said my name? What can I refer to you as? I don't see your name on the screen.
My name is Ruben.
Ruben. Okay. What's that? Go ahead.
So look. These conversations can get quite emotional. I just want to understand your point because it's
Yes,
hard to
no
argue
point.
against your
I've
emotions.
expressed it.
All right,
I reject the principle of sufficient reason. Give me a reason why I shouldn't.
Just to be clear, the components of your argument, are they uncreated?
It doesn't matter.
Well, why? Why doesn't it matter?
Why? Because my argument, the point of my argument isn't whether things are created or not. It's the difference between necessary and sufficient conditions.
Okay,
that's it.
You use those words in your argument.
Yes, I did. Of course. Why? I'm defining
necessary, need, right?
What is your
point?
point?
Those two words are words that imply contingent things.
No, necessary does not mean contingent.
Necessary doesn't mean something's contingent. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good. So that doesn't then rule out a creator, does it?
I'm so confused. I don't recall mentioning a creator.
I'm mentioning the creator.
Yeah. What does this have to do with what I was saying? All I was doing was defining the difference between a necessary condition and a sufficient condition. I'm confused. I am understanding. That's why I'm asking questions. I'm asking him questions so that I can understand him, Otangelo. That's why I ask questions. Because unlike you, I'm actually interested in having a conversation.
Restate
No,
the
you have
position
not.
if you understand it so well.
Just rant endlessly.
I don't think you can restate the position because I honestly don't think you understand.
So
it. You're just trying to ask
Ruben,
questions
what
to disprove it.
can you? I'm sorry. What are you getting at here?
But before
I don't mean that to be rude.
No, it's fine. Before you get into any religious discussions, right? I'm a Muslim, for example, okay? I deal with Christians, atheists, the whole gamut of positions.
Great.
You can't start there. You have to start with, is there even a legitimate reason to believe that there's a creator?
No.
Right?
Oh, are there reasons to? I think that there are reasons to believe in a God. Absolutely.
Good.
I disagree with them, but I think that there are reasons. Yes.
Do you think that they are reasonable positions?
Yes, I think you can have reasonable positions that are at least considered to be wrong by certain people.
Okay. Okay.
I don't think
So-
reasonable means at least necessarily means correct. I just want to specify that.
All right, that's fine. Listening to your examples about the cat, the cup, and gravity really is not clarifying much.
What would you like me to clarify?
Go, just being as basic as possible.
About what?
No. I'm going to explain it to you right now. These things are all created things, right? They are all caused things. The cat, for example, is a caused thing. Gravity is a caused thing, right? It needs something to exist in order for that force to be actualized, correct?
In some
In other words,
sense,
you need a planet, you need a star, you need something.
Well, you need mass
in order to get gravity, correct?
In a sense, I mean, you could have no mass in the universe, but general relativity still be a thing. It would just
can gravity exist without mass?
It depends on what precisely you mean. Like, are you asking even if there were no mass, could gravity like still be a thing? Well,
yeah.
Technically, yes, but there just isn't anything to curve the space-time. But it could still be curved.
What are you basing that off of? That
general relativity.
General relativity.
Mm-hmm.
Is general relativity based on things existing?
Unless physical models aren't based on physical things that physically exist, then yes.
They aren't.
Such a weird question.
That's the argument. They aren't based on things that exist. The real number line does not exist.
Oh,
period.
here we go. I don't even.
Special relativity isn't a physical thing. It is something.
Angelo, come on.
Of course not. It's an abstract theory that humans developed.
That's the problem of your answer.
No, it's not. It describes physical things. It isn't itself physical. That's what I said.
That.
What do you? Come on, really?
The person who themselves said science doesn't prove things is now telling me I can't prove. I don't.
You can prove things. You just can't use science to prove things. You understand
What?
Things, right?
Really? You can't? Oh, gee, I never knew.
You think you really know it all, don't you?
No, the only thing I know is that I know nothing. Call me Jon Snow.
Leo,
You're talking a lot for someone who knows nothing.
I can talk and not know anything.
Leo, what started the chain of events in the physical universe?
I don't know what you mean when you say chain of events. I'm sorry, I don't know how to interpret that.
You're just playing dumb. This is
No, I'm not. I'm
insanity.
trying to understand what it is Otangelo is actually saying, because I'd prefer to understand his actual position so that I can provide as honest and as genuine a response as I can. So if I don't understand what he's saying, I'm going to express that. Look, dude, I don't know what you're trying to tell me.
Where did the
Okay,
mass
there was
in the
an
universe
expansion of
come
the universe,
from?
right? What started it?
Where's the mass come from? Where does the mass in the universe come from?
One at a time.
Can you repeat your question, Otangelo?
One at a
I'm sorry.
time. Come on now.
What started the expansion of the universe?
I don't think I think most cosmologists would probably say inflation, though I don't think that we could, as humans, I don't think we could be sure of that.
Okay, what started inflation?
Nobody knows.
Jesus Christ, Otangelo.
No, I mean, it's a valid question. Nobody knows.
Yeah, so he has no clue, but he wants to say that everyone else is wrong. So it's a bit sad.
Wait, I don't. That's not my position. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, did it have to have a cause or not?
I don't think it would have had to. It may have, but I don't think that's necessitated. No.
No, so nothing could have caused the expansion. And
Well, when you say nothing, do you mean that there wasn't anything that was the cause, or are you saying that there was a cause and what we're calling the cause is nothing? Because in the former, yes. In the latter, no.
I'm talking about the ontological nothing or absolutely nothing. Can absolutely nothing do something? Yes or no?
No, absolutely nothing isn't a thing. It can't do a thing. It's not a thing. So
Good.
that would fall
So,
into the latter
hold
where
on,
you're
hold on,
saying
hold
that
on.
there's a
Good.
nothing and this thing that we're calling nothing does a thing. No, there was
Good.
not anything.
Good.
Well,
Excellent.
potentially
I
there
agree
was not
with you.
anything. But
That was a good save.
I mean, it just
I
we
agree
don't
with you.
know. We just
Okay,
we
I
don't know.
agree with you. Stop your rant. I agree
I'm
with
not
you.
ranting.
Okay. Yes,
You're gonna
but
lecture me about ranting?
But you stop. You can stop talking so I can answer. Okay, so then something had to trigger the expansion and the inflation. What was it?
Great. We don't
Wait,
know.
what's
You
the
don't
argument? What's the argument for that?
I'm asking you a question. You just agreed with me that
Yeah,
nothing
your
has no
question
causal
is based on an
power.
assertion. What's the argument for the assertion?
The assertion is that something had to cause the expansion and the
Yes.
inflation.
What's the argument for that?
No one in science
Oh,
says.
Tangelo?
I'm just asking you a question.
Yes.
You answer it.
You said so something had to cause it. So what did? And I'm saying, well, how do you know something had to cause it? What's the argument for
Because
that?
nothing has no causal power.
Well, nothing doesn't cause things. When we
You
say that
just
nothing caused
agreed
something,
with
we're not
me.
saying that there's a thing that caused it and that thing is nothing. We're saying there was not anything that caused it. It doesn't have one.
caused
You seem to
itself.
be conflating between not a cause and a cause that is nothing.
It caused itself. Is that the position?
My position is we don't know. Nobody knows. You can't
The
know.
universe
At
is
least
13 point however billion years old.
the universe doesn't have an age.
The universe
13.8
is
billion
given
years
an
is
age.
how the 13.8 billion years is how far back we can go. But the universe could exist for 1 billion years before that, in which case it wouldn't be 13.8 billion years old. So
It'd be
that's not
14.
the age of the universe. That's as far back as our physical models can take us. That does not mean that's a beginning point. That does not mean that's where things start. And if you think it does, please open a textbook on cosmology because you don't know what you're talking about.
Right. So, again, is the universe made of composite parts?
Is the what?
Is the universe made of composite parts?
I think most people would probably say yes to that.
What do you say?
I think I would say yes to that. How are you using the term universe?
The observable, everything that we can observe, we'll call that the universe.
Yeah, but wouldn't that just be one thing?
What's the problem with one?
So I have a question. Is this pen one thing?
It's comprised of multiple things.
It's not what I asked you. Is this pen one thing? This is
Sure.
a closed-ended question. Okay, but it's not. It's made of atoms and molecules,
Right.
atoms, electrons, quarks, gluons, photons.
Good.
So it's not
Good.
one thing,
No, that's
except that it
perfect.
technically, I mean, we would say that the pen is one thing.
That's
So
perfect.
this really comes down to how an individual is using these terms. If
Exactly.
one means the universe to be one thing, they might say it has composites in it, but is it made up of those composites? Maybe not. I mean, it's just going to depend. I would say that I don't see a problem with considering the universe as being a composite of particulars, I guess you could say.
That's good. Did those particulars create themselves?
I don't know.
What? Hold on. What do you mean by create?
Come into existence.
No, nothing
Here
comes
we
into
go.
existence.
Here we
So
go.
you believe-
Pull the pen out, Leo. Tell me. Hold on. Pull your pen out, Leo.
What's up?
No, pull your pen out. Let me see your pen.
I gotcha.
Pull your pen out, Ruben. I want you to show me on that pen where it begins to exist, please.
Oh,
Where it
Bird, you are
begins to
fucking
exist.
brilliant.
The
Please.
essence.
So
pen.
here's the problem with that question.
No. Tell me where that pen begins to exist, and you prove that, then you can ask the question: when did the universe begin to exist? Otherwise,
Sure,
you have
brilliant.
nothing.
Sure. So the issue here
No.
is that
Wait,
pen didn't come
Hold
into
on,
existence.
let him answer.
Sorry.
Let him answer.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. If you're looking for the answer, I can give you the answer. That pen didn't come into existence in this gentleman's hand.
It's not
Okay.
the
So when you
question
say
I asked.
where did it be? Hold on. When you start with the final product, you can't ask where did it start using that final product.
So
You don't
we
start
can't
at
do that
the
with the
end and
universe.
ask where does this thing begin to exist.
Thank
The
you.
universe
You can't
is
start
the
at
final
the
product.
end. Hold on. You can't start at, this is not a Tarantino movie, right? You can't start at the end and say, well, this is the beginning
That's
of the
a good
movie.
one.
Right. So that pen didn't begin to exist as it was lifted to be displayed on camera.
I mean, you're correct, but that wasn't Bird's question. So let me try this way. Do you see where the
is he asking where the starting point of the pen
Yes.
is? Like,
No, he's asking where the starting point of the existence of the pen is. Is it here?
Right.
Is it here? Is it here?
No.
Is it on the L? Is it on the O? Where is it?
No.
Is it on
So
the
again,
atoms that were 14 billion years ago? No.
Wherever this pen, that's a great question. And I'm glad you're posing it that way. Is your composition, is the starting point of your composition the starting point of the universe? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, that pen didn't come into existence as you lifted it.
The universe having a starting
didn't come
point
into
is
existence,
itself
you'd be okay.
logically inconsistent.
Yeah. You didn't
The
answer my
universe
question,
having
but
a
thank you.
beginning is inconsistent. Sorry, Amy.
I don't know what that means. The universe
Amy,
could have
you're
a
muted.
beginning.
Nobody.
It
Amy,
doesn't.
you're muted.
Oh, Amy's okay.
Yes, well, I just want to say, even with the Big Bang model, regardless of whether there's a
It's a
back or
theory.
not,
It's a theory.
but even if we were to take it all back, all the stuff was in one point.
Exactly.
Which means that it
No.
really didn't come from nothing. It's that we don't know if there was a point before. It could have been that the expansion event was the first thing, and that is the beginning of time and space completely, or it could be that is just the beginning of time and space as we know it, and it could be that we're actually nested within a cosmos.
Right.
What caused that?
So I just want
in
to.
a computer simulation.
See,
I just want to say
but
one
you
thing before I
say-
continue.
Well, actually, I just want to. Okay.
No,
Real quick,
Amy,
real quick,
please.
2 seconds.
Well, but you say what caused the cosmos. I have the same problem with saying what caused God. And so
Right,
you're
so
going
here-
to
So
say
God is
nothing
eternal.
caused God. Exactly. The cosmos is eternal.
Yeah, but the cosmos is in time. God is not. If you are
The
in time, you
cosmos
cannot
isn't in time.
No,
Yeah,
the
exactly.
universe isn't in time.
In
Time
fact-
is an aspect of the universe. Like the mass is a product of the universe, but the universe doesn't have mass.
Leo, I'm talking to Amy, not to you.
Cool.
Can you
This is
stop
an
a
open
minute,
conversation.
please?
Sorry that
Yes,
you
but
don't like that.
Yeah, but
You've
you
just
like
been
dumpster
talking
fire.
nonstop for like 20 minutes, Leo. Give
Yeah.
other people a chance.
Every time Jen talks, I'm just going to take my headphones
Stop,
off.
shut
It's not
your
even worth
mouth.
listening anymore.
Shut your
But I
mouth.
do want to
Just
talk
telling you
about,
to shut up, please.
about timelessness
What?
and all this. I get notions. They tell me that God has to be timeless. I don't
No.
think that's true at all. I think that
Well-
he can actually have a either nest himself in time, or there could be a different time
It's all
that
an
is
assertion.
actually deeper or more fundamental, whatever you
There-
want to call it, than our time that we have now. A
There's
mega
problems.
time, super time.
Shut your mouth,
There's problems
Leo. You are
with
not
there's
asked
problems
right
with the
now.
idea of
Shut
God
your
being
mouth.
timeless
Shut
in and
your
of itself.
mouth, Leo.
I
Shut
mean,
your
like, how does a
mouth.
timeless
Shut
God
your mouth.
create
Shut
when
your
creation
mouth.
is
Shut
a
up, Leo.
temporal
Shut
product?
up, Leo.
Wait, does Otangelo think that like he
Shut
just
up,
owns the
Leo.
show
All right,
and
guys,
he gets
guys,
to choose who gets
It
to
was
speak
not
and
to
when?
round. I was talking
Is
to Amy,
Otangelo?
not to you.
I don't know why
Shut
he hasn't
up,
been
Let
muted.
Otangelo
Like,
Shut
I don't.
up to your mouth,
So,
Leo.
well,
I was
I
talking
didn't know
to
that
Amy,
Amy
not
was
to you.
referring specifically
Shut
to Otangelo. I
up,
thought she was
Leo.
making a
Shut
general statement.
up.
And given
Shut
that this is an
up,
open
Leo.
conversation, I
Shut
thought it was okay
up.
for me to
Shut
chime
up,
in.
Leo. Shut up.
Are you just gonna like
Wow,
keep
shut
saying
up,
that?
Leo.
Or
Shut up.
Guys,
If everyone else
hey,
is
wait, do you really think you're gonna?
Leo,
Do you really think
shut
you're gonna
up.
outlast me?
Shut
Do you, dude? I'm
up,
like Peter.
Leo.
You know who Peter
Yes,
is,
I will
right? Yeah.
outlast you. Shut
So,
up.
okay. No, dude, you're older than
Shut
I am. You'll die
up.
before I will. So
Amy,
you're
you're
good.
gonna have to mute
up.
him. I'm sorry.
Wow.
I didn't know that this was
Shut
open
up.
conversation. I didn't know this was
Shut
Otangelo's
up.
stream. I didn't know he got to
Shut
dictate who
up.
gets to talk
It seems to
and
be
when
your
and everything
stream,
like
right,
that.
Leo? It
So-
seems to be your
Talking
stream.
about
Wait,
right,
when did I
Leo?
say it's my stream?
Oh my
Other
Yeah,
people
I
have been
think
able
so.
to
You
talk.
talk all the
We've had
time.
good
Yeah,
discussions.
you're just
I'm
I'm only
kidding.
responding the way that I am because
everyone.
of Otangelo, because I'm
Shut
trying to make a
up.
point.
Shut
So,
up.
I think everybody gets
Okay,
it. Otangelo still doesn't.
everybody. And okay, so I just don't understand why, if God is going to have eternalness and the ability to be outside time and space, why there just can't be other things that are natural that would fill that void.
Well, natural means physical. So as soon as you have physical things, they have to be in time. If they are in time, then they are sequential. If they are sequential, they need a beginning. They cannot start.
What's the argument for that?
That's an assertion.
And I would say you're saying it has to be in our time, but it could be this mega time that's actually containing. If you imagine a cosmos that contains a multitude of universes, then you could say the cosmos has this mega time or super time, whatever you want to say, that is outside of all of them, and then within each universe would have their local times, what we would refer to as our Big Bang.
Well, even if it would be some different kind of time, as soon as you have change and sequential events, you need to have a beginning, a starting point.
What's the argument for that?
Wow.
I heard an argument earlier today which made a lot of sense. When we're using time, that's actually great, Amy. Mega time, right? So there's multiverses, there's different applications to time. When you look at what the boiling point is at sea level, right? Those conditions for boiling change as you change the conditions, right? It doesn't mean that boiling doesn't exist or isn't a necessary thing. It just means that the conditions presented around that boiling change depending on the atmosphere. It's still based on conditions existing, and those conditions can't exist or manifest themselves. This is the point. Now look, I just want to say one thing before I'm going to stop talking for a minute. I can't prove God.
Awesome. I appreciate that.
Yeah. So all I can do is give my reasons why I believe that God is a necessary thing. That's all I can do. Okay. If we can start in that sincere place, then the conversation will go a lot better.
Perfect.
And I'm glad you're being real with us. I would say I'm not denying there can't be a mega time or something outside of our universe in which we have to be nested or something has to be necessary. I do not see sufficient evidence for that to be the case. I'm not saying it isn't. I'm saying I don't see evidence.
What evidence would be sufficient for you?
Well, I'm going to tell you, but I will say that most of the theists I give this explanation to, they are not happy with the answer.
Wait, let me guess, because I'm pretty sure I heard you give this answer before.
Sure.
God would need to show up in your room.
Nope.
Okay, all right, let's hear it.
That's not what her answer is going to be.
It would help, but my general answer is empirical, which generally they go, oh, how dare you use that tool? That's not the tool you're supposed to be using for God. And it's like, when
Amy's
you
got
ask
the right
me what
tool.
I want, that's a different tool.
Hello.
But I wish, if I'm being honest with you, I wish that he would treat us like Muhammad, Moses, and Jesus.
And Paul.
I feel, and Paul. Well, yeah, really specifically Paul than
Paul.
Jesus. I think Jesus cried out and he didn't get the answer back. But that's canon, whatever. I really just want the same treatment that the prophets are getting. I know somehow when I asked for this, then
That's interesting
the other
that
answer.
you're asking for that. So just to be clear, right? You used to be Jewish. You were raised Jewish, yes?
I did. I was raised, had the bat mitzvah and everything.
Awesome. You wish to be treated as the prophets were treated.
I think she means in terms of evidence, like evidence
in terms
God
of
gave
evidence.
them.
Because
Okay,
I'll
no,
tell
that
you,
makes sense.
definitely don't want to be treated like Jesus. I will say that.
Well, if you go to other countries, you would be. So,
I mean, we see, like, they got to see a man whole ass rise from the dead and see the holes in his hands. We get a picture of some dude on toast. Like, really, God? Come on now. Why did they get all these dead people rising and we get pictures on toast? Like,
and in the Torah, he's coming out and being first person.
So, Amy, let me ask you, how can you get to this present moment in time from an infinite past, from no specific moment in time in the past?
Are you not listening to anything?
How can we get to this? I'm not sure we had an infinite past. I think we know how far back we could go. And then past that, we have a breakdown of our large physics and our small physics, and we just don't know how to combine it so we could kind of look behind whatever would be there. But I don't even know.
Something to look behind.
Yes, but can you come to this present moment in time?
Oh, she can come.
From no specific point in time in the past, from an infinite period of time in the past, which is no point in time whatsoever, actually.
This sounds like the what's it called question. I forget the bow. If we shoot the bow and it goes in half increments, it never actually gets to the point.
It's like Hilbert's Hotel. It presumes an A theory of time, which we have no reason to presume.
But I was going to say, I don't think that actually works in classical mechanics. I think you actually do get the target in time, and because I don't think that it is working like that.
Yeah, it doesn't work in classical mechanics because you have actually discrete periods of time, so they add up. And if you don't posit the starting point to arrive at this present moment in time, how can you actually reach this present moment in time? You cannot. So there has to be a starting point, and then you need to posit the cause.
That presumes an A theory of time.
I didn't ask you, Leo.
I don't care. This is an open conversation. This is an open conversation.
I asked Amy. I don't want
You didn't ask a question. You made a statement.
I asked Leo. I asked Amy.
Yeah, you asked Leo. You asked everybody.
But you think there is a starting point, and I would say we kind of, at least in physics, we kind of colloquially think there is a starting point with the Big Bang, whether that's actually true or not. Because I just think, and I agree. I honestly think we're going to constantly look as far back as we can, and every time we get to a wall, that's just going to be our new starting point or whatever, because
we've gone before the Big Bang.
Far back.
Well, as soon as you
got a
posit
plank
the
time,
starting point, whatever it is, you need a cause of that starting point.
What's the argument for that?
It can't create itself. It can't.
Who said that there was even a creation? How do you know? How do we know that the whole universe doesn't exist as a tenseless four-dimensional space-time block?
I mean,
like I said, your arguments are just presuming an A theory of time. We know that the A theory of time is false.
Why would you believe it does?
Because I accept the B theory of time, which we've demonstrated is.
Why do you accept it? Why do you?
Because it's true, and we've demonstrated that it's true.
No. There was a gentleman on the last stream that said the Bible is true because it's the Bible. That is a terrible answer.
That has nothing to do with the argument that I made.
It's true because it's true.
That's not what I said.
Why do you believe it's true?
I said I believe it's true because it's been demonstrated to be true.
How?
It's been demonstrated.
How has it been demonstrated to be true? With our GPS satellites. If we didn't continuously correct the clocks on them because they tick faster, actually, objectively, which refutes the A theory of time, because then time is relative and there isn't an absolute present moment in which things exist. There isn't even such a thing as a present moment. So if we didn't continuously correct those clocks in just 24 hours, if you tried to use the GPS on your phone, it would be off by roughly 7 miles. So yes, we directly observe and have to correct for these observations, these aspects of reality, because they're real. Time is tenseless. Simple as that.
Okay, and what does that prove?
That proves that your arguments, with the argument that Otanza was presenting, how do we get to the present moment if we've got an infinite number of moments we have to endure through? You only endure through them under the A theory of time, not the B theory of time. So this is not a problem under the B theory of time. Like I said, the argument presumes an A theory of time. Yes, I have. I just did. Yes, special relativity did, and so did general relativity, and so does quantum mechanics, and so does quantum field theory.
Do you even understand what you are talking about?
Yes, I do, much more than you do. Yes, I do.
Oh, sure. Yeah, of course you do. understand.
Can you give me the three fundamental? Can you give me the fundamental dogma of quantum field theory, Otangelo?
No, he can't. And let's
Of
not
course
go
you
there.
can't.
I know.
He probably couldn't even give me the two postulates of special relativity. But I don't know what I'm talking about. I literally read the book by Albert Einstein on the special and general theory of relativity, but I don't know I have no fucking clue what I'm talking about. I'm just so dumb and clueless.
You know everything better than anyone else.
When did
You
I
know
say that? When did I say I knew everything?
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
what
really
you're
know that
just
much.
saying.
I'm not a
That's-
professional, and I have so much more to learn. It's not even funny.
But you think you can teach everyone else? And
No,
you
I
know
didn't.
everything
Nope,
better
you're
than
just
everyone
making
else.
baseless assertions. I just want everybody to know Otangelo is making these statements. Not once have I ever made them.
I've heard him say many times, "Do not listen to me. Go do this for yourself."
And I will say, guys, we got 7. I keep on saying it. It's gonna be 4:30, so we got
an infinite
7 more
regress,
minutes.
Amy.
It's an infinite.
We're in
well,
an infinite
I
regress.
will say I was gonna end it, but then 2 actual theists that wanted to defend the
I know,
actual
we couldn't cut
contingency
it. We
argument
couldn't cut 'em
jumped
off.
on.
I know.
So
You
glad
are
to
right,
come back
Doc.
on topic. Glad to come back on topic.
We're only
Thanks a
at
lot,
4
Amy.
hours. That's pretty short for our streams lately.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah, especially that 10-hour one. The minute y'all told me that you weren't opening the room up till you guys were done, and Peter was in there, I was like, I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Can I tell you, I do want to comment on that stream. I feel so bad. First of all, Davey, it was a good to
The
have
preacher,
you on.
you're talking
We
the
like
preacher, not
having-
Davey.
Or not Davey.
Yeah, preacher.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
that was the flat earther.
That was the
I feel
fluffer.
bad. If I can comment, I feel bad that he gets triggered. I was saying this the other day. Some people, you just got to admit what you are, okay? I'm a tranny. There are TERFs. There are flirfs. Just admit what you are. You'll
Yeah,
feel
like-
better about yourself. It's
I'm a
not.
socialist.
It's not instant. Except, doesn't it feel better? You just admit.
Oh, yeah, yeah. People be like, why are you a socialist? I'll be like, because I love democracy. And they just look at me like, what? And I'm just like, oh, please open a book. Anyway, I was going to say, dude, Peter was... Peter was unrelenting in that
So
discussion.
that was my comment. I feel so bad for the preacher because the preacher before
Why?
the day on that stream, if you heard the setup to that stream, it was like Peter and the preacher found each other and they were like, no, we need to do a stream together. It's gonna be amazing. We're gonna be best friends. And I would say that best friendship lasted about 1 to 5 minutes, if I'm being generous, but
Wait,
it was
foreskin,
great,
foreskin,
guys.
foreskin.
Someone on the
Oh, I
comment
love Peter.
section was like, why was everyone calling that dear gentleman a foreskin the whole night?
I know Amy gets the foreskin thing. I don't know if anybody else does. It was a key word on Speed of Sounds on Answers and Atheism's channel for pausing whatever video he was playing.
And I must say, Ruben, if you ever say anything about an atheist versus that preacher guy, you are no longer
boy.
welcome here because that guy's a psycho.
Oh, please listen. I would love to debate that guy. He is.
No. Hold on. Everybody says there's no reason to debate him. There's no, and I'll tell you why. I was talking to Oz about this, during chat or whatever. There's no reason to debate someone like that because he is unwilling to change his mind.
It's terrible. He said, "Oh well, I believe it because the Bible says so," and that's it. At that point, I would have been like, "Yeah, I can't reason with you. I'm
There's
sorry."
literally nothing else to say. If someone says,
Literally,
I
yeah.
cannot be wrong," then there's no reason to.
I cannot be wrong because it says that I'm not. So I must not be. Literally, I would have to say, "I'm sorry, I can't reason with you."
Well, I mean that's why I was trying to get him to answer the basic question: why do you believe the Bible is a reliable source of information? If you
Because
can't
the
answer
Bible
that
says so.
question,
Because the Bible's the word
The
of
Bible
God.
says so. That's
Well, what
How
I
do
don't
you know
understand
it's
is
the word
how.
of God? Because it says
No.
it's the word
Stop.
of God.
You're trying to reason and logic here, and you can't.
You
How
can't
can
reason
someone-
somebody out of a position they didn't reason themselves into.
Yeah, you're
Right.
trying to use logic and reason and ask these questions. That it's you're done once he says I cannot be wrong because the Bible says it's true. You're
Right.
done. There's nothing else to be said. That stream should have been all of 6 minutes.
What's
An open
surprising
conversation.
is that I woke up the next morning and thought a new stream had started, and realizing it's the same people.
I hung in for 4 hours, and I could.
I was in for 2, and then I went to bed. Amy decided to pull a praise on us.
Yeah,
but I didn't leave.
No,
so I was there.
Man, because I got up at like 6:30 that morning, and it had just ended, and I'm like, holy fuck.
That's true. I did go off camera a few times.
some
I was
personal,
shoving my face with food
your
and stuff.
18
And that
hours
too.
a day, Amy, that you have devoted to your personal quest.
Yeah.
Amy is the new praise.
Thank you, Jeepus.
Amy,
Is Danny still in here? Danny
might be
still
related to praise.
Yeah, I'm
yes,
still here.
Yes, he is.
Oh, you're just listening?
Yeah.
Okay.
Danny's
I get
chuckling
praise on
in the
this day.
background.
Praise is one of the ones what the hell is the term? When you're not commenting, I lurk in a bunch of the channels.
I feel bad. I chased praise out of the stream on the Raging Atheist channel.
With one of your socks?
No, that was me, actually. That was just me. I asked him if he was Trinitarian again, because he switches. 1 week he is, the next week
You want to
he's
know?
not.
You want to know what we said on Speed Stream earlier today? The answer, or the Saturday night at the Atheist, we said, or it was David that said it. David and Speed is like, yeah, he changes his position every time he wipes his ass.
Oh wow.
Hey, I'll tell you, nobody is more vicious than the people in your own religion. My goddess, these Christians go after you, the Muslims go after you. Or I will say, like Sunni Shia, Catholicism, Protestantism, Arminian versus
Calvinism.
Will Calvinism.
Yeah.
Woo!
I'll tell you what. When I
swear there's a natural selection reason for it. I swear it's evolution. Just like how we kind of don't pay attention to trees because we have deviated so much, we kind of fight with animals. I swear, because you'll hear the Christians, they'll like use atheists in like a talking point. They'll be like, oh, they're even worse than these atheists.
Yeah.
I wanted to say I love it when I hear the Protestants say that Catholicism isn't Christianity when Protestantism came from Catholicism.
Yeah. It is very interesting.
It's and then I hear, oh well, they worship Mary. My first question: where in the Catechism of the Catholic Church does it teach to worship Mary? I was a Catholic. I know this quite well. I was forced to study it. So tell me where, please. It doesn't say that at all. Yeah, it's adoration. She's like a saint, but a little bit more revered. But she's not considered even close to the Godhead.
Hyperdulia. So you revere the saints. You do it a little bit more for Mary, but then you worship God only.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she is not a part of the Godhead.
I just realized this argument for God making the universe is self-refuting because it hinges on the argument that everything that exists needs a cause and then posits a causeless God, which by their own definition doesn't exist.
Can I tell you something, Jen? That is the theme, okay? I swear to you, like Kalam specifically is trying to set something up so it could say the other thing. It's saying, listen, everything has to have a cause.
No.
Kalam's cosmological argument is different from the contingency.
No, it's different from the contingency. I know. It's the sister argument. Everything that begins to exist has a cause. That one. Because that one, I think that is very much stepping up because you're saying everything that begins to exist has a cause, but you are specifically getting ready to say, except for this thing that is eternal that doesn't have a cause.
Exactly.
I mean, if the Kalam was honest, it'd be one premise. It'd say everything that exists has a cause. Done.
No.
Well,
it doesn't
the Kalam
say that.
Yes, it does.
The Kalam cosmological argument isn't designed to conclude God. You're supposed to take the conclusion of the Kalam and use that as a premise in a further philosophical argument that leads you to God.
Yeah.
William Lane Craig disagrees, but that's fine.
Yeah, and it's not even a Christian God; it's just a general God.
It's just a God. Yeah,
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does matter.
No,
Well,
That word
to
is-
the argument, it doesn't really matter what religion the god belongs to. You would use
No, it doesn't-
further
doesn't matter.
philosophical or theological arguments to get you to some particular god, if that's what you sought to do.
Yeah,
The God
creator's a better
identity
word.
differs from religion to religion, so you can't make that claim.
And guys, we're gonna give everybody their outros, but we're after this, it's gonna go into the 5-hour mark, I think. So it is that time. I think I am becoming praise. Send in love praise. Come on, the
Super
channel.
straight
You're good.
mimes.
Super sure. Let's bring in the mimes, ladies and gentlemen. Do 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 do.
Phenomena.
Do 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 do. Woohoo! And we're just going in the reverse order that everybody came in. Ruben, we have been Midnight Ranting on the Contingency Argument. I hope you had a fun time. Where
I had
can
a great
people
time.
find you? Woohoo! And what are your final thoughts?
Guys, thanks, well, Amy specifically, for letting me come on here. I'm watching the sunrise right now in New York. This is my first time ever on one of these things, so forgive the bumps and other obstacles I faced.
No, I think you did well. I actually think you did quite well.
Thanks for coming on.
Guys.
I
Take
find
care, guys.
Muslims are actually not bad at their apologetics for the most part. I disagree with them, but I find that they're pretty, philosophically adept. They understand their arguments. So yeah.
Cool, man. Appreciate it.
Woohoo! Thank you so very much, Ruben, for coming on. And all right, we're moving right down the list. On Tangelo, we've been Midnight Ranting on the Contingency Argument for the Existence of God. Hope you had a fun time. Where can people find you, and what are your final thoughts?
Yes, I have 2 YouTube channels. One is the God Talk. The second is Intelligent Design Academy. I have a virtual library, reasonanscience.catsports.com. And my final thoughts are that I think that the contingency argument is a logical proof of God's existence. It has never been refuted, even by Leo's speed time assertion, which I think isn't sound whatsoever. It isn't proof whatsoever. And just to state it, contingent dependent beings exist. Contingent beings require a necessary self-existent being in order to exist. Therefore, an eternal, non-created, self-existent being must exist. That's my closing remarks.
Thank you so very much, Antangelo. And all right, in fact, thank you very much, Ruben and Antangelo. We really appreciate having the other side for these discussions. And all right, moving right down the line. Danny, we have been Midnight Ranting on the Contingency Argument for the Existence of God. Hope you had a fun time. Where can people find you? What are your final thoughts?
I don't really have any final thoughts. Thanks for having me on.
Boo!
Yeah,
Boo,
no
Danny!
shit.
Boo!
when
Thank
does
you,
Danny
Danny.
not want to talk?
Oh, and where can people find you?
I have a YouTube channel called Phil Talk.
Phil Talk.
Who was the last guy you had on? Castro? What is it?
Castro?
Dr. Bernardo
Castro?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay. I actually like that discussion. I don't agree with him on, I agree with him on a bit, but not a lot. That was very interesting. You guys really should check out Danny's channel. Like, I'm not joking. Like, just good all-around discussions.
Woo-hoo.
Thanks.
Yep. Thank you so very much, Danny, for joining us. And all right, we're moving right down the line. Claire, we have been Midnight Ranting on the Contingency Argument for the Existence of God. Hope you had a good time. Where can people find you? And what are your final thoughts?
You can find me on my YouTube channel with my name, Claire Core. Thank you for allowing me to express my position that we choose to believe whatever we choose to believe, and I think we should do it for moral and political reasons, and this means a theocracy based on the principles of secular Quranism. And I know it's hard because people don't want to make the sacrifices that our ancestors did without even thinking about it, which is to marry and have children and stay together for the sake of the children, and that is why the West is declining. And I hope to. I hope to save Western civilization with secular Quranism. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, people.
You're very welcome.
Thank you
Thank
so
you for
very
joining.
much, Claire.
Thank you, Claire.
Woo-hoo. And yeah, we actually by the end of it, we actually got a bunch. We got 4 or 5 theists, so that actually makes me happy. Woohoo! And all right, we are moving down the line. Jen, we have been midnight ranting on the contingency argument for the existence of God. Hope you had a fun time. Where can people find you, and what are your final thoughts?
Thanks for having me, Amy,
More
James,
entropy.
also, and all the mods too. Thanks for keeping everything super respectful in the chat. People can find me at Church of Entropy. I'm actually going live tomorrow, yay, with Duvid. So those of you who want to hang out or stop by are more than welcome. We do let people on to the show. Duvid could be a bit rough, but you know, he's a softie on the inside. You know, he really does want the best for people. So he's a good person to get advice as to how to grow channels and what is a fruitful line of money making. So just to comment a little bit on what we touched on, it's hard for me to understand why people say that they don't see the prime mover thing as an argument, or the infinite regress problem as a problem. So to me, it's like, yeah, you can't just keep going back into the past forever because of the uncertainty principle. Each time you go further back, there's more uncertainty. So eventually, wouldn't you want to sort of subcategorize that which exists into the things that exist that are permanent and the things that exist that change? And this is sort of coming back to this idea that you need to ground impermanence in space permanence, because the things that happen that are impermanent are in a context of permanence. So that's where we have the universe coming in. It's the only permanent entity, and it allows for the other impermanent entities to arise, which is what basically people are getting at with this idea of like, well, where did it all come from? But they're trying to sort of make a... Could somebody mute? Because I could hear feedback. They're trying to basically make... I think it's an inconsistent argument. I sort of touched on it before, but it's like, if you're positing that everything that exists needs a cause, and then you're saying that there's a causeless God as the conclusion of that premise, that doesn't really follow, right? Like, you can't have a conclusion contradict an axiom. So yeah, the error is basically in shoehorning the human concepts of God. We get really sure about things after we assert the primary axioms, which is that we exist and that the universe exists. People want to jump 10 steps further to try to assert a bunch of other metaphysics, where it's like, back up, build your metaphysics up from the ground up, and you'll be a lot more confident in your positions. You won't always having to be citing, random stuff to make absurd claims like acausality is possible because of a particular definition of sufficient, and whatever the other one was, necessary conditions. It's like, do we care about the average person being able to understand this stuff? I think we should. And to that end, I think we should try to simplify what we say and really be more charitable to understanding what other people's positions are. And I admit I can sort of fall into this trap sometimes of stopping people because I already know what fallacy they're going to make. But it's a bad habit. And ultimately, what would be really nice to see was like, we all intend together to give everybody on the show about the same amount of time talking during the open mic bit, right? But ultimately, we should be deferring to the host. Like, if they start talking, like, just mute yourself. Like, a little bit of self-control, I think, would go a long way to make it more engaging. So the correct version of the argument is that everything that is finite has a beginning, and anything with a beginning has an end. And for that to be possible, there has to be an unmoved mover, which is dictating the geometry of that object. So something like gravity would be an unmoved mover, or uncertainty, or electricity, in the sense that you can always theoretically make electricity because it's just something our universe is conducive to. The laws of electromagnetics don't change in time. They're eternal, so they're part of what has traditionally been called the monad. And it's like, well, yeah, you do need to separate those two things. Otherwise, you're going to accidentally conflate them and make all these silly, easily avoidable mistakes like, does the pen exist? Well, where did the pen start? The only possible answer is that the pen exists as a pen because it has the quality of penness. And if it was broken in two, it wouldn't be a pen anymore, because if it couldn't serve the function of pen. The point is that the definition is relative to its function rather than its constituent material. Where did the pen exist? It existed forever in the super, whatever you want to call it, the super physical or the ideal. The idea of the pen existed forever. We discovered it at some point, and some later point, it was instantiated into the pen that was in his hand, right? So without this eternality of concepts, ultimately what you're saying will become self-contradictory, because you don't have any grounding. And this is, I hate to say, like, this is the Darth Dawkins argument, not that I agree with this position, but there is a position there that does pose a problem that does need to be addressed. And just saying we don't know, we can't know, asserting a negative is never a good idea. The only time you want to be claiming negatives is if you have a really good axiom and you can prove that someone else's claim contradicts that axiom. That's how you can disprove something. But even at that, you want to be super careful. So yeah, that's about all I wanted to say. And we touched on the impermanence of time, the idea that if something's temporal, it's sort of hard to imagine something not being temporal, right? But like the black parts of the sky, there's no time there. Why? Because you need light for time. That may seem counterintuitive, but ultimately it's a quality of matter to have time. Not all matter has time.
What?
Time and light are sort of things that arise together. So things that have time only exist in time on a temporary basis. For example, we started here, whatever the age of our solar system is, like 4.5 billion years ago. And that means because we had a beginning, we're also going to have an end. That's really all the argument is saying with regards to materialism. So I hope that clears it up and that we can have many more fun times in the future. And thanks again for everyone for participating.
Thank you, Jen Dawkins.
Thank you, Jen, for being here. Always appreciate you on the stream. And all right, and feel free to check out Church of Entropy. I think she just hit monetization.
She did. She had a poll out today. I saw that on what was that poll that she had out?
It's a very highly intellectual poll. Like, probably get
Are
enlightenment.
you drinking enough water? Yes, there you go.
And the answer is, of course, no. Reminder to all the ho-hos out there, including myself, we need to drink our water. Drink that water.
Our water?
Wait, hold on, Amy. Amy, can you say water one more time? Can you say water one more time, Amy?
Look, I drink a lot of water, okay?
Drink a lot of water?
I love it.
Everybody loves water.
I can't help it.
I'm
if
sorry.
I had a little bit of a cough to it, I could be Ken Hovind. But thank you so very much, Jen. And Randolph Richardson, we have been Midnight Ranting on the contingency argument, having fun. It got spicy, but I think it was a good discussion in the end. I hope you had a good time, Randolph. Where can people find you? What are your final thoughts?
Well, my view on the contingency argument hasn't changed. I think Jen made a very good point about it just now, that there's a contradiction in there when certain religious people, certain theists will put this forward that everything must have a cause, and then they turn around and say the exception is their deity. So it's again, my problem with it is I'm not convinced that everything must be finite and must have a cause. So that's number one problem I have with it, which is why I reject the first premise. It is very much like the Kalam cosmological argument. You can find me at my YouTube channel at www.youtube.com/Randolph Richardson. And Randolph is spelled with an F, not a PH at the end. I also am the founder of an organization here called Canadian Atheists, where we advocate for the atheism demographic here in Canada in particular. And we're trying to counter the vilification and the stigma that gets perpetuated by some groups of people still. And it's not a major problem here in Canada, but it still is a problem. So we are trying to address it and deal with it as it comes up as best we can. To find out more about Canadian Atheists, our website is www.canadianatheists.ca. I can give you a lot more links, but I think that probably I'll just stop there for now because it's been a very long stream. Thank you for hosting this, Amy, and thank you to everybody in the audience who's tuned in. And it's been an interesting conversation, that is, for sure.
Woohoo! Thank you to the Godfather of
Have a good night.
Atheism. Thank you so very much,
The
Randolph.
Godfather
Love
himself.
having you on.
GF.
And
apparently he's
and in
now
fact,
a cantheist.
I normally have it up on screen, but Leo is linking it in chat if you would like to go to everyone's channel. And we are going to move right along. Thank you so very much, Randolph. And Bird is the word. Hope you had a good time. We've been talking the contingency argument for the existence of God. Where can people find you, and what are your final thoughts?
That's none of your damn business, and this was fun. That's all.
Thank you so very much, Bird. Love having you here as always. And all right, besides the co-host, we just have one more. Leo Felius, we have been
Brevity,
Midnight
Leo. Brevity.
Ranting on the contingency argument for the existence of Bob? No, God. For God. I hope you had a good time. What are your final where can people find you? What are your final thoughts?
Oh man, at this point, if you don't know where to find me, then you just don't know how to use the internet. Yeah. Ooh. Oh man. Do I have about 35 minutes, Amy? No, I'm just joking. I'm just. Yeah, because there's there's like 95% that things I'd like to comment. I'm just gonna skip over. The contingency argument rests on the principle of sufficient reason, and nobody presented a good argument in favor of the principle of sufficient reason here tonight. So I think given that there isn't, the people here who are not already committed to the argument do not have any further reasons to consider it a
valid argument,
sound argument. Yep. at the least. Maybe its validity, it's debatable. Maybe I can grant that for the sake of it. Sound, it's not sound. I mean, like I said, the first premise of the contingency argument is, for all intents and purposes, just a restating of the principle of sufficient reason. Everything which exists has some reason or explanation for its existence. And just the same question I've been asking all night. What's the argument for that? Also, final thing, donate to sameu.org. Don't worry about what they do. Your money's going to a good place. It's in good hands. That's all you need to worry about. It's in good hands. Okay, I gotta go www then, don't I? There we go. And it still didn't fucking link it. What the fuck ever, YouTube, you little fucking bitch. Yeah, donate all of your money. Give them all of your money, like Jesus said. It is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God. By the way, for accelerators, most philosophers, I think, actually would reject the PSR.
Mm-hmm. And also to answer your question, Ralph, we've had, I think, 2 to 3 Christians, a Muslim, and two Muslims, and a pantheist. So
I'm glad
we've
we're
had
seeing our
hands
Muslims
full.
represent.
Yes, so I'm just glad we're getting, like I said, we always want diverse views on here and push back, you know. Don't want too much of our happy echo chamber, even if we are a nice skeptic channel. And thank you so very much, Leophilius. And with that, I am handing the keys to James. James, it's been a brisk, short night. We have been having a fun time on the contingency argument for the existence
The
of
contingency
God.
argument. Oh, well. What can I say at this point after all that? What a spirited, lively discussion. So thanks, everybody, for coming on. Thanks to the viewers, the panel, everybody, Amy. And, yeah, have a great night, everybody. Thank you guys so much.
Thanks, James. Good night.
Yes,
It has been fun, guys. I hope you all had a fun time on this night's episode of Midnight Ranting, the Contingency Argument, a type of cosmological argument for the existence of God, where we had a necessary good time. I want to thank my co-host James W., along with our guests Leophilius, Bird, Mark, Randolph, Soldier of Science, Jen, Jason, Pavel, Eddie, Cerberus, Simos Funk, Claire, Danny, Atangelo, and Ruben, along with all our lovely viewers, the people in chat, and our awesome mods who make this stream so great. If you're feeling fancy, don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe, and set that bell icon to all so you can join our live streams. Lastly, if you'd like to help us make even more fun content, you can find our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I'm Amy Newman, and we will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night, everybody.
Woo-hoo!
Nothing